Rebirth of the Mecha Master. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 1 Federal Calendar 1993. Mingyuan Star, Anshang City. A small, cheap rental room. Lin Tao stood by the window. The late autumn air was crisp, and the night wind whipped against his face, bringing a refreshing coolness. Mingyuan Star, Federal Calendar 1993. Lin Tao stretched out his hand, feeling the coolness seep into his bones, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Several hours passed. Lin Tao finally confirmed one thing: he was alive, and alive and well. At this moment, the last image in his memory was an explosion, a sudden, uncontrollable explosion. As Lin Tao felt the cool night wind, his mind kept replaying the events. Of course, he wasn't replaying the explosion, but rather the information related to the Federal Calendar 1993. If this was indeed the Federal Calendar 1993, then Lin Tao was a person from the future. That's right, before the explosion, Lin Tao was in the year 4357 of the Federal Calendar. To be more precise, it was October 6, 4357, at 4:25 p.m. Why could Lin Tao remember it so clearly? Because that was precisely the time he was debugging his Mecha. Besides, Lin Tao possessed the special ability of photographic memory. This ability also allowed him to completely memorize any information that appeared in computer documents and books in his later life. Thinking of this, Lin Tao couldn't help but gently rub his temples. In his later life, humanity was attacked by terrifying interstellar creatures and ultimately had to retreat back to the solar system, using it as a last bastion to fight the giant insects. Under these circumstances, Lin Tao, as a master of ancient martial arts mechs, had to do nothing but fight these terrifying creatures every day. The monotonous and repetitive tasks could easily drive someone to the brink of collapse. As a combatant, he still received considerable care from the Interstellar Federation, and ordinary combatants would numb themselves with various forms of entertainment each day. Unlike them, Lin Tao had less exposure to such entertainment due to his background. Therefore, he usually devoted himself to extensive reading and studying to improve his skills. His photographic memory allowed him to quickly finish reading all the relevant materials. In this situation, Lin Tao only needed to read other books. Gradually, almost all the remaining information of the Human Interstellar Federation, including various industries and even historical records, was memorized by him. Fortunately, he was able to memorize a considerable amount of information. Lin Tao felt relieved. Federation Calendar 1993? Suddenly, Lin Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. To be honest, although he possessed a photographic memory and had memorized most of the information, Lin Tao could only shrug at the year 1993 in the Federation calendar. Years recorded in historical records usually involved events that would influence future generations, such as the emergence of new technologies or special events. However, there was no record of Federation Calendar 1993. There are no records for this year, but there is quite a bit of information in the following 2 years. Lin Tao quickly organized the data, and records related to this document quickly appeared in his mind, filling an entire page. Since its inception, the Human Interstellar Federation had conducted extensive explorations of space, discovering many planets suitable for human habitation. Those who were active at the forefront were awarded the title of elite families due to their significant contributions. Among these elite families, the Su, Chen, Zhao, Lin, Liu, Wang, Dai, and Shi families were the largest, and the smaller families gradually gathered within these 8. In 1995 of the Federation calendar, an event occurred within the Human Interstellar Federation that could rewrite history. The 8 elite families announced their secession from the Federation. This was an event capable of igniting war. A great war, like a spark, was imminent. This war, originating from within humanity, lasted for centuries. However, this was not the key to ultimately rewriting human history, because this war merely spurred the rapid development of human-made war machines such as mechs. The crucial trigger was the sudden appearance of a terrifying interstellar creature centuries after this war. This insect-like enemy possessed astonishing aggression. Not only could these creatures survive in space, but they could also leap short distances through it. Furthermore, they possessed shells comparable to high-grade metal. Wherever these ferocious beasts appeared, stars were destroyed and people perished, plunging humanity into a living hell. Ultimately, humanity was forced to retreat back to its origin, the Earth's solar system. In Lin Tao's timeline, the once vast human interstellar federation had been reduced to a small planetary federation. And when he arrived in this timeline, even the last line of defense of the solar system was nearly breached. This is why countless people in later generations wanted to know why the 8 powerful clans had declared their withdrawal. At that time, the 8 powerful clans had reached the pinnacle of the human interstellar federation, even influencing its future. Moreover, if it weren't for their withdrawal, which led to the subsequent war, the emergence of that terrifying interstellar creature might not have been possible. According to records, later generations of humans discovered that these interstellar creatures were extremely sensitive to combat. As soon as human mechs issued a combat signal, they could easily attract large numbers of these enemies. As a person from later generations, Lin Tao also wanted to find the truth. It was for this reason that he extensively read materials from this period in hopes of uncovering the truth. He even searched through unofficial histories on his computer. Unfortunately, despite his extensive reading, Lin Tao could not find the secret. Federal Calendar 1993. This year had appeared in Lin Tao's mouth for the 3rd time, but while he spoke of this year, Lin Tao was thinking about something else entirely. Mingyuan Star. At this moment, Lin Tao was on Mingyuan Star. According to detailed records from later generations, the first place where the interstellar creatures appeared was Mingyuan Star. The insect-like interstellar creatures, upon their appearance, turned the planet into dust and completely disappeared from space. 3 days later, Lin Tao stood by the window once more, stretched, and looked up at the rising sun. The warm sunlight fell on him, bringing him a sense of comfort. Due to the vast amount of data related to the year 1995 in the federal calendar, Lin Tao spent considerable time organizing it. While doing so, he also discovered that his body seemed to have suffered numerous injuries. Lin Tao's situation was one of rebirth in another's body. The explosion had completely pulverized him, erasing him from existence. Therefore, while Lin Tao was surprised and somewhat excited to be in this timeline, the closer he got to the year 1995 in the federal calendar, the more he could secretly uncover the secrets behind the departure of the 8 powerful families. For 3 days, Lin Tao not only sorted through the data in his mind but also secretly healed his injuries. It must be said that this body was extremely weak, but that wasn't the key issue. This body also had a hidden ailment, which was the crucial reason why Lin Tao felt pain. Forget it, as long as I finish my training and take some medicine, it'll be fine. Lin Tao shook his neck, feeling the warmth of the rising sun. He returned to his rented room, first doing some warm-up exercises, then recalling what he had learned and practicing a set of military boxing. Military boxing was a daily requirement for mecha pilots trained in ancient martial arts. After finishing the military boxing, Lin Tao felt better and began special training for his 5 fingers. Under Lin Tao's control, his 5 fingers underwent strange and unpredictable changes, each extension appearing at an unexpected angle. This finger training method originated from a martial art from later generations called inch punch, a martial art personally taught to Lin Tao by his instructor. Thinking of his instructor, Lin Tao frowned. According to his instructor, he was a descendant of one of the 8 great families. After arriving in this time and space, he wondered if he would encounter any of his old acquaintances. The weather on Mingyuan Star was unpredictable, changing without warning. One moment the sun was rising, but after Lin Tao finished his military boxing and finger training, dark clouds appeared and instantly obscured it. The sky darkened. Sizzle. A thick bolt of lightning, like a vast, boundless blade, seemed to cleave the gloomy sky, illuminating the surrounding environment. High-rise buildings stood tall, and the rented room looked out of place against this backdrop. After several muffled rumbles of thunder, a torrential downpour began, the rain pattering on the ground. Another thunderstorm? Lin Tao shook his head. It seemed that before the mecha exploded, a similar sudden thunderstorm had damaged its engine, causing the energy system to explode. Later mechas had structures different from those of the present, even using bio-based energy. While this energy was stable, an explosion could be as devastating as a nuclear bomb. What an undeserved disaster. Lin Tao scratched his head again. Buzz, buzz. Just then, Lin Tao felt a vibration on his wrist. Looking down, he saw a wristwatch on his wrist. It was a communication wristwatch. Around 2,000 years into the Federation's history, technology was quite advanced. A small wristwatch not only had a built-in long-range communication function, but could also be used as a miniature computer to control mechs. For the next 2,000 years, humans continued to use wristwatches with similar capabilities, even using them as a substitute for ID cards. Due to the emergence of war and the invasion of terrifying interstellar creatures, the development of human technology focused primarily on warfare, neglecting everyday life technologies. Therefore, the performance of wristwatches didn't improve significantly. However, the wristwatch's function as an ID card remained unchanged. Once outside, simply showing the wristwatch and scanning the code would confirm Lin Tao's identity. Moreover, in later generations, due to the emergence of subspace technology, wristwatches in Lin Tao's era also developed the function of storing the mech itself. However, the communication wristwatch on Lin Tao's wrist was quite old, clearly a second-hand item. Lin Tao, who had collected several communication wristwatches in his later years, immediately recognized this second-hand item as an early, downgraded model. It lacked even a microcomputer, and its communication capabilities were weak, making it unusable outside of his planet. Without a doubt, the communication originated from Mingyuan Star. He reached out and pressed the communication button. Lin Tao? A gentle female voice came from the wristwatch, quite pleasant. Based on Lin Tao's experience, he could tell the voice belonged to someone no older than 25. Searching his memory, Lin Tao couldn't identify the voice, and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" In this era, the widespread use of communication led many to exploit loopholes, using it for fraud. The communication providers typically used pleasant female voices to lull people into a false sense of security. If someone couldn't resist or became greedy, losing money was the least of their worries. Some were even tricked into selling their organs. However, Lin Tao's words caused the other party to pause in surprise. Lin Tao. The voice on the other end of the wristwatch instantly turned cold, like an ice cube in a refrigerator, making Lin Tao shiver. "You've missed 3 days of classes. If you don't show up by 10 a.m., as your tutor, I will apply to the school to have all your grades at this school invalidated." A furious roar came from the other end of the wristwatch, and before Lin Tao could speak, the communication was unilaterally and forcibly cut off. Lin Tao was stunned for a long time, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Only now did he finally remember the owner of this voice. Since arriving in this time and space, Lin Tao had been sorting out the information in his mind while also healing his body. As for the information of the original owner of this body, it had been deliberately sealed away. Now, hearing the anger on the other end of the communication, Lin Tao finally released the sealed memories of the original owner of the body. Lin Tao, 17 years old, is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage in Anzhang City. At the age of 13, he taught himself mech repair technology and earned a lot of money with this skill. Eventually, feeling that his skills had reached a bottleneck, he applied for advanced training in mech repair at the Hyacinth Academy. The owner of this voice is none other than the instructor of the course Lin Tao is taking. Chapter 2 Hyacinth Academy. The thunderstorm came and went quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky. It only lasted this short while. Lin Tao, who had always lived on Earth in the solar system, was clearly uncomfortable with this sudden and fleeting weather change. Stepping outside his rented room, he looked up and saw a wide road about 10 meters wide, lined with tall, straight trees. Lin Tao shook his head at the road conditions. In his later life, to allow mechs to be used at any time, a typical road was at least 30 meters wide. However, this was the year 1993 in the federal calendar, and the main purpose of mechs was for exploring outer space. Moreover, Mingyuan Star's development level didn't seem very high, so this kind of road condition was normal. Lin Tao looked around. After the thunderstorm, the street was wet and slippery, with very few hovercars passing by. Lin Tao was very patient. Whoosh! A hovercar passed by shortly after, but unfortunately, it didn't display its for sale sign and ignored Lin Tao's waving, speeding past. This was understandable, it was already past 8 in the morning, the rush hour and the time for night shift hovercar changes. However, as the hovercar passed, Lin Tao still noticed its roaring engine. "I never expected to see these antique-style hovercars again," Lin Tao thought, his eyes lighting up at the loud, whistling mechanical engine. Regardless of the era, the structure of hovercars remained consistent with that of mechs. While later hovercar technology had reached a certain level and no longer used such primitive mechanical structures, early hovercars, deliberately manufactured, were still highly sought after by many mech pilots. This was because, although these early mechanically constructed hovercars weren't very fast, with adjustments, they could provide mech pilots with a considerable experience at higher speeds. Indeed, the reason later mech pilots favored mechanically constructed hovercars was precisely for the enjoyment they offered. Later generations of mecha pilots, through a special gene-enhancing drug, had developed physical bodies that reached a certain level. Without any protective gear, they could withstand the impact of enormous speeds with their bare bodies, a thrill they sought after, providing far more adrenaline than the mecha cockpit. Lin Tao wasn't surprised, occasionally taking one of these hovercars for a spin. However, now, Lin Tao assessed his physical condition, his brow furrowing. His body was quite weak, let alone the adjusted high speeds. Even driving a hovercar at its current top speed would likely be difficult. Lin Tao continued to reach out. 10 minutes later, a hovercar finally arrived. The herb market, Lin Tao said after getting in. Later generations of mecha warriors were divided into two types, ancient martial arts warriors and gene-enhanced warriors. The so-called ancient martial arts warriors are those who have practiced ancient martial arts since childhood, using its power to operate mechs. They can make their mechs perform incredibly agile maneuvers and even modify them according to their martial arts training, unleashing attacks similar to those of real martial artists. However, this path requires a certain level of talent in ancient martial arts and exceptional reflexes. Not everyone is suited for it. Gene warriors, on the other hand, are not naturally suited to be ancient martial arts warriors. However, they can use chip macro commands to perform high-difficulty maneuvers. To achieve this, they take gene serums to increase their physical strength, thus adapting to the impact of these actions. Gene warriors are inherently weaker than ancient martial arts warriors, but they can be mass-produced, making them ideal for wartime. Without the large-scale emergence of these warriors, humanity might not have been able to hold its last line of defense. Of course, gene serums also have some auxiliary effects on ancient martial arts warriors, but they should not be overused, as this can cause severe side effects, potentially destroying a person's mental well-being. Besides studying various side jobs on the mecha, Lin Tao had also put in some effort in gene-based medicine. Although this body was weak and seemingly beyond saving, once Lin Tao successfully formulated the gene-based medicine, he could completely solve this problem at its root. This was precisely why Lin Tao had come to the medicinal herb market. After getting off the hovercar, Lin Tao was stunned for a moment. Besides communication, ID card, and microcomputer functions, the electronic wristwatch could also be linked to a bank account. When transferring money to the hovercar driver, Lin Tao discovered that he only had 12,500 star coins left in his bank account. 12,500 star coins. In Lin Tao's memory, that wasn't even enough for a semester's tuition at Hyacinth Academy. Moreover, the cheap rental room alone cost 3,000 star coins per month. This didn't include food and other expenses. How did that guy survive? Lin Tao sighed deeply. He didn't understand what kind of life the original owner of this body had led. Oh right. Lin Tao suddenly remembered that the original owner of this body seemed to know how to repair mechs and usually earned his income by repairing mechs for others. A short while later, Lin Tao emerged from the medicinal herb market, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. After inquiring about the prices, Lin Tao discovered that even the cheapest materials for the gene serum he needed to synthesize far exceeded the amount in his wristwatch bank account, and this didn't even include the cost of the necessary equipment. Troublesome. Looks like I'll have to get some money back first. Lin Tao sighed, raising his hand to check the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. Forget it, I'll go back to Hyacinth Academy first. Remembering the angry instructor, Lin Tao decided to go to Hyacinth Academy first. He hailed another hovercar. Sitting in the hovercar, Lin Tao had long lost his initial excitement. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to get some money back. Although he possessed superior mech repair skills, Lin Tao didn't know how to take orders, which was a real problem. Lin Tao couldn't increase his training intensity in ancient martial arts until his hidden ailment was resolved. Hyacinth Academy, the largest mecha academy in Anshang City and one of the more renowned mecha academies on Mingyuan Star, boasted an imposing triumphal arch-shaped gate. Lin Tao's mind wasn't on the school. He quickly glanced at the gate and passed through a scanner on one side. Beep. Student information related to Lin Tao was immediately displayed. This guy, arriving so late, doesn't he know there's still one class left? Never mind, there are always students like this who don't take their studies seriously. They'll regret it when they're older. Two elderly gatekeepers shook their heads as they watched Lin Tao's figure. Hyacinth Academy was vast, with each department having a building over 100 meters tall. The maintenance department was located in the northwest of the academy. During this period, besides Mecha pilots, the most popular major at the Mecha Academy was Mecha repair. Mecha pilots required expensive tuition each semester, making it unaffordable for most. In contrast, Mecha repair not only had lower tuition, but skilled repairmen were highly sought after by various Mecha repair shops. Those with decent skills could quickly recoup their tuition fees over several years. For this reason, Hyacinth Academy's repair department had 100 classes, almost one per floor, far exceeding other departments. Lin Tao's class was the 97th. Don't assume the 97th class was on the 97th floor, those classes were for top students. The 97th class was only on the 7th floor, slightly better than the lower-ranked classes. He arrived at the classroom door. It was during recess, and there were only about 10 people in the classroom. Perhaps repair students rarely greeted each other, or perhaps the body's owner rarely interacted with other students. No one greeted Lin Tao upon entering. Lin Tao didn't mind, walked into the classroom, and randomly found a seat. Like in later generations, the desks in this era were equipped with miniature computers, allowing students to easily access textbooks and study materials. Lin Tao sat down and his hands flew across the miniature computer, reviewing information about Mecha from this era. The maintenance department's materials were all related to Mecha repair, and after a while, Lin Tao lost interest. Ring ring ring. The bell rang, and students appeared from all corners, rushing back to the classroom like a surging tide. Huh? It's that kid Lin Tao. How dare he come back? Just then, two students with dyed blonde hair, looking like thugs, accidentally saw Lin Tao upon entering the classroom. They were startled, then their faces darkened. They hadn't seen him for 3 days, and thought Lin Tao was scared and dared not return. They hadn't expected him to swagger back to the academy in just 3 days. HMPH. He made us offend young Master Liu, and he still dares to come back to class. He clearly doesn't respect us. One of the blonde students with triangular eyes looked like he wanted to devour Lin Tao. By the way, didn't young Master Liu just open a new Mecha center? Let's take him there later and gamble on him a few times. Another person's eyes darted around. Cheese Hangfei, are you stupid? Young Master Liu's Mecha center is pretty high-end. It costs over 10,000 star coins an hour. Is it worth it just to gamble on him a few times? The blonde student with triangular eyes was taken aback. The student called Cheese Hangfei chuckled sinisterly. Fan, are you scared out of your wits by young Master Liu? We'll take him there, just pay a deposit, gamble on him a few times, then link his account to the gambling area and let him gamble like an idiot until he owes hundreds of thousands or millions. Let's see how he can keep jumping around then. Cheese Hangfei, you're really something. This way, he probably won't even be able to leave young Master Liu's Mecha center. The blonde student called Fan also chuckled in a low voice. Shortly after, once most of the students had returned to their seats, a woman in her early 20s, wearing a white uniform and with a ponytail, entered the classroom carrying an electronic notebook. She frowned, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and her sharp, cold eyes on her somber face first scanned the electronic roster on the teacher's desk. The roster displayed the seating arrangement of each student. Seemingly sensing something, she abruptly raised her head, looking around. Upon seeing Lin Tao, her crescent-shaped brows relaxed slightly. Alright, today's lesson is about the repair of Mecha joints. Her voice was icy, and combined with her expressionless face and cold eyes, she was like a block of ice frozen for millennia, making it impossible to look at her for long. Of course, this only applied to the average student. Most of the students in the class, especially the boys, and particularly the two blonde students from before, had their eyes fixed on her curvaceous figure, especially her breasts, like hungry ghosts. It's her? Lin Tao looked up after the woman entered and was immediately taken aback. Chapter 3 Liu Xueying, a prominent figure in later generations. Before the year 2000 in the federal calendar, mechs existed primarily as purely mechanical structures. Then, in 2005, A genius proposed a bold idea, the precursor to what would later be known as the neuron module, modular parts. Modular parts involve dividing a mech into multiple parts such as hands, arms, legs, feet, head, and torso, then assembling them like stacked blocks. In 2005, during a time of war, this model, facilitating mech assembly and maintenance, was vigorously promoted by the Interstellar Federation, and even centuries later, it evolved into the new neuron module model. Lin Tao, who had thoroughly studied the history of around 2000, recognized a young woman standing on the platform almost instantly, Liu Xueying, the genius who proposed the modular parts concept. He was shocked to find himself encountering someone considered a leading figure in later generations so soon after entering Hyacinth Academy. Wait! Suddenly, Lin Tao's pupils contracted. In his memory, Liu Xueying seemed to have come from the first academy of the Interstellar Federation, not the Hyacinth Academy he was currently attending to, and the name Hyacinth Academy wasn't even mentioned. What was going on? Was there some hidden story in the historical records? Just as Lin Tao was in shock, Liu Xueying began her lecture. It's her? Hearing her voice, Lin Tao was surprised again. Previously, because he was shocked by this woman's identity, Lin Tao hadn't paid attention to her voice, but now, listening carefully, he recognized her. This Liu Xueying was the one who had urged him to return to the academy through the wristwatch communication. Recalling her previous words, it seemed she was quite concerned about her students. Lin Tao nodded to himself. However, when he heard Liu Xueying's lecture content and her strange tone of voice, Lin Tao froze on the spot again. Her voice was cold, her tone slow, and she read from the book like a robot, reciting the information in the book word for word. That was his assessment of Liu Xueying. Was such a lecturer really a warm-hearted person? Was she afraid that the students would run away and she would be punished? Lin Tao frowned. If this person was truly like that, even if they were a future great figure, Lin Tao would never let them off easily, because he despised such a mentor. As he thought this, Lin Tao glanced around, and this time, his expression turned strange. Seeing the lecherous students around him, Lin Tao finally understood why Liu Xueying used such a dull teaching method. Those guys seemed to have never seen a woman before. Seeing their lecherous eyes, Lin Tao felt equally disgusted. Under these circumstances, Lin Tao only listened for a short while before losing interest and returning to his computer to look at the materials on his desk. There were actually quite a few students like Lin Tao studying diligently in class. And these were the students truly focused on their studies, because what Liu Xueying taught was basically all recorded in the textbooks. With a little more diligence, they might even learn a lot ahead of time. Lin Tao was flipping through the materials. The repair technology for purely mechanical mechs had also survived to later generations, but due to the difference in eras, there was still some generational gap. Many theories had been rendered obsolete by newer theories. Just as Lin Tao was engrossed in his research, he suddenly heard a series of urgent sounds. And the computer screen on his desk flashed red. He looked up abruptly. He saw that everyone in the class, including the instructor Liu Xueying on the platform, was staring at him. What was going on? Lin Tao wondered. Lin Tao, explain the difficulties in repairing mech joints, Liu Xueying said coldly, her beautiful, icy eyes fixed on him. Lin Tao immediately understood, he had been called on in class. This. Lin Tao abruptly stood up. What's wrong with this guy? Why didn't he just sit there? Why did he have to stand up? Trying to be the first to stick his neck out? The class burst into laughter, especially Cheese Hengfei and He Fan, who laughed the loudest with mocking expressions. So he didn't need to stand up. Lin Tao shrugged and sat back down. Liu Xueying's eyebrows furrowed, her eyes filled with disappointment. Seeing her expression, Lin Tao's heart stirred. He remembered how, in his later life, he had disassembled several purely mechanical mechs in his collection multiple times. In his later life, purely mechanical mechs were generally only given to ancient martial arts mech warriors for collection purposes, because operating these mechs might allow them to to awaken some entirely new movements. Although Lin Tao wasn't an expert in repairing the joints of mechs from around 2000, his repeated operations had given him a few points of criticism regarding the joint's performance. Immediately, Lin Tao had a solution and stood up again. Regarding mech joints, as we all know, they are a crucial steering system, allowing the mech to turn in multiple directions and perform different maneuvers, Lin Tao stated loudly. Lin Tao's words were already recorded in the book, But seeing him sit up and then abruptly stand up again, Liu Xueying on the platform looked at him strangely, and even the students who were attentively listening to the lecture turned their gazes towards him again. Qi Hongfei and He Fan immediately curled their lip and gave Lin Tao a cold glance. They knew Lin Tao's strength all too well. He seemed like a king, but in reality, he was less than a bronze-level expert. His repeated standing up was clearly an attempt to attract the attention of their beautiful instructor. Instantly, their gazes towards Lin Tao were filled with disdain. Regarding purely mechanical, Lin Tao almost let slip that the term purely mechanical structure didn't exist in this era. He quickly corrected himself. Regarding current mechs, in order to precisely control parts like the knuckles, they're filled with a large number of wires. The existence of these wires significantly reduces the joint's mobility, even decreasing reaction time. Lin Tao then launched interstellar against purely mechanical mechs. It must be said that, compared to mechs from later generations, after disassembling his collection of mechanical mechs multiple times, Lin Tao immediately understood that the presence of numerous wires and their haphazard arrangement meant that even the joints had to accommodate them. This made the mech's reaction time rather stiff, requiring a certain amount of lead time to execute quick and precise movements. In short, these pre-installed components for this lead time made the mechs more bloated, further hindering their maneuverability. This created a vicious cycle. This design greatly increases the difficulty of maintaining the mech, and once the wiring breaks, the entire mech has to be disassembled to slowly trace the faulty wire and replace it. If we could come up with some new connection methods, we could not only make the mech lighter but also significantly reduce the difficulty of maintenance. Before long, Lin Tao had laid out a whole host of criticisms. Suddenly, Lin Tao noticed the entire classroom fall into an abrupt silence. He stopped and saw his instructor, Liu Xueying, tilting her head, looking at him with a half-smile. Even the students around him looked shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. Oh no! Lin Tao suddenly realized that this was the mech repair department. His criticisms of the mech joints might have shocked the mech design department, but the students here wouldn't care. They were only focused on how to repair the mech. Just then, two mocking voices came from one side of the classroom. Ho ha ha ha! Lin Tao, we're just from the maintenance department. You'd have to go to the design department for this. A sarcastic voice rang out from the side of the classroom. The speaker was none other than Qi Hongfei, who looked like a thug. That's right, that's right. Another blonde student, He Fan, chimed in sarcastically. Lin Tao, I never thought you could fly when a train is running. If you're really that capable, how come you can't even modify a hoverker? Many students had already been covering their mouths and snickering at Qi Hongfei's words, but now, hearing that Lin Tao couldn't even modify a hoverker, they burst into laughter. Someone who couldn't even modify a hoverker dared to exaggerate in class, even bringing up design department stuff. Did they really think no one in class 97 was paying attention? Those maintenance department students who were paying attention could modify hoverkers, let alone mechs. Lin Tao frowned slightly, trying to search his memory for anything related to these two. Here it comes. Immediately, memories of these two surfaced in his mind. These two men, Qi Hongfei and He Fan, had arranged to meet the original owner of this body 4 days prior, the day before Lin Tao arrived in this timeline, to help a man named Liu Xueying modify a hoverker. However, Lin Tao's hidden illness flared up, causing his hands and feet to tremble, and he accidentally destroyed the engine, resulting in all three being beaten out by Liu Xueying's thugs. Qi Hongfei and He Fan, who seemed to have intended to curry favor with Liu Xueying, had their opportunity cut short by Lin Tao's actions. They then attacked the original owner of the body, exacerbating their illness and leading to their death in their rented room that night. So it was these two guys. Lin Tao's face darkened. He was now, after all, the owner of this body. Enough. Quiet. Liu Xueying shouted, seeing the classroom in disarray. Although young, Liu Xueying was still a teacher, and her shout silenced even Qi Hongfei and He Fan. After giving Qi Hongfei and He Fan a cold stare, she noticed that many students who had been focused on their studies were also being swayed by the two. Her smile gradually faded. The knowledge Lin Tao mentioned, while related to the design department, is not just about repairing mechs, Liu Xueying said sternly. Do you know that without our repair department's feedback on the mech's shortcomings, how could the design department design a completely new mech to avoid these flaws? At this point, Liu Xueying gave Qi Hongfei and He Fan a cold glance. The chilling gaze made them shiver involuntarily, and they lowered their heads. They didn't resent Liu Xueying, but they hated Lin Tao intensely. If Lin Tao hadn't spoken up, they wouldn't have been verbally abused by their beautiful instructor. Professor Xueying, if we had the talent, we might as well have enrolled in the design department. Why come to the maintenance department? Yes, we're just poor students. How could we possibly study design? Several students immediately voiced their objections in class. The tuition for the maintenance department was significantly cheaper than that for the design department. Liu Xueying opened her mouth, looked at them, and sighed inwardly, unsure of what to say. Do you all think you'll never amount to anything? Suddenly, an elderly man with a goatee and a thin face walked into the classroom. Department head Goulet. The students turned around and exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 4 Mentor Recommendation Card. Professor Goulet, what brings you here? Upon seeing the newcomer, Liu Xueying's icy expression melted, replaced by a radiant smile. She hurriedly stepped down from the platform to greet him. Professor Goulet stroked his goatee with a smile, waving his hands repeatedly. Little Xueying, you're a lecturer, you should stay up there. Liu Xueying smiled awkwardly, feeling embarrassed at being called by her nickname Little Xueying in front of all the students. But she had no choice. After all, Goulet was not only the department head but also her mentor. I've been here for a while and have attended your classes. At this point, Professor Goulet smiled at Lin Tao, who hadn't yet sat down. This student, what's your name? Lin Tao frowned slightly. Lin Tao. It seemed that this department head Goulet was Liu Xueying's mentor. Lin Tao racked his brains, but couldn't find any trace of this Professor Goulet. It seemed this person wasn't a famous figure from later generations. This was rather strange, since the mentors of famous people were usually mentioned by name. After asking Lin Tao's name, Goulet stroked his goatee and smiled again. It's clear that most of you entered our Mecha repair department because of your family's financial situation. This immediately resonated with some students, but in front of Goulet, the department head, no one dared to easily admit anything, fearing repercussions later. However, do you know that I was just like you, forced to choose Mecha repair department because of my family's financial situation? Goulet smiled and glanced around, then added, but do you know why I am standing in this position? The students shook their heads repeatedly. Hearing this, Liu Xueying on the platform covered her mouth and chuckled. Because after graduating from the maintenance department, I found a job, saved up my salary, and then applied to the Mecha design department. Goulet's smile widened as he recalled those days. In the end, due to the continuous feedback on many Mecha shortcomings, the design department students designed several new mechs, so the academy recruited me back to be your department head. Your mentor Xueying is right. If you want to go further in this field, you need to communicate with each other and point out the shortcomings of the mechs. In this way, even if you are not members of the design department, as long as you report these shortcomings, you may be able to avoid similar problems when designing new mechs next time, and at the same time, reduce the difficulty of maintenance for future generations. In the future, this position of mine may very well belong to one of you. Goulet's words were filled with emotion, but they also enlightened the students present. I see. I always thought our maintenance department only needed to focus on Mecha repair. Yes, if we reduce the difficulty of Mecha repair, it will not only alleviate the difficulties in repair but also make the Mecha more powerful. It seems my previous thinking was really wrong. Goulet walked over to Lin Tao again. Lin Tao, it seems you have quite a bit of expertise in Mecha joints. This is my business card. You might be able to use it when you apply to the design department in the future. As he spoke, Goulet took out a small gold card from his jacket pocket and handed it to Lin Tao. Lin Tao was puzzled. He didn't understand why anyone would make a separate business card in this era where electronic watches could replace ID cards. Especially one that looked like it was made of gold. After glancing at the smiling Goulet, Lin Tao still accepted it with both hands. Goulet 18. The card only had a few words printed on one side. Swish. Little did they know that upon seeing the small gold card that Goulet handed to Lin Tao, almost all the students in class 97 had their eyes fixed on this seemingly flimsy little card, their eyes filled with undisguised envy. That's Goulet's mentor recommendation card. My God, with this recommendation card, you can enroll for free in the entire Hyacinth Academy, whether it's the design department or the Mecha pilot department. Not just Hyacinth Academy, even several academies on Mingyuan Star can waive more than 80% of the tuition fees when enrolling. If I had known, I would have specifically studied the shortcomings of Mecha joints. How could I be so stupid? No, no, after school, I also need to spend some time studying the mechs I've repaired from multiple perspectives. The students exclaimed in surprise. Qi Zhengfei and He Fan exchanged glances, both seeing naked jealousy in each other's eyes. They weren't interested in the design department, but the idea of becoming mecha pilots had always lingered in their minds. If they had this card, they could be exempted from tuition fees and become students in the mecha pilot department. Liu Xueying on the teaching platform was stunned when she saw this scene, then looked at Lin Tao, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Hearing the comments from the class, Goulet's smile widened. He nodded and raised his hand to quiet everyone down. Starting today, I'll be visiting each class from time to time. If any of you offer a valuable viewpoint like Lin Tao's, I'll give you the same card on the spot, so that the most outstanding among you can avoid some detours in the future. This old fox. Lin Tao immediately understood. This old man intended to use him to motivate students focused on their studies to be even more diligent and ambitious. He really knew his stuff. However, since his casual remarks had earned him a gold card, Lin Tao felt it had some value. He wondered if he could resell this card. Looking at the card in his hand, Lin Tao thought about his troubles. Rather than enrolling in another department, Lin Tao hoped to obtain funds to treat his hidden health problems. A healthy body was the real asset. Ring 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 ring. At this moment, the bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Liu Xueying announced the end of get out of class and left with Goulet. After class, the students were still reeling from Goulet's gift of the card, some even staying in the classroom, turning on their laptops to prepare theoretically for hands-on testing in the afternoon. Lin Tao. Just as Lin Tao was about to leave, Qi Zhengfei and He Fan approached, their eyes greedily fixed on the golden card before looking away. They knew that once these cards were given out by the department head, they were registered with the academy. Unless the cardholder used it, it was useless even if they snatched it. If they had known they could get such a card by just talking nonsense, they would have racked their brains to do so. What a waste of the opportunity. Both sighed inwardly. Lin Tao sneered at the two, realizing they weren't going to let him off the hook. Lin Tao, the three of us used to be good friends, Qi Zhengfei said with a smile. Good friends? Good friends my foot. Lin Tao almost rolled his eyes on the spot. Would true friends really attack the original owner of this body? Besides, these two were the ones shouting the loudest in class. HMPH. Lin Tao snorted inwardly, the good friend card wasn't so easily given out. Lin Tao, young Master Liu opened a mecha center near the academy. We're planning to go and support him. Do you want to come along? He Fan quickly chimed in. A mecha center? Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. Sensing Lin Tao's interest, Qi Zhengfei quickly smiled and said, Lin Tao, young Master Liu's new mecha center is not only luxuriously decorated, but it also has many mecha simulators. I heard these simulators are almost 100% replicas. Sitting in them is practically like sitting in the cockpit of a real mecha. That's right. And young Master Liu has connections everywhere. His mecha center has collected quite a few new types of mechs. He Fan nodded. Lin Tao was indeed somewhat tempted, as he also longed to experience the mechas of this era. However, at present, he was merely a student, and even at Hyacinth Academy, the only opportunity he could have was by enrolling in the mech pilot program. Hearing the two mention the mech center, he immediately became interested. Mech centers also existed in later generations, but they no longer had purely mechanically operated mechas. In the face of the mental control methods of later generations, such mechas were utterly useless, never even having a chance to be used. However, these two. Lin Tao quickly glanced at the two people before him, his face expressionless. Upon seeing this, Qi Zhengfei assumed Lin Tao was still holding a grudge against them for beating him, and quickly put on a smile. Lin Tao, we're good friends, you know. I know none of us wanted to modify young Master Liu's hovercar. Yes, He Fan nodded repeatedly, so we'd like to invite you to young Master Liu's new mecha center for a bit of fun, so we can all relax and ease our tension. This new mecha center of young Master Liu's, although it costs 10,000 star coins per hour, will cover that cost. Qi Zhengfei patted his chest to assure him 10,000 star coins per hour? Were these two planning to rip him off? Lin Tao frowned, his electronic wristwatch only holding a little over 10,000 star coins. Lin Tao, now that you have the mentor recommendation card from the head of the Goulet department, you can enroll in the Mecha Pilot department for free. Why don't you come with us and see for yourself? Hifan seemed oblivious to Lin Tao's expression and earnestly invited him. Lin Tao couldn't resist his interest in the mecha of this era and nodded. Of course, with old grudges still lingering, if it were 3 days ago, Lin Tao would have completely ignored the two. In the past 3 days, after realizing the weakness of his body, Lin Tao had been actively training. Although his weak physique couldn't unleash its full power, several days of practice had allowed his body to adapt to ancient martial arts techniques. Facing the two in front of him, with his combat experience from his previous life combined with ancient martial arts skills, it wouldn't be easy for these two to run away alone. Moreover, Lin Tao had already planned to settle his old score with them as soon as he saw the mechs of this era. 10,000 star coins per hour wouldn't be out of his reach. After all, Lin Tao was desperately short of money. Although Qi Hangfei and the other man assured him that the mech center was near Hyacinth Academy, the three of them still took a hovercar, which took about 10 minutes to arrive. As soon as they got out of the car, Qi Hangfei rushed to pay the bill. Lin Tao chuckled inwardly, letting the two do as they pleased. Looking up, the exterior of the Mecha Center was magnificent, like a paradise on earth, with the words Zhangwei Mecha Center flashing continuously at the main entrance. Chapter 5 Liu Family, Liu Xueying. Entering the Mecha Center, Lin Tao was blinded by the dazzling neon lights. Rows of egg-shaped simulators lined the interior. Seeing these familiar shapes, Lin Tao felt as if he had been transported back to his future self, and his body trembled slightly. Whether in this era or the future, the cheap simulators in the Mecha Center mostly adopted the same shape. Of course, there were some custom-made models with strange outer shells, but generally, only the exteriors differed. The internal components were all the same. Lin Tao, you and Hifan wait here. Lin Tao's trembling made Qi Hangfei think he was unsophisticated, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. No problem, Hifan quickly agreed before Lin Tao could speak. While Hifan was holding Lin Tao back, Qi Hangfei quickly ran to the service desk. After asking around for a while, he took an electronic booklet from the staff and then beckoned to Lin Tao and Hifan, come over and register quickly. Lin Tao was forcibly pulled over, and Qi Hangfei waved the electronic booklet in his hand, pointing to several places. Lin Tao, here, and this place, register here and there. Register? Lin Tao was suspicious. He took the electronic booklet and was about to glance at it, but Qi Hangfei was faster and snatched it back. Lin Tao, you don't even trust us? Qi Hangfei said angrily, while also quickly winking at Hifan. Lin Tao, this is Liu Xiao's newly opened Mecha Center. Not only you, but Hifan and I also need to register. Hifan understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the electronic booklet, lit up his electronic wristwatch, and scanned his ID card into the electronic booklet at the places Qi Hangfei pointed out. Lin Tao knew in his heart that these two were definitely suspicious, but thinking that he could easily crush them, he didn't take it seriously and scanned his ID card like Hifan did. Seeing Lin Tao leave his ID card, Qi Hangfei was overjoyed. He took it and scanned his own ID card, gesturing for Hifan to take Lin Tao away. Room 114. Room? Hifan was startled. Qi Hangfei, a room isn't cheap. Lin Tao frowned slightly. Having experienced life in the future, Lin Tao knew a thing or two about rooms. The simulator pods in the center of the first floor of the Mecha Center were generally called the lobby, which was considered economy class and offered good value. A room in a private room cost more than double. Because the rooms were soundproofed, they eliminated outside noise, allowing people to concentrate on Mecha simulation operations. Mecha pilots who liked to practice their skills usually chose these rooms. In a place where even the lobby cost 10,000 star coins per hour, a room in a private room was definitely not cheap. These two had plenty of money. Lin Tao's eyes lit up. What's this? Since we're making peace with brother Lin Tao, we naturally need to go for something more sophisticated. Qi Hangfei laughed heartily, patting his chest repeatedly. Alright, you guys go ahead. Knowing that Qi Hangfei wasn't one to suffer losses easily, Hifan pulled Lin Tao away. Room 114 was on the first floor, in the northwest direction. Lin Tao followed Hifan, just reaching the corner. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance, and many of the Mecha Center's staff rushed over. Lin Tao was surprised. Hifan had already craned his neck, and even Qi Hangfei, who was at the service counter, stopped what he was doing to see what was happening. A short while later, Lin Tao saw two imposing young men being ushered into the Mecha Center by its staff. like stars surrounded by the moon. The first one, with striking features and elegant manners, looked like a handsome young man from a movie. He walked slowly up the stairs to the second floor with his hands behind his back. "It's young Master Liu," he fan exclaimed upon seeing the two young men. "It's him?" Lin Tao was equally surprised. Liu Xiao, also known as Liu Xueying, was the man Lin Tao had failed to modify for the hovercar. Lin Tao vaguely remembered his face. However, Lin Tao's gaze wasn't on Liu Xiao at this moment, but rather on the young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. This young man, though young, had a face that never changed. Lin Tao had seen a photo of this young man in historical records. Liu Xueying, the genius mecha pilot of the Liu family, one of the 8 great families. The 8 great families broke away from the Interstellar Federation, which subsequently triggered hundreds of years of war. As the saying goes, times create heroes, and where there is war, there are also chosen ones. Liu Xueying was the chosen one of the Liu family. According to records, his mecha piloting skills ranked in the top 10. I really didn't expect to see the famous genius mecha pilot of the Liu family so soon after arriving on Mingyuan Star. Lin Tao's lips curled into a strange smile. Compared to Liu Xueying, Lin Tao was more interested in Liu Xueying, because he was also a mecha pilot. In the year 4357, humanity was still battling extraterrestrial beings, and Lin Tao was the strongest ancient martial arts-based mecha pilot of that era. A duel between mecha pilots was inevitable. Their camaraderie was even maintained through combat. Liu Xueying and Liu Xueying stopped at the top of the stairs after reaching the second floor, where a waiter immediately brought them a microphone. "Fellow mecha pilots," Liu Xueying began, his face beaming with undisguised excitement, "today, our Xueying Mecha Center has invited a genius mecha pilot. Liu Xueying, a genius mecha pilot from the Mecha Pilot Department of Mingyuan Star's first Mecha Academy," Liu Xueying introduced excitedly. Mingyuan Star had several Mecha Academies, including Hyacinth Academy, but in terms of strength, only one academy on Mingyuan Star dared to claim the top spot, the first Mecha Academy. This academy didn't enroll many students, even the maintenance department only had a few classes. Because the students recruited by the first Mecha Academy are all considered geniuses on the entire Mingyuan Star, even the maintenance students. Lin Tao clearly remembered that this first academy on Mingyuan Star had left a significant mark on the Liu family's history. As soon as Liu Xueying finished speaking, everyone in the Mecha Center, even those still fighting in the simulators, stopped fighting and came out of the simulators, staring in astonishment at the handsome young man at the second-floor stairwell. Is he the legendary future genius mecha pilot Liu Xueying? I once heard that Liu Xueying, in an exam, single-handedly defeated over 20 other mecha pilot geniuses from the first Mecha Academy in a series of challenges. You're kidding. Liu Xueying is an unparalleled genius mecha pilot at the first Mecha Academy. What are ordinary geniuses compared to him? Some top-tier mecha pilots from the military, dissatisfied with his reputation as a genius, secretly challenged him online, only to be utterly defeated. The initial shock quickly turned into excitement, because everyone understood that since Xueying Mecha Center had invited Liu Xueying, they would definitely have him spar with them. Even losing to a future genius mecha pilot would be something to boast about. It seemed their trip to Xueying Mecha Center today was worthwhile. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Liu Xueying couldn't stop smiling. He knew that inviting Liu Xueying would definitely boost the reputation of Xueying Mecha Center. "Cousin, why don't you say a few words?" Taking advantage of the momentum, Liu Xueying handed the microphone to Liu Xueying. "Cousin?" Hearing about the relationship between the owner of Xueying Mecha Center and Liu Xueying, everyone's eyes lit up. They understood that Xueying Mecha Center must be quite influential to be able to establish a connection with Liu Xueying. Seeing their expressions, Liu Xueying was secretly pleased. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Liu Xueying took the microphone, a smile appearing on his face, and said, "I'm fortunate to be here at Xueying Mecha Center today, and I'll also be playing a few matches with everyone." Sure enough, everyone cheered immediately upon hearing his words. Liu Xueying frowned slightly, his eyes clearly showing displeasure. Seeing his expression, Liu Xueying quickly took over. "Everyone, please be quiet. I have a few words to say." Everyone quieted down. Everyone knows my cousin's skill level. If he uses his old account, it'll be too easy to spot him. So, I have a suggestion: have my cousin register a new account and stay in the betting area. This will prevent people with insufficient skill from challenging him and wasting everyone's time. Liu Xueying added with a smile, and this way, those of you with skill can also register a new account and maybe earn some pocket money. Upon hearing this, most of the people smiled knowingly. Generally, a skilled player remains a skilled player. To win a match, unless you're completely exhausted in a series of matches, who could possibly defeat Liu Xueying? Of course, those ranked lower might still be able to win a match. Many in the mech center still held on to a sliver of hope. Liu Xueying glanced furtively at Liu Xueying, and seeing that his expression remained unchanged, continued, "Of course, I won't even question my cousin's new account, so I'll still challenge him in the betting area later." As a wealthy young master, Liu Xueying had many friends, and these words were meant to dispel any thoughts of using connections. Lin Tao frowned slightly and shook his head. Changing his account to stay in the betting area was just an excuse to try and earn some gambling money without letting poor people challenge him. "Lin Tao, why are you shaking your head? He's a genius Mecha pilot from Mingyuan Star's first Mecha Academy." Fan immediately scolded him in a low voice, but then seemed to realize something and also secretly clicked his tongue. In the betting area, how much betting money would it take to play a game against a master like Liu Xueying? Anyway, a nobody like Fan didn't dare to even think about it. Let's go to the private room first." After a sigh, Fan dragged Lin Tao towards room 114. Chapter 6L. 114. The room wasn't large, containing only 3 simulators. The furnishings were rather ordinary, and there wasn't even a waiter, just a self-service food machine. It seemed this was merely an economy room. Lin Tao glanced around and immediately made a judgment. "Lin Tao, is this your first time here?" Fan turned on the 3 simulators and asked. Lin Tao nodded. Even he, the original owner of this body, had never seen such purely mechanical mecha simulators before, especially since he had just arrived in this timeline. "Come on, sit down first. I'll register an account for you." Fan smirked, turned on the machine, and quickly had Lin Tao sit down. He then had Lin Tao scan his electronic wristwatch, and before Lin Tao could even react, a new number had been registered. "You can enter the name yourself," Fan said. Lin Tao thought for a moment and randomly entered the letter L. L was Lin Tao's commonly used online alias in later generations, derived from his surname Lin. Just as he finished choosing his name, the door to the private room opened, and Hyacinth walked in grinning. "Ho, I'm in luck today. I didn't expect a genius Mecha pilot Liu Xueying to show up, so the receptionist gave me a discount, 3 hours for 50,000 star coins." "You booked 3 hours?" Fan was taken aback. 50,000 star coins was no small sum. "It's nothing, just 50,000 star coins." Hyacinth patted his chest, looking nonchalant. "Today's incident is purely to apologize to brother Lin Tao. We hope that after today, we'll still be good friends." Lin Tao raised an eyebrow. "So? Brother Lin Tao, have you registered an account yet?" Hyacinth changed the subject, giving Fan a meaningful look. "Just registered." Fan winked and gave an okay sign. "Good, then let's try it out for a bit." Hyacinth strode into one of the simulator pods. Beep. Hyacinth had already entered his account and logged into the network. The name Internet has remained unchanged since its inception, across all eras. However, this mech combat platform specifically for mech pilots has another name, Skynet. This name has been used since the Interstellar Federation fully implemented mechs, all the way to the year 4357. The private room has LAN functionality. After the 3 logged in, the LAN status was displayed, showing only 3 names. Hyacinth and Fan often came over for a few rounds. Knowing they were familiar with the accounts, they glanced at them and immediately saw the L account. "Lin Tao, this L is you, right? Let's play a few rounds." Hyacinth said, clicking the challenge button on Lin Tao's account. "I haven't gotten used to the controls yet." Lin Tao clicked decline, intending to practice in a training match first. "Brother Lin Tao, this isn't actual piloting. You just need to get in and do some basic controls." Hyacinth clicked the challenge button again. "That's right, that's how we all went through it. These matches are for fighting. How can you get used to operating them if you don't fight?" Fan also poked his head out of the simulator and called out. Lin Tao frowned slightly. From their conversation, he could tell that although these two aspired to be mech pilots, they hadn't received any formal training. He guessed they were just the kind of people who treated mech battles like a game on the Skynet. However, relying on his experience as a mech pilot from the future, Lin Tao randomly chose a mech after accepting the challenge. It was a humanoid mech called the Heavenly Armor General. It was also one of the items in Lin Tao's collection from the future. Hyacinth chose an animal-inspired mech, a majestic lion-shaped mech called the Crimson War Lion. The battlefield was a valley, with an active volcano nearby. This was a map of what was known as volcanic terrain. After the battle began, Hyacinth skillfully controlled the Crimson War Lion to rush towards the crater, while also glancing back through the monitor. PFFT. Upon seeing this, Hyacinth burst out laughing. This idiot, he really is a newbie. Most mechs in this era adopted animal-inspired designs. The reason was simple: animal-inspired mechs were not only easy to operate, but their defense and attack could also be enhanced according to the animal's form. Humanoid mechs, on the other hand, were only chosen by experts, because they couldn't achieve the same level of flexibility in attack or defense as animal-inspired mechs. In fact, aside from some very weak weapons, the only way to add powerful weapons was to choose external handheld weapons. This was just like a real person. However, most mech pilots on Skynet were novices, perhaps not even able to control the basic movements of their mechs properly. Under such circumstances, trying to control external weapons through the mech was nothing short of a pipe dream. Therefore, only two types of people on Skynet chose humanoid mechs, either genius mech pilots like Liu Xueying, or novices like Lin Tao. After all, in a novice's eyes, a humanoid form is the most perfect mecha. Seeing Lin Tao's mecha on the monitor, it was like someone who couldn't walk but was trying to stand up, moving extremely awkwardly. Hyacinth stopped the Crimson War Lion. A mocking glint flashed in his eyes, then he controlled the Crimson War Lion, charging towards the Heavenly Armor General at full speed. Inside the simulator, Lin Tao was cursing inwardly. His so-called pure mechanical collectibles from later generations were far inferior to the Heavenly Armor General he was currently piloting. If he had to use a metaphor, it wouldn't even have simulated the surface. His later collectibles, in terms of performance and operation, seemed somewhat similar to the Heavenly Armor General he was piloting. But, it was only a superficial resemblance. A true pure mechanical mecha, when controlled, not only moved stiffly but also lacked stability. In contrast, his collection of mechs was entirely based on a neural network control mode. While performance was deliberately reduced within this mode, it was still fundamentally a neural network control mode. In other words, his experience operating purely mechanical mechs from his later life was practically zero. Fortunately, Lin Tao was, after all, a mech pilot specializing in ancient martial arts from his later life, and he could barely maintain the mech stability. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just then, a rapid buzzing sound came from inside the simulator. Targeted? This was the warning of being locked onto by enemy weapons. Lin Tao looked up sharply and immediately saw two missiles flying rapidly towards his mech. The missiles didn't seem to be moving very fast. Lin Tao jerked the stick, and the mech immediately lurched to the ground. Unfortunately, the two missiles seemed to have a tracking function. Even though Lin Tao dodged them, they immediately spun in mid-air and continued their descent. Lin Tao wasn't very familiar with this purely mechanical control mode to begin with, and now he could only watch helplessly as his mech was hit by the two missiles. A deafening roar. The screen flashed white, and a series of static-like sounds filled the air. Seeing Lin Tao's mech easily blasted into pieces, Hyacinth burst into laughter inside the simulator. However, after laughing, he quickly poked his head out, his face returning to a serious expression. "Oh dear, brother Lin Tao, it's your first time here, so you're not very familiar with operating the mech yet. But don't worry, you'll get the hang of it soon." Fan was still in the local area network, having watched the entire battle. He was already doubled over with laughter. Lin Tao hadn't even managed to take down two basic homing missiles, and had even fallen face first into the mud. He was a complete rookie. Fan forced back his laughter and also poked his head out, looking regretful. "That's right, brother Lin Tao, you're lacking in combat experience. Come on, let me train you in the next round." Lin Tao frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Next, Hyacinth and his companion began a brutal massacre of Lin Tao's Heavenly Armor War God. Meanwhile, "Cousin, this is a VIP room I had prepared for you." Liu Xueying led Liu Xueying into a large, luxuriously decorated, and high-end VIP room. In the center of the room, 5 high-end simulators were neatly arranged. Even in the world of mecha centers, these simulators were extremely high-end, costing at least 1,000,000 star coins each, almost equivalent to the cockpit of a low-level mecha. Alright. Liu Xueying nodded. With no outsiders present, Liu Xueying's expression was extremely cold, a stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor. Cousin, should we leave a personal attendant? Liu Xueying asked cautiously, with a forced smile. Although to outsiders the two appeared to be chatting and laughing, Liu Xueying was well aware of his own limitations when they were alone together. This was the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. No need. Since you already said I could create a new account, I'll just create one that nobody knows about and play a few rounds, Liu Xueying replied casually. He then crossed his arms and continued in an even colder tone, besides, how long I can play depends on my mood. Liu Xueying didn't dare breathe too loudly, nodding repeatedly, not daring to say another word. Clearly, with Liu Xueying's strength, he didn't want to fight weaker opponents. If he felt there weren't enough experts here, he would leave immediately. After leaving the private room, Liu Xueying personally hung up the Do Not Disturb sign before letting out a sigh of relief. However, thinking of Liu Xueying's words, his expression darkened, and he quickly went to the next private room and pushed open the door. Inside, there were also 5 simulators, almost identical to the previous top-tier private room. At this time, about 10 people had already gathered in the room. Young Master Liu. Young Master Liu. Seeing Liu Xueying enter, the people in the private room immediately stood up respectfully. All right. Liu Xueying waved his hand, his face gloomy. Is everything ready? A middle-aged man with a mustache stepped forward. Young Master Liu, I've prepared everything. He pointed to the people beside him. The people here are all well-known figures in Skynet. Names that can be heard throughout the entire Skynet network of Mingyuan Star. Then, the mustachioed man pointed to a burly man who was already engaged in combat in a simulation pod. He looked unruly. This man is Jacqual, ranked 90th on the Skynet leaderboard. Oh? Upon hearing the name Jacqual, a smile finally appeared on Liu Xueying's gloomy face. Chapter 7 Gambling Zone. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tao had lost 20 games in a row. Hearing the mocking laughter coming from the other 2 simulation pods, Lin Tao realized that these 2 were clearly trying to take turns humiliating him and having fun. Lin Tao's face darkened. However, he quickly suppressed his anger, because this time, Lin Tao only intended to experience the damage methods of purely mechanical mechs in this era at the mech center. If Lin Tao really wanted to win, it would be very simple. He just needed to switch to an animal-like bionic mech. Animal-like mechs have 2 forms. One uses articulated walking, which, like humanoid mechs, requires balance training. The other form uses a deep chassis walking mode, which doesn't require balance training. Experience driving hovercraft is sufficient. With Lin Tao's mech operating experience from his later life, even in the chassis walking animal-like bionic mech, a few simple mech maneuvers would be enough to easily crush Hyacinth and his companion. But doing so would be pointless. After all, he was a renowned ancient martial arts-based mecha pilot from later generations. Annihilating the weak was no longer his pursuit. For a true mecha pilot, there was only one greatest pursuit, to find an opponent worthy of his life's adversary. Compared to animal-like bionic mecha, humanoid mecha were the best for showcasing a mecha pilot's abilities, a fact already demonstrated in the mind control operation modes of later generations. Hyacinth and He Fan were far from being able to force Lin Tao to use his killing move. What? Just then, Hyacinth's electronic wristwatch suddenly rang. After answering it, he immediately began operating the simulator. A short while later, Hyacinth emerged from the simulator. He Fan. What's wrong? He Fan asked, puzzled, having been thoroughly enjoying torturing Lin Tao. My buddy has a dinner appointment and asked me to take you with him. Hyacinth winked, then walked to Lin Tao's simulator pod, patted the door, and said apologetically, Lin Tao, I'm really sorry this time. We're only casually acquainted with this guy, so I can't take you. Maybe I'll introduce you to him next time. Were these 2 trying to skip out on the bill? Lin Tao frowned slightly. Although he had paid 50,000 star points for 3 hours, it was still a long shot for him right now. Don't worry, Lin Tao, you're under my protection, Hyacinth. I've already paid 50,000 star points for 3 hours, you can play here for the full 3 hours. No rush, take your time. He Fan and I will be going now. Hyacinth waved to He Fan, and the two left together. Paid? Lin Tao frowned, puzzled. With Cheese Hengfei and the other man gone, Lin Tao finally had plenty of personal time to slowly figure out how to operate the mech. He randomly selected a training map and entered the battlefield. He left the mech center. Cheese Hengfei, what's wrong with you? You actually dared to lend money to that idiot Lin Tao? He fan exclaimed on the spot, his 5 fingers twitching incessantly, a pang of heartache in his voice. 50,000 star coins. That's 50,000 star coins. 50,000 star coins was enough for the two of them to eat their fill for several meals. He fan, do you think I'd do something stupid? Cheese Hengfei chuckled slyly, my buddy just called. I've already linked Lin Tao's bank account to them. As long as it's not more than 1 million star coins, they can lend it to you. But the loan period is only 24 hours. You mean? He fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and exclaimed in surprise. That's right, the document we had you sign earlier was proof of a loan secured by the two of us for Lin Tao. Cheese Hengfei sneered, we offended young Master Liu, and you still think you can live a peaceful life with a mentor's recommendation card? Don't even think about it. If it weren't for the appearance of the genius Mecha pilot Liu Xueying, I wouldn't have dared to bet 50,000 star coins all at once. Cheese Hengfei's eyes turned cold, and he sneered, since Liu Xueying is here, Lin Tao will definitely challenge him. Once the challenge is made, the agreement will officially take effect. I want to see just how much Lin Tao will owe. Once it reaches the limit of 1 million, he definitely won't be able to pay it back in his current state. He'll be taken to a mining planet to mine, and we can get a 100,000 star coin commission from that. Damn, no wonder you dared to bet 50,000 star coins. He fan gave a thumbs up, then suddenly he was shocked. Oh no, we haven't connected Lin Tao to the gambling zone yet. I've gotten a program from my buddy. It's set up for timed access. Every 10 minutes, Lin Tao's account will automatically log off the LAN and reconnect to the gambling zone. At that point, there won't be any gambling alerts, not even any betting amount notifications. And this program will automatically search for the person with the highest bet to gamble with. If we weren't really that close, my buddy wouldn't have risked his life for me. Cheese Hengfei said with a sinister grin. Normally, programs that infiltrate Skynet would be controlled by Skynet, but this time, they were only at Liu Xueying's mech center, so the difficulty wasn't too high, otherwise, his buddy wouldn't have helped them. Room 114. What's going on? Lin Tao entered the training map and finally found a sense of familiarity, only to be kicked out of the map in the blink of an eye. Looking closely, he saw that his account had been kicked out of the local area network and connected to another network. Lin Tao frowned slightly. He recognized this network as the Skynet, specifically used for mech battles. Does this local area network have a time limit? Lin Tao frowned slightly. In later times, some mech centers also had time limits on their local area networks. Because mech centers connected to Skynet received extra income, these restrictions were in place to allow Skynet mech pilots to connect as early as possible. Connected is fine. Lin Tao didn't care at all, since he was already somewhat familiar with the machine. Although the Skynet was still the same Skynet, the cheap simulator couldn't create a complete 3D image. It could only be operated like a regular screen using the keyboard and joysticks inside the simulator. Lin Tao was just about to find someone to challenge him. Beep beep beep. After a few beeps, before Lin Tao could even choose anyone, several challengers had already approached him. Is this how newbies are treated? Lin Tao chuckled and shook his head. Generally, newcomers often attract experienced players eager to challenge them, just like Cheese Hengfei and his companion. Lin Tao didn't think much of it. However, Lin Tao didn't notice that below his username L, there was a small English word bet, and next to it, a string of numbers, exactly 1 million. Before Lin Tao connected to the Skynet system, he had been thrashed 20 times by Cheese Hengfei and his companion on the local network, resulting in a 0 and 20 record. This score was directly transferred to the Skynet system. The program set up by Cheese Hengfei pulled Lin Tao's account into the betting zone, the bet area, where the 1 million displayed was his betting amount. In other words, Lin Tao's account L currently had 1 million in betting money, looking for someone to gamble with. A newcomer with 1 million in betting money and a 0 and 20 record was practically a gold mine, attracting eager bettors. If Cheese Hengfei knew that his buddy had immediately raised Lin Tao's bet to the maximum, he would definitely laugh his head off. Clang. 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 In an instant, 5 challenge commands rang out in front of Lin Tao. Lin Tao asked, puzzled. Fortunately, each challenger had their battle records displayed next to them. Okay, this one will do. Lin Tao had only just become somewhat familiar with the Mecha. Although he hadn't yet reached his expectations, he felt he could still use this purely mechanical heavenly armor general to perform a few simple Mecha maneuvers from later generations. However, since it was his first time trying it out, Lin Tao chose an opponent with a relatively weak record: 78 wins and 3 losses. TCH. A guy with 0 wins and 20 losses, he's clearly just trying to give Liu Xueying money. 1 million star coins per game, he might as well just give me some. Inside the simulator, boasting a record of 78 wins and 3 losses, sat a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He had once studied mecha piloting at Hyacinth University, but unfortunately, the tuition exceeded his family's budget, forcing him to drop out. Luckily, through connections with classmates, he found a well-paying job, allowing him to participate in mecha betting from time to time. In fact, if it weren't for his job, his winning record would undoubtedly be even higher. After all, he had once ranked among the top 10 students. During his visit to the Zhengwei Mecha Center, he unexpectedly encountered Liu Xueying, a future genius mecha pilot. He wanted to see just how much his abilities differed from those of a true mecha genius. Unfortunately, Liu Xueying was using a new account. The man with gold-rimmed glasses had intended to slowly search through the many new accounts to find Liu Xueying's alternate account, but instead encountered a newbie account with a record of 0 wins and 20 losses, boasting a betting amount of 1 million. Clearly, this guy was also looking for Liu Xueying's mecha pilot, but he was probably a wealthy alt account planning to give Liu Xueying money. A newbie account with 0 wins and 20 losses, this was blatant money giving. Only a fool wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity. Being able to meet Liu Xueying and make some money at the same time was a sweet deal. Without hesitation, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses immediately pressed the challenge button against this newbie with 0 wins and 20 losses. Ling. Seeing the reply, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses was somewhat incredulous. You agreed? You don't think I'm Liu Xueying, do you? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Alright, since you're planning to give me money, I'll just accept it. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses chose an agile animal-like bionic mecha, a leopard-shaped arthropod mecha, called the Swift Leopard. The battle began. Ho-ha, as expected of a newbie. Upon seeing the humanoid mecha, heavenly armor general, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses burst into laughter. In the Skynet world, anyone daring to choose a humanoid mecha was either a master or a complete newbie. A 0-20 win-loss account was clearly not the former. Thank you so much for providing me with the funds to see Liu Xueying. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses and then manipulated the machine. Under his control, the Swift Leopard moved like a real leopard, its limbs moving rhythmically as it rushed towards the heavenly armor general. Still not moving? Giving away money so obviously, I'll feel embarrassed, friend. Seeing that the heavenly armor general remained motionless, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses smugly pushed a lever forward, further increasing the Swift Leopard's speed. In the blink of an eye, the Swift Leopard arrived in front of the heavenly armor general. You little punk, hurry up and give me the money. Seeing that the heavenly armor general still made no move, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses became even more excited. He didn't even use his mecha's weapons, directly ordering the Swift Leopard to spit out a sharp blade from its massive metal maw, intending to tear the mecha before him to shreds and end the battle quickly. His hands moved swiftly. The Swift Leopard raised its head, about to unleash the blade. Whoosh! Just then, the screen flickered, then turned into a white light. What happened? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses blinked a few times in disbelief, a series of buzzing sounds ringing in his ears. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8: The Man with the Gold-Rimmed Glasses Who's Going Crazy. After a flash of white light, the screen of the simulator instantly displayed a line of text, Bet lost. You have been deducted 1 million star coins. Along with the text appeared a beautiful, melodious female voice. This voice was specially acquired by Skynet at great expense from Liu Xueying, the most famous star in the Interstellar Federation, whom they had invited back at great expense. Normally, it would be an extremely pleasant voice. But now, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses stared blankly at the text on the screen, stunned for a long time, unable to react. A moment later. Lost? I lost? How could this be? How could I lose? Shouldn't the opponent's sky armor god be torn to shreds by his swift leopard? How could this be? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses hadn't even figured out what had happened, and he had already lost 1 million star coins. Ouch! That's 1 million star coins. What happened to the sweet feeling of giving away money? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses almost collapsed. Clang. Just then, another challenge message popped up. Both participants in the betting battle, regardless of victory or defeat, have the priority to fight again. At this moment, the other party sent a message, intending to invite him to another match. The other party's record had become 1 win and 20 losses. And a single victory was the record presented by the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. What happened to the newcomer? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was dumbfounded. If it were an enjoyable battle, he wouldn't feel bad, but what was going on? Fortunately, he was also a senior executive in the company, and he quickly calmed down. With a grim face, he quickly opened the battle recording. Each battle was automatically recorded by the system, and then the two parties decided whether to keep it based on the excitement of the battle. The battle recording was opened. After watching the battle recording, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses' face was as dark as a storm cloud. The instant swift leopard raised its head, the heavenly armor general, who had been standing still, drew a metal dagger. Like an experienced assassin, he lightly extended the dagger forward and severed swift leopard's head. The monitor for the swift leopard mech was located on its head. With its head severed, it was immediately declared a loss. "You damn assassin, you damn experienced," the bespectacled man nearly cursed. If you were truly experienced, how could he have a 0 and 20 record? Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. After exiting the replay, seeing his opponent still waiting for him to re-enter, he flew into a rage. "Did you really think I was a fool, believing I could always win by chance? I really don't believe that I, a former top 10 player from the Hyacinth Academy, would repeatedly lose to an amateur," the bespectacled man roared, his anger blazing. He quickly made a few adjustments to his wristwatch, depositing another 1 million star coins into the Skynet system, then clicked to accept the challenge, re-entering the gambling battlefield. "I'm going to play 2 rounds in a row, making you spit out all the money from the last round," the bespectacled man gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, strange? Lin Tao frowned. As he became more familiar with operating the purely mechanical mechas, he gradually discovered some common tactics applicable to both this era and later generations. However, his opponent was far too weak. Charging straight forward, Lin Tao had thought the opponent had some hidden tricks up their sleeve, but it seemed they were simply throwing their lives away. Lin Tao shook his head. However, given Skynet's 78 wins and 3 losses, perhaps it was just a malfunction in the equipment. Remembering the opponent's direct charge without even attempting to dodge, Lin Tao thought. The simulator wasn't like a real mech cockpit. As a mech pilot, it was impossible to conduct comprehensive testing on the simulator, so component malfunctions were common. Even in his later life, when invited to the opening ceremony of the Mech Center, Lin Tao had encountered the same embarrassing situation. That must be it. Thinking this, Lin Tao clicked the rebattle option, his heart filled with anticipation. "Then let me see your true abilities." The opponent quickly responded. In the blink of an eye, both sides entered the battlefield again. Lin Tao still chose the humanoid mecha, the heavenly armor general, while his opponent seemed to have a particular fondness for the animal-inspired mecha, the swift leopard. The battle began. The swift leopard made the first move, leaping like a real leopard, using the same tactic as before, charging towards the heavenly armor general at breakneck speed. "I was once among the top 10 in the Hyacinth Pilot Academy. I won't fall for the same trick twice." Inside the simulator, the man with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his nose, revealing a dazzling glint of gold in his glasses. His hands flew across the control panel, and his thumb swiftly pressed the fire button. With a few whooshes, the swift leopard fired 3 missiles in quick succession. A triple missile strike. This was a basic skill unique to specially trained mecha pilots. Ordinary newcomers couldn't achieve this. At the same time, the swift leopard pounced on the heavenly armor general. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses had already decided that, under the feint of the missiles, he would use the same fighting methods as in the previous battle to avenge his defeat. The battle had barely begun, and he was already unleashing all the strength he had gained back at the Mech Pilot Academy. 100 meters. The distance between the Swift Leopard and the Heavenly Armor General had closed to 100 meters, and 3 missiles had blocked the Heavenly Armor General's left flank. Still not moving? Are you scared silly by the speed of my Swift Leopard? Seeing the Heavenly Armor General standing motionless, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses narrowed his brows, a suspicion creeping into his heart. 50 meters. Never mind, I'll block you from all directions first, then tear you to shreds. Thinking of his opponent's lucky victory in the previous battle, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh." 3 consecutive triple missile strikes, a sky full of missiles, blocked the Heavenly Armor General's right side, directly above, and behind. 10 meters. This time, let's see where you can run now. A smug glint appeared in the eyes of the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. With his hands moving at lightning speed, like butterflies, the Swift Leopard charged towards the Heavenly Armor General at maximum speed. Now, just as the two mechs were about to collide, the man with gold-rimmed glasses seized the opportunity. His eyes gleamed, and he quickly pulled back the lever, raising the Swift Leopard's head again, intending to reveal the metal blade in its mouth and tear the hateful mech to shreds. Whoosh! The screen flashed white again. Zzzzz. In a short time, the captivating voice of the superstar Liu Xueying rang out once more. The bet has failed, and 1 million star coins have been deducted from your account. What happened? The man with gold-rimmed glasses' eyes widened. He hadn't even taken a step yet, and he'd already lost again? The man with gold-rimmed glasses was almost frantic. Fortunately, this time he was relatively calm and collected. After the 1 million star coins were deducted again, he quickly opened the battle replay. Upon seeing the contents of the replay, the man with gold-rimmed glasses froze on the spot. Because, just like last time, he delivered the Swift Leopard's head to the metal dagger in the Heavenly Armor General's hand. Is he really a rookie? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses nearly coughed up years of pent-up anger. Such a weak guy can still have 78 wins and 3 losses? No, it's now 78 wins and 5 losses. Lin Tao looked at the victory display screen with a furrowed brow. The opponent's missile attacks were indeed skillful, but as an experienced mech pilot, even one from a later era, Lin Tao could sense that none of the missiles were aimed at him. In other words, these missiles were merely blocking his direction. As long as he didn't move recklessly, he wouldn't be hit. So, Lin Tao chose to stay put. However, even he didn't expect that after launching so many missiles, the opponent would choose the same method, charging straight at him. And, the same method, the same outcome. With so much preparation beforehand, he still couldn't dodge his attacks. Clearly, this wasn't a malfunction in the opponent's simulator, but rather a lack of skill. It's a shame he still has a record of 78 wins and 3 losses. Weak, really weak. Lin Tao shook his head. In Lin Tao's mind, in the pure mechanical operation mode, even if a certain amount of lead time is needed, this is just a simulator, so there's no need to consider these situations. He only needs to familiarize himself with the operation of the mecha to easily perform any mecha action. But in this situation, the opponent was completely unprepared for his attack. This is more than just being weak. Fortunately, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses didn't know Lin Tao's thoughts, otherwise he would have definitely collapsed on the spot. Clang. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses, looking indignant, issued another challenge. Again? Lin Tao shook his head. Now that he has a basic grasp of the operation in the pure mechanical mode, he doesn't want to waste his time on a weak opponent. After all, he is a mecha master from the future. After refusing, Lin Tao chose an opponent with a good record on the Skynet, 136 wins and 5 losses. This opponent looks pretty good. Lin Tao nodded. Little did he know, the moment Lin Tao refused to continue the challenge, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses practically jumped to his feet, wanting to leap out of the simulation pod and drag out the person using the alias L. Just relying on luck? How dare you look down on someone? Enraged by being rejected again, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses was furious. L? Suddenly, his expression froze, as if he'd realized something. He sat back down with a grim face, then swiped the screen and saw that L had already entered battle. After a moment's thought, he quickly clicked in and selected spectator mode. The betting area allowed spectators to watch from a godlike perspective, But this spectator mode required paying 1/10 of the betting amount. Having already lost 2 rounds with 1,000,000 betting coins, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses wasn't short of another 100,000 star coins. He quickly recharged another 500,000 star coins and entered L's battlefield. However, just as he entered the battlefield, the words "battle over" suddenly appeared on the screen. Poof! The man with gold-rimmed glasses, who had just picked up a bottle of water to moisten his throat, suddenly spat it all over the screen. How could it be so fast? Could it be? He frantically put down the water bottle, thankfully still able to watch the battle video after purchasing the God's Eye view. Haha, it really was you. Seeing the battle result, the man's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something, finally removing the thorn that had been stuck in his heart. Suddenly, he burst into a silly grin, no longer caring about the 2,000,000 star coins he had lost. Chapter 9 Liu Xueying? Is this the strength of 136 wins and 5 losses? After the victory, Lin Tao felt no joy. The victory had come far too easily. His opponent boasted 136 wins, but Lin Tao had simply controlled the heavenly armor general to perform a simple maneuver, achieving a complete victory. Lin Tao remembered this maneuver. It had appeared frequently in the early stages of the 8 Great Clans Wars, and later teaching materials were drawn from that era. His opponent couldn't possibly have failed to dodge such a simple maneuver. That's it. Suddenly, Lin Tao had a flash of inspiration. While the maneuver he performed was extremely simple in later times, it was only achievable by humanoid mechs. Animal-like mechs were vastly different in their maneuvers. The reason was simple: with the advent of neural modules, mech designs had almost universally evolved towards humanoid forms. Animal-like mechs, except in certain special combat terrains, had long been forgotten. Even Lin Tao, wanting to experience it firsthand, needed to have it custom-made by a mech company. It was precisely because of this that Lin Tao was able to master some of the maneuverability of animal-like bionic machines. It seems my next opponent will have to be a humanoid bionic machine. Lin Tao nodded and began to purposefully select opponents, ignoring the animal-like bionic machines regardless of their battle records. After a short while, Lin Tao finally found a humanoid bionic machine among the challengers, but this machine's record seemed somewhat weak. 56 wins and 48 losses. This was a near 50-50 record. Lin Tao stared at this machine, known as Angel Oscar, and fell into deep thought. Humanoid bionic machines of this era are much weaker than animal-like bionic machines. This person must have put in a lot of effort to achieve a 50-50 record. Thinking this, Lin Tao didn't hesitate to click Accept Challenge. Immediately after Lin Tao clicked Accept Challenge, an account submitted 100,000 star coins at lightning speed, entering the battlefield from a spectator's perspective. This person was the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. The battle began. Both sides entered a flat plain map. The map was vast and without any obstacles. The opponent seemed cautious, remaining stationary after the battle began. Since I've been given the first move, then I won't hold back. Seeing this, Lin Tao quickly activated his heavenly armor general, accelerating it towards the opponent's Angel Oscar with a whoosh. The distance closed little by little. Just when they were about 100 meters apart, a blast of air erupted from Angel Oscar's back, and he suddenly leaped into the air, soaring 100 meters into the sky. This is... Lin Tao's eyes lit up, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. This opening move reminded him of a familiar mecha movement from later generations. Just as a sudden thought flashed through Lin Tao's mind, the opponent had already begun the next round of attacks. Whoosh 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 whoosh, missiles rained down from Angel Oscar, creating a devastating barrage. Just as I expected. Lin Tao's lips curled into a smile. Leaping into the air, aided by missiles, and then launching a dive attack. This is a shameless tactic that has been overused in later generations, and it's only effective in Skynet competitions, utterly useless in actual combat. This is because the missiles used in this tactic need to be emptied in one go. In real combat, emptying the mech's ammunition in one go is undoubtedly suicidal. However, this tactic, through the exploration of later generations, has evolved, using cluster munitions instead of homing missiles. Later, with the advent of laser anti-missile systems, the missiles used in this tactic evolved into laser beams. It can be said that with the improvement of countermeasure systems, the auxiliary weapons used in this tactic have also been continuously improved. It is precisely this tactic that is extremely effective in Skynet battles, and many ordinary mech pilots have suffered frustrating defeats because of it. making it a notorious shameless tactic in later generations. Even Lin Tao, when he first started as a mech pilot, had studied this tactic to some extent. Of course, after he became famous, this became his only black mark on his record. However, even with such a shameless tactic, the odds were only evenly matched. Looks like the opponent's skills aren't quite up to par. Even as he said this, Lin Tao's emotions were stirred. This was the first time he'd encountered a mech with a special attack after familiarizing himself with a heavenly armored general mech. The bespectacled man watching from the sidelines was shocked when he saw Angel Oscar use this attack. "Heavenly net," he exclaimed. If they hadn't booked a private room, his shout would likely have disturbed others. The bespectacled man abruptly turned his head and glanced at Angel Oscar's account. It was 2 English letters, TS. TS? Angel, how? The bespectacled man's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise in his expression. "I never imagined that even an angel ranked in the top 100 of the Heavenly Net would be in this newly opened Hangwei Mech Center." He had already suspected something after seeing the Angel Oscar mech, but seeing Angel Oscar use Heavenly Net now, the skillful movements and cautious nature, immediately made him realize who was behind this mech. Angel, ranked 87th on the Heavenly Net. After developing the Heavenly Net technique, he became virtually invincible within the entire Skynet, except against a few exceptionally powerful mech pilots. The emergence of this technique was like the beginning of a new school of thought, attracting many Skynet mech pilots to try it. Unfortunately, even if they mastered the movements, they failed to grasp its essence. He'd heard this person was his junior at the Hyacinth Academy, but having left the academy long ago, he'd never had the chance to meet him. "I really didn't expect Liu Xueying's appearance to have even caused the angels to switch to a new account," the man with gold-rimmed glasses said, adjusting his glasses. However, thinking of El's identity, a glint of light flashed in his eyes behind his glasses. "If it were you, how would you counter this move?" Faced with a Heavenly Net offensive, Lin Tao finally began his counterattack. This move, which Lin Tao had not only studied in his later life but had also used countless times, was extremely familiar with its weaknesses. Moreover, once a Mecha pilot's skills reached a certain level, this so-called underhanded tactic was no longer effective. Glancing down at the control panel in the simulator, Lin Tao pushed a lever to its maximum with his right hand and slammed his right foot on the accelerator pedal. Whoosh! A powerful gust of air burst forth from behind the Heavenly Armor General, and it quickly left the ground. Lin Tao's familiarity with the Heavenly Armor General was currently limited to its movements. He wasn't proficient with weapons. He only carried the standard metal dagger with him when he went into battle. However, this was enough for Lin Tao. Facing the barrage of missiles, the Heavenly Armor General not only didn't dodge but instead charged forward. The man with gold-rimmed glasses, who had been watching the entire battle, was shocked by what he saw. Is he courting death? No, he's Liu Xueying. How could he possibly be courting death? The man with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his glasses, his attention now focused entirely on the Heavenly Armor General. He wanted to see how the Heavenly Armor General would break Angel Oscar's Heavenly Net technique. The next moment, the man with gold-rimmed glasses nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets. How is this possible? The Heavenly Armor General swiftly charged towards a missile, his metal dagger flashing as he cleaved it in two with a hiss, sending it crashing to the ground. It's important to understand that while Skynet's battles are virtual, their powerful computing capabilities achieve near-perfect realism. In other words, battles within Skynet are almost indistinguishable from real combat. Cutting a missile without it exploding isn't impossible, but no one has ever been able to do it. No, it's more accurate to say no one has ever dared to do it. A perfect simulation means that if the missile fails to be cut and instead explodes, the battle is essentially lost. In real combat, not only would the mech explode, but the pilot in the cockpit could also be caught in the blast and die instantly. And these were homing missiles with tracking capabilities. It's clear that this skill requires not only courage from the pilot but also exceptional technical skill. No wonder he's considered a future genius mech pilot. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses finally understood that the gap between himself and his opponent wasn't just about skill, but also about courage. This is the kind of strength a genius mecha pilot should have. Just as the man with the gold-rimmed glasses was pondering this, the Heavenly Armor General seemed to go berserk, not only charging into the missile barrage but also cutting down more than 10 missiles in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! At that moment, a whistling sound rang out, and the angel Oscar in the air suddenly accelerated, diving towards the heavenly armored general at a terrifying speed. This was the follow-up move of Heavenly Net, quickly passing by the opponent at a speed that almost disintegrated the mecha, and then instantly deciding the outcome. After witnessing the heavenly armored general's strength, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but shake his head. How can an angel ranked 87th win against a genius mecha pilot? Sure enough, after the thought flashed through the man's mind, Angel Oscar, after quickly passing by, exploded with a loud bang. Liu Xueying. Sure enough, this is Liu Xueying. After the battle ended, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses sighed with emotion, then became incredibly excited, as if he had discovered a huge secret. L was the abbreviation of Liu's surname in Pinyin. This L was definitely Liu Xueying's alternate account. 0 wins and 20 losses. He actually lost 20 games in a row before starting to exert himself. This Liu Xueying, as a future genius mecha pilot, is willing to sacrifice his reputation. He's flexible and resilient. He's truly a remarkable person. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses sighed inwardly. However, despite his sigh, as the first person to discover Liu Xueying's alternate account, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses was instantly energized, like he'd been injected with adrenaline. Chapter 10: The Terrifying Strength of L. Do you want to witness the strength of Liu Xueying, the future genius mecha pilot? Do you want to spar with Liu Xueying, the future genius mecha pilot? Do you need to brag to your friends about your battle with Liu Xueying, the future genius mecha pilot? In the blink of an eye, the man with gold-rimmed glasses sent dozens of similar messages to the IP address containing this Hangwei Mecha Center. Of course, at the end of these messages, there was another crucial sentence: if you decide to witness the strength of Liu Xueying, the future genius mecha pilot, please contact this number XXXXYYYY. In a short time, before he could even continue sending the same message, the man with gold-rimmed glasses had already begun to receive many replies. I have found Liu Xueying's alternate account. If you want to fight him, please transfer 100,000 star coins to this account for information fees and take a screenshot. I will send you the complete message. The man with gold-rimmed glasses was not stupid. In less than 10 minutes, he had deposited 2.5 million star coins into the Skynet account. If he didn't get some back, he would be at a huge loss. Fortunately, Hangwei Mecha Center had already secured several wealthy clients through Liu Hangwei's connections during this time. Soon after, the gold-rimmed bespectacled man's electronic watch beeped incessantly, each beep representing a transfer of 100,000 star coins into his account. Seeing the screenshot, the gold-rimmed bespectacled man was overjoyed, his mouth practically cramping with laughter. Although he earned a high salary, 2.5 million star coins were still a considerable expense for him. Now, with just one message, he had recouped most of those 2.5 million star coins. Many people wanted to fight the future genius mecha pilot, and although he hadn't yet recouped his 2.5 million star coins, the gold-rimmed bespectacled man didn't care. After all, he had only spent a small amount of money to fight Liu Xueying twice, something he could boast about later. Liu Xueying is currently in the betting zone. L is his alternate account. Each bet costs 1 million star coins. He only challenges humanoid mechas, so it's best if your mech has a proven track record. Hurry if you're interested. After receiving the money, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses sent out the message, and the betting zone exploded with a flurry of messages. Liu Xueying's alternate account is L. This alternate account has lost 20 matches in a row. With his reputation as a future genius mech pilot, how could he possibly lower himself? Hiss. 1 million star coins per match? That seems a bit too much, doesn't it? 1 million star coins for a match, just watching would cost 100,000 star coins. TCH. Can't even afford 1 million star coins, yet he wants to fight a future genius mech pilot. How boring. Exactly, he's a future genius mech pilot. 1 million star coins per match is a small amount. The news spread, and the communication channel erupted in chaos. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses didn't reply. He had watched the entire battle between L and the angel. L's strength was undeniable. Anyone who doubted him would find out after a single fight. Therefore, he didn't need to explain. Room 2. Young Master Liu, should we find someone to test L's strength? The middle-aged man with a mustache asked tentatively after glancing at a message in the simulator. They had obtained the message almost instantly after the man with the gold-rimmed glasses posted it. Liu Xueying frowned, remaining silent. Liu Xueying was in the adjacent room 1, but Liu Xueying didn't dare to investigate. Therefore, based solely on L, he couldn't confirm that the other party was his cousin, Liu Xueying. Knowing his cousin, he would never lower himself even after losing just one game, let alone 20. If he didn't possess such strong pride, how could he have become a genius-level mecha pilot? Let me try it out first. I'm familiar with Liu Xueying's tactics. Jackwall's arrogant voice came from the luxurious simulator. The middle-aged man with a mustache glanced at Liu Xueying's gloomy face and quickly replied, "Mr. Jackwall, thank you for your trouble." As he spoke, he also winked at his subordinate on the other side, signaling to connect the simulator's screen. Soon, a large screen over 3 meters wide appeared in the private room. To challenge L as quickly as possible, Jackwall immediately paid $1 million in bets out of his own pocket, knowing Liu Xueying would reimburse him. Jackwall used a smaller account, and as was his habit, he chose a humanoid mecha, so he was challenged by L almost immediately. However, the battle ended quickly. The entire battle lasted less than 3 minutes. Jackwall emerged from the simulator, his arrogant demeanor gone, replaced by a pale face. The opponent is very strong. He didn't need to speak. Everyone in the private room was stunned, for they too had watched the entire battle on the big screen. From the start, L's heavenly armor general had used only a metal dagger to completely outmaneuver Jackwall's mech, and judging from his attack movements, it seemed he was merely practicing his use of the dagger. Jackwall, ranked 87th on the Skynet, had been reduced to punching bag, a sparring partner. This was utterly humiliating for Jackwall. However, considering the disparity in strength between the two, Jackwall sighed, a sense of powerlessness rising within him. "Is it him?" Liu Xueying asked calmly. "I'm not entirely sure. This L's fighting style doesn't resemble Liu Xueying's," Jackwall said with a hint of shame. "However, with L's strength, he's definitely on the outer heaven ranking." L's tactics were vastly different from Liu Xueying's, but Jackwall had no doubt about his ability. To advance to the outer heaven ranking, one needed to achieve the top spot on the Skynet ranking and maintain it for a full year. Skynet's mech pilots weren't just amateurs, even real military mech pilots participated. To achieve the top ranking on Skynet and maintain it for a year was incredibly difficult. Moreover, the outer heaven ranking only had 30 spots. Once a newcomer entered, one would be eliminated. Entering the outer heaven ranking was like climbing to the heavens. Upon hearing this, Liu Xueying narrowed his eyes. Xueying Mech Center had just opened and couldn't possibly attract top fighters. Besides, Liu Xueying's arrival was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. They hadn't done much publicity. The styles were different, but at this moment, in the Xueying Mech Center, only Liu Xueying possessed the strength of someone ranked on the heavenly outer heaven ranking. "It seems my cousin isn't just using a fake account, he's changed his fighting style too. No wonder we haven't been able to find him after half an hour." Liu Xueying suddenly realized, and the others nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man with a mustache asked, "Young Master Liu, what should we do now? My cousin came on a whim this time, and I haven't had time to negotiate his appearance fee yet." Liu Xueying pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's just use this bet to give him some." Liu Xueying immediately set aside 20 million and distributed it to the 5 people who were about to go on stage, letting them take turns challenging him and giving him money. As for Jackwall, after witnessing L's strength, he no longer had the courage to challenge him. After all, as someone ranked 87th in the heavenly net, he still wanted to save face and didn't want to lose too badly. With Liu Xueying's men and the wealthy owners of his Xueying Mecha Center, Lin Tao now had many more opponents using humanoid mecha. Meanwhile, in Anzhang City, behind a bustling street, inside a 2-story building, on the 3rd basement floor, in a luxuriously decorated room, a fair-skinned young man, around 20 years old, sat calmly in a swivel armchair, trimming his long nails under bright lights. Beside him stood 2 burly men, their muscles bulging like blocks, seemingly heavily trained. Though they stood motionless, they exuded a strong aura of danger. Kneeling before them was a middle-aged man with a lewd face. "Brother Zheng," this person was introduced by Qi Zhengfei. "I really don't know who he is," the lewd middle-aged man said, head bowed, trembling. "HMPH. This money was transferred from Xiangwang's account. Without considerable strength, how could one earn over 10 million in just half an hour?" The fair-skinned young man stopped trimming his nails. "Brother Zheng, Qi Zhengfei said he was going to arrange something for a classmate, but I really don't know what the situation was." The sleazy middle-aged man was sobbing uncontrollably. He was the online loan buddy Cheese Hengfei had mentioned. If it were just an ordinary person, I wouldn't have asked you to come. The fair-skinned young man's face darkened. He put down his nail clippers, beckoned, and one of the two burly men exuding a dangerous aura stepped forward and handed him an electronic notebook. The fair-skinned young man took it, scribbled on the notebook, and then tossed it to the sleazy middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. Take a look for yourself. The sleazy middle-aged man took it and glanced at it. His pupils shrank instantly, and a cold sweat broke out on his back, soaking his clothes. Since the 1 million star coins he had arranged were used, the second transfer from the Skynet account took less than 30 seconds, the third less than 2 minutes, and although the fourth took longer, in the following period, transfers were made almost every 2 or 3 minutes. In other words, the opponent wins a bet on Skynet every 2 or 3 minutes on average, and the first 2 battles took less than a minute each. A mech pilot bet on Skynet usually lasts at least 10 or 20 minutes, and if the opponent is evenly matched, it can take more than half an hour. The battle was over in less than a minute. Just what level of mech pilot strength does this guy possess? The sleazy middle-aged man's face turned extremely ugly after realizing what had happened. He swallowed hard. Brother Zheng, this, HMPH. Even if we forcibly drag someone like that to the mine, if he steals a Hori mine mech and comes back to fight, what do you think will happen to us? Brother Zheng's fair skin was flushed. It was from extreme anger. The mine also had mechs, both guard and Hori mine types, but given the strength the opponent displayed on Skynet, even stealing a Hori mine mech with little combat capability would absolutely be enough to overturn the entire mine. Chapter 11 Collect Appearance Fees. The sleazy middle-aged man knelt on the ground, his face contorted in a mournful expression. You've followed me for so many years, I'll let this go this time. But if the same thing happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Brother Zheng sat back down on the sofa and picked up his nail clippers. Do your best to find him. I'm also somewhat interested in him. Brother Zheng picked up the nail clippers and patiently trimmed his nails again. A powerful mecha pilot was sought after by various parties, including the underground forces that thrived on mecha betting. Thank you, Brother Zheng. Thank you, Brother Zheng. The sleazy middle-aged man's mournful face finally softened. After a pause, he cautiously asked, Brother Zheng, about that money. Cheese Hengfei had borrowed 1 million star coins in Lin Tao's name, meaning that the money Lin Tao won in subsequent betting matches could only be deposited into their account, not directly into Lin Tao's account. Lin Tao won more than 10 rounds in a row, and after deducting the 30% commission from the Skynet betting platform, he still had over 10 million. Although Lin Tao had been winning consistently, he had never bet a single penny, so they could keep all that money. Since it's a business transaction, we still need to collect the handling fee. As for the rest of the money, it's none of our business, just transfer it back to that person's account, Brother Zheng calmly instructed. We still need to give Cheese Hengfei what he owes, lest the underworld finds out and ruins our reputation. Zhengwei Mecha Center, Room 114. Lin Tao didn't know why, but after his battle with TS, countless challenges suddenly appeared before him. Although most were low-level accounts, all of them used humanoid mecha. This piqued Lin Tao's interest. Unfortunately, after accepting more than 10 challenges, Lin Tao discovered that these people were getting weaker and weaker. In the end, there were even some accounts with the L prefix that stood still, waiting for him to reap the rewards. What's going on with these people? Lin Tao felt bored and immediately stopped fighting. Looking at his stats, 15 wins and 20 losses, in just over half an hour, Lin Tao had reaped 15 victories. However, these victories failed to deliver on Lin Tao's expectations. Is this really a purely mechanical mecha battle from the 20th century? Lin Tao frowned. The information he had reviewed in his later life didn't seem to indicate this. That's right. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Tao. The records from his later life mostly focused on the powerful figures of that era, like Liu Xueying, who became famous in later generations. Liu Xueying is here, but he seems to be staying in the betting area. Given his current influence, it would probably cost hundreds of thousands, even millions, of star coins to even get a match against him. Lin Tao shook his head. As a mecha master from his later life, he naturally knew the value of a top-tier mecha pilot. Forget it, that's enough for today. He glanced at the time. There were still about 2 hours left, but Lin Tao was already greatly disappointed and didn't intend to continue challenging. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, His electronic wristwatch vibrated. Lin Tao turned to look and was immediately surprised. After vibrating, the wristwatch had sent out more than 10 messages. Dear Skynet Mech Pilot, you have won in the betting area, earning 1 million star coins in betting funds. After deducting Skynet's handling fee, a total of 500,000 star coins has been transferred to your account. Dear Skynet Mech Pilot, you have won in the betting area, earning 1 million star coins in betting funds. After deducting Skynet's handling fee, a total of 700,000 star coins has been transferred to your account. There were more than 10 similar messages. The betting area? Lin Tao was taken aback. When did he enter the betting area? And he only had a little over 10,000 star coins on him. How could he possibly participate in a betting event worth millions of star coins? Suspicious, Lin Tao quickly opened his bank account on his electronic wristwatch and checked the records. Apart from the first transfer of only 500,000 star coins, the others were all 700,000 star coins each, and his electronic wristwatch suddenly showed an additional 10.3 million star coins. There weren't many messages, only 15 in total. Could it be that I've already entered the betting area? Lin Tao quickly looked at the screen on the simulator. Only then did Lin Tao notice a small bet on the side of his account L, the symbol for the betting zone. Strange, how did I get into the betting zone? Lin Tao wondered. And what about this million star coins? Having experience with the Skynet system from his previous life, Lin Tao understood that entering the betting zone meant he had 1 million star coins in betting funds under his account L. Skynet's handling fee was 30%, which was high, but the money came easily, so it was no wonder they charged such a high fee. After all, taxes had to be paid. Lin Tao didn't understand why the first message only transferred 500,000 star coins, but the subsequent messages transferred 700,000 star coins for each game. And all of it was accurately transferred to the bank account on his electronic wristwatch? In other words, the money was indeed in Lin Tao's hands. Was it Hyacinth and the others? Suddenly, Lin Tao remembered the strange expressions on Hyacinth and the other man's faces as they left, and his expression darkened. Lin Tao didn't know how much the two could earn here, but judging from their willingness to wager 50,000 star coins, plus their ability to enter the gambling area with 1 million star coins, their aim was clearly more than just a few 100,000. Hyacinth, he fan, I'll settle this score with you next time. Lin Tao, realizing this, felt annoyed, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ding ding ding. Several challengers suddenly appeared on the simulation pod screen. These people. Lin Tao quickly glanced at the challengers' accounts. These new challengers on the screen all had L as a prefix, meaning the accounts that had stood still, waiting for him to reap their rewards. No, they weren't here to give away wins, but to give away money. Lin Tao's account currently had 1 million star coins in gambling funds. Every win would earn him 1 million star coins from the other side. Even after deducting fees through the Skynet system, he would still receive 700,000. What's going on with these people? Lin Tao was puzzled by their eagerness to give away money. However, since the other party was practically begging him for all their money, Lin Tao naturally wouldn't refuse. This reborn body not only had a hidden ailment, but Lin Tao was also eager to raise some money to buy medicinal herbs to synthesize gene-enhancing potions and strengthen his body. In the medicinal herb market, even the cheapest heavenly star grass cost 2,000 star coins per gin. To synthesize gene-enhancing potions, at least 1 gin of heavenly star grass was needed, which was 200,000 star coins. Adding other miscellaneous herbs, it would cost several million to buy it all. This was just the price of the herbs, not including the equipment. Lin Tao had come to the Mecha Center originally only intending to familiarize himself with the purely mechanical structure of the Mecha, and he had already gotten quite familiar with them. Although these Mecha couldn't perform some of the more difficult maneuvers of later generations, they could still perform some simple maneuvers. With these simple maneuvers, Lin Tao was already undefeated among all the challengers. Anyway, it's getting boring to keep fighting, so I'll just be direct and specifically target these pay-to-win accounts. I can collect an appearance fee every time I enter the Mech Center. Lin Tao made his decision. Young Master Liu, your strategy really works. Seeing L specifically targeting mechs with the L prefix, the middle-aged man with a mustache fawned over Liu Xueying. Although he was the one who came up with the method, he didn't dare claim credit. Since L is my cousin, and these accounts not only have the L prefix but also just stand there waiting to die after entering the battle, he'll naturally understand my good intentions, Liu Xueying said nonchalantly, arms crossed. Despite his words, he was secretly pleased. Who says geniuses don't need money? This future genius mech pilot was specifically targeting his pay-to-win accounts. This time, he gambled correctly. Before long, all the pay-to-win accounts had been picked off by L. Without a second thought, Liu Xueying immediately pulled out another 20 million. Seeing his cousin's situation, it seemed he needed the money, and he knew how to play the game. Young Master Liu, after your cousin takes this money, he'll probably look at you differently later, the middle-aged man with a mustache said obsequiously. Liu Xueying smiled without saying a word, a smug smile already playing on his lips. Not far away, Hulang frowned slightly but remained silent. At Xueying Mech Center, in VIP room number 1, 5 luxurious simulators were activated simultaneously. These simulators, equipped with 3D simulation systems, were each worth nearly 1 million star coins, far superior to ordinary simulators outside. Inside these simulators, not only would the mechs feel shaky when moving, but the pilots could also smell the smoke from missile explosions, almost perfectly simulating real combat. A buzzing wristwatch woke Liu Xueying from his half-asleep state. I've been resting for over an hour. Liu Xueying rubbed his temples. Although he had promised Liu Xueying, he wasn't sure if anyone in the entire Anshang city, or even Hyacinth Academy, could put up a fight. So, after entering the private room, Liu Xueying took a nap. He hadn't expected to rest for over an hour. It's still more comfortable to drive the hovercar myself. After stretching his limbs, Liu Xueying chose a simulator and jumped in. He had registered a new account for each of the 5 simulators. You want me to use a new account? A cold glint flashed in Liu Xueying's narrowed eyes. As a fellow member of the Liu family, he could more or less guess Liu Xueying's intentions. If it weren't for the fact that the Liu family needed their support this time, Liu Xueying would never have come to this Hangwei Mecha Center. I'll settle accounts with you after this is over. Liu Xueying sneered. I wonder how many challenges my title of future genius Mecha pilot will attract in Anshang City. Although Liu Xueying looked down on the Mecha pilot's strength in Anshang City, he still cared a lot about his reputation. After logging in, he went straight to the Skynet chat room. However, when Liu Xueying saw the content of the Skynet chat room, his eyes widened and his mind went blank. Chapter 12 Liu Xueying's Fury. I never expected Liu Xueying, with his title of a future genius Mecha pilot, to be such a money-grubbing bastard at heart. Yet, I was even thinking of playing against him, but he specifically chose those low-level accounts to gamble. A future genius Mecha pilot? Even though Liu Xueying is from the Liu family, everyone has their difficulties. Maybe Liu Xueying is short of money right now. Very likely, otherwise, given his personality, why would he come to such a small Mecha center in Anshang City? No wonder Liu Xueying switched to a low-level account and lost 20 games in a row. He probably wanted to pick some people to gamble with, and he planned to do it secretly, trying to cover it up. Looking at the comments in the Xiangwang chat room, Liu Xueying was furious. He's greedy for money? What money does he covet? He's the Liu family's future genius Mecha pilot. Even if he were greedy, he would never covet those tiny bits of change from gambling on Xiangwang. Who is it? Who is it? Having finally been promoted to senior mech pilot, Liu Xueying was a man who cherished his reputation. He trembled, his young face filled with gloom, wishing he could smash the luxurious simulator pod to pieces. He had only been in room number 1 for a short nap when someone impersonated him, swindling money and damaging his reputation as a future genius mech pilot. Liu Xueying, his face grim, scrolled through the chat history in the Skynet chat room and instantly understood what was going on. Liu Xueying? Who said this was his alternate account? Liu Xueying had never used such an account in any of the 5 luxurious simulator pods. Who are you? Liu Xueying's eyes flashed with a murderous light. Using Skynet's account finding system, Liu Xueying quickly found this and searched through the other party's combat records. The registration time was today. The timing was incredibly coincidental, it seemed to have been just when he entered the room. Damn it! Liu Xueying roared in fury, slamming his fist on the screen of the simulator. At that moment, L had just accepted the challenge, about to engage in a new battle. Let me see what level you're really at, daring to impersonate me. Liu Xueying gritted his teeth in anger, spending 100,000 star coins to enter the battlefield. Seeing that L's mech was actually a humanoid celestial armor general, Liu Xueying was taken aback. Currently, The most popular mechs are animal-inspired, often deploying different mechs depending on the terrain. However, this greatly increases the number of mechs a warship needs to carry, a highly unwise choice for warships with limited space. Therefore, the mech design department began researching humanoid mechs. Once mastered, these mechs could be equipped with different weapons depending on the terrain, thus exhibiting different performance characteristics. In other words, once used effectively, humanoid mechs could adapt to all terrains with only a small number of weapons. This was almost the optimal choice for warships with limited space. However, the agility and maneuverability of the humanoid form also bring another particular weakness: fragility. A fully humanoid mech is extremely fragile. If its defense is forcibly strengthened, the mech becomes bulky, and its mobility is even inferior to that of an animal-like mech. It is precisely for these reasons that few mech pilots choose humanoid mechs. Because operating a humanoid mech requires far too much skill from the pilot. Could this also be a skilled mech pilot? If so, it's no wonder that someone would impersonate him to commit fraud. After all, mech pilots who can effectively use humanoid mechs are still a minority. If it weren't for a special notice from the military high command, probably no mech pilot would choose this type of mech. However, even so, Liu Xueying would not let any fraudster who dared to impersonate him get away with it. The battle began. Liu Xueying's face turned red, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The entire battle ended very quickly, faster than he could have imagined, and even more unbelievable. The mech, upon the start of the battle, accelerated and charged straight at its opponent. Reaching the opponent, it lightly swung its metal dagger, instantly killing it. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. After the battle, 1 million star coins fell into L's pocket. Bang! What the hell was that battle? Liu Xueying's expression changed drastically after he realized what had happened. Even his usual aristocratic composure and elegance vanished completely. He slammed his fist into the simulation pod screen, creating a loud bang that nearly cracked it. To hell with composure. To hell with elegance. To hell with style. Enraged, Liu Xueying leaped out of the simulation pod, raised his foot, and stomped down on it, completely disregarding the fact that it was a luxurious simulation pod worth nearly 1 million star coins. Who are you? Who are you? If the other party were someone with some strength, Liu Xueying might have tolerated them impersonating him, but what kind of fight was this? One was rushing forward to attack like an idiot, while the other stood there like a moron, waiting to be attacked. What kind of fight was this? Liu Xueying was so enraged that he almost spat out blood. Bastard! 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 How dare you slander my name, Liu Xueying? Don't let me find out who you are, or I will tear you to pieces. Liu Xueying's eyes flashed with ferocity, his clenched fists revealing bulging veins. The loud bangs echoed into the adjacent room number 2. Young Master Liu, what's wrong with your cousin? Hearing the noise, the middle-aged man with a mustache looked puzzled. Everyone else also looked on with suspicion. Liu Xueying narrowed his eyes. Although his cousin was next door, he didn't dare to ask. After all, while his cousin appeared elegant to outsiders, as a member of the Liu family, he knew the hidden rage within him. If he accidentally angered him, even a fellow member of the Liu family would secretly try to kill him. After listening for a while, Liu Xueying felt the noise disappear. He sighed softly, looked at the middle-aged man with the mustache, and guessed, could it be that the money we gave him was just enough for him, so he's overjoyed? The middle-aged man with the mustache's eyes twitched, but he didn't know Liu Xueying well enough to offer a better opinion, so he could only vaguely say, perhaps that's it. The jackal frowned. That's right, that must be it. Liu Xueying nodded, then ordered, alright, since my cousin has enough money, let's stop here. 40 million star coins wasn't much to the entire Liu family, but Liu Xueying still felt a pang of heartache. He's given so much, to the point of being completely satisfied. This cousin should know how to handle people, right? Liu Xueying blinked, thinking to himself. Huh? Why aren't those money-giving alt accounts challenging me anymore? After just finishing a betting match, those alt accounts with the L prefix suddenly vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. This puzzled Lin Tao greatly. He raised his hand and glanced at the bank account on his electronic wristwatch. Another 10 million, not bad, should be enough to buy some potions. Lin Tao was quite satisfied. Clang. Just then, another challenger appeared in front of him. LZC? Why are all the challengers today just alt accounts with only letters? Seeing the other party's account, Lin Tao frowned slightly. I want to increase the betting stake, 10 million star coins per round. Before Lin Tao could react, the other party sent a message. This guy's interesting. Seeing the message, Lin Tao's lips curled into a smile. Fortunately, the other party also had the prefix L, indicating it was another alt account sending money. Who on earth is this, sending me money again and again? Although Lin Tao was suspicious, he didn't hesitate and immediately increased his betting amount. Not making money when you can is truly foolish. Since he had only bound 1 million stars to his account previously, now that the betting amount had increased, he needed to rebind it to transfer the money to his Xueying account. However, to Lin Tao's surprise, the 1 million stars bound to his account disappeared completely after unbinding, as if transferred to another account. It seems this bound 1 million stars doesn't belong to me. In a moment, Lin Tao realized that this must be the work of Hyacinth and his accomplice. After rebinding, Lin Tao transferred 10 million stars to the Xueying account L. Unbeknownst to them, as Lin Tao increased the betting stakes, the Skynet chat room outside erupted in commotion. What's going on? Why is Liu Xueying raising the betting stakes again? Does he think he's not earning enough? It seems the one challenging him is an account with the L prefix. What kind of tycoon is this, planning to support this future genius Mecha pilot? Yet, isn't the Liu family rich? Why is Liu Xueying behaving like this? Perhaps, even a hero can be brought down by a lack of funds. Liu Xueying must be short of money these days. LZC was indeed Liu Xueying himself. If LZC hadn't been registered by another simulator, he wouldn't have used this account. Fortunately, he was currently focused on challenging L and hadn't noticed the comments in the Skynet chat room, otherwise he would have definitely gone into a frenzy again. Taking advantage of L's pause, Liu Xueying issued a challenge and proposed increasing the betting stakes tenfold. He swindled over 20 million in just 1 hour. If I don't make him cough it up, what use is my name, Liu Xueying? Liu Xueying roared angrily inside the luxurious simulator. He decided to take action and teach this ignorant L a lesson, ruining his reputation and showcasing the true power of a genius Mecha pilot. Liu Xueying had already made up his mind. He would use all his strength to teach this L a good lesson. Furthermore, Liu Xueying made no attempt to conceal his identity, choosing his usual Mecha, Apollo, the sun god. This was a Mecha based on a mythological figure, a custom-designed Mecha commissioned by Liu Xueying in the name of his family. Chapter 13 Who is Liu Xueying? L and LZC began. A considerable number of people had already flooded into the battlefield. For bets with large sums of money, Skynet would temporarily delay for a few minutes to allow spectators to enter the battlefield, collecting spectator fees, which was also one of Skynet's sources of income. Moreover, Skynet would also share a portion of these spectator fees with the 2 mech pilots who were betting. Who exactly is this LZC, that he actually chose Liu Xueying's personal Apollo? LZC? Isn't that Liu Xueying's name? Who exactly is this LZC? Doesn't he know that L is the real Liu Xueying? A Skynet mech pilot who had challenged L looked suspicious. Could it be that a fake had met the real deal? Of course, some rather astute Skynet mech pilots immediately saw through the deception. LZC? Apollo? Could this guy be the real Liu Xueying? No way. Could it be that the previous L wasn't the real Liu Xueying? Is this LZC the real one? After a brief discussion, the once noisy Skynet chat room suddenly fell silent. Everyone knew that Apollo, the sun god, was Liu Xueying's personal Mecha. Although it was listed on Skynet and many Mecha pilots had chosen it, their use was limited to Skynet. The actual Mecha belonged only to Liu Xueying. Therefore, those who chose this Mecha were mostly newcomers or high-level Mecha pilots using it for entertainment. However, very few dared to use the account LZC. Powerful Mecha pilots were wary of using homophones of their names for fraud, so they would personally punish accounts with similar names. Accounts like LZC, LZC, or any with these spellings had almost all been defeated by Liu Xueying, and few dared to use similar accounts. With the account LZC and the chosen personal Mecha Apollo, could this account be the real Liu Xueying? For a moment, almost everyone fell silent. The news that L was Liu Xueying was spread by an unknown Skynet Mecha pilot, and those who went to challenge him were not very strong, which is why they always thought L was Liu Xueying. Now, the appearance of LZC has made everyone suspicious. Hiss. If LZC is the real Liu Xueying, this is going to be interesting. Yet, maybe it really is a case of a fake meeting the real deal. The real and fake Liu Xueying, it's a real wonder of Skynet. No matter who the real Liu Xueying is, the fake one will definitely be brutally beaten. No one dared to say these things in the chat room anymore. After all, no one dared to confirm who the real Liu Xueying was, and if they accidentally offended someone, they would probably be severely beaten afterward. Zhengwei Mecha Center, Room 2. Liu Xueying and the others also saw the contents of the Skynet chat room. Gulp. The middle-aged man with a mustache swallowed, and glanced cautiously at Liu Xueying out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, Liu Xueying's face was extremely grim, and he remained silent, his mouth tightly shut. Seeing this, the jackal on the other side frowned, then suddenly spoke up, "Young Master Liu, this LIP address definitely comes from our Zhengwei Mech Center, and his strength is absolutely among the top ranks of the outer heavens." Hearing this, Liu Xueying's expression improved slightly. After all, he had already invested over 30 million star coins in L, and if LZC was the real Liu Xueying, he would be in real trouble. That's over 30 million star coins. Not just a few thousand. The middle-aged man with a mustache suddenly brightened up and urged repeatedly, "You guys, quickly check the IP address of this LZC." Upon hearing this, Liu Xueying, the jackal, and the others immediately looked at the person investigating LZC's IP address. "Young Master Liu, the opponent seems to have some Skynet technology. They've blocked the IP address, making it impossible to trace." Blocked the IP address? Upon hearing this, Liu Xueying inexplicably felt a sense of relief, because even now, L was still identified as originating from Zhengwei Center. The Skynet delay of a few minutes, coupled with the appearance of LZC and the Apollo Sun God Mech, attracted several hundred spectators despite the bet reaching tens of millions of star coins. Clearly, Liu Xueying's name still held considerable influence within Skynet. Spectating in the Skynet betting arena required a tenth of the bet amount, with tens of millions of star coins in bets and several hundred people. The spectator fees alone reached several hundred million. Divided evenly, even the loser wouldn't lose money, in fact, they'd have a surplus. They're even exploiting my fans. Seeing this, Liu Xueying was even more furious. Without needing to check, he understood that the vast majority of those spectators were definitely his fans. "Don't let me find your whereabouts." Liu Xueying gritted his teeth. Fortunately, he knew that this spectating was limited to the first match. Once the difference in strength between the two sides was clear, few people would come to watch. As long as he forced the opponent to fight a few more matches, it would be easy to wipe them out. Finally, the battle began. Liu Xueying couldn't wait. He had been waiting for this moment. As the battle start countdown disappeared, in a flash, the Apollo's mecha turned into dust and vanished from the spot. This speed. This skill in operating the mecha. Could LZC be the real Liu Xueying? Seeing the exaggerated speed of the LZC mecha after the battle started, all the spectators were shocked. Even Liu Xueying, who had initially relaxed, became tense, and his face turned grim again. The middle-aged man with a mustache and jackal exchanged glances, both seeing worry in each other's eyes, especially jackal, who had personally confirmed L's identity, whose face darkened. LZC is definitely Liu Xueying. To control Apollo to this extent, no other mecha pilot besides Liu Xueying could do it. Who exactly is this L with a 20-loss record, who actually angered Liu Xueying? This is going to be interesting. After Apollo unleashed its terrifying speed, the Skynet chat room was immediately abuzz with discussion, the content of which was almost unanimously in favor of L. On the other end, seeing the speed of the opponent's mecha, Lin Tao was taken aback, then his lips curled up. Who exactly is this guy? How does he possess such strength? However, only such strength could ignite his fighting spirit. It has to be said that Apollo's mecha, under LZC's control, was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already pounced on the heavenly armored general. "How dare you impersonate me to swindle money?" Liu Xueying's eyes were bloodshot, and his grip on the lever was so tight that he almost broke it. "Sever my limbs first." Although Liu Xueying appeared elegant, he was extremely cruel at heart, as evidenced by his methods of torturing newcomers. He had even deliberately researched a set of techniques to deal with them. At this moment, Liu Xueying needed this method to declare himself the real Liu Xueying. With a whoosh, a metal scythe appeared in Apollo's hand, raised high above his head. ready to slash at the hands of the heavenly armored general. Too fast. Apollo is incredibly fast. Yes, only Liu Xueying can unleash such speed. That L is doomed. He's been targeted by Liu Xueying. Sigh, if you don't court death, you won't die. This L must have offended Liu Xueying. Before the metal scythe even struck, the spectators in the battlefield chat room had already reached a consensus. LZC was the real Liu Xueying. To try and teach a true mecha master like this was indeed audacious. Faced with Apollo's incredible speed, Lin Tao calmly manipulated the controls in the simulator. The heavenly armor general slowly raised its metal dagger, deflecting the metal scythe with a clang. Then, with an extremely uncanny turn, it slid the dagger down the giant scythe towards Apollo's right arm. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. The metal dagger severed Apollo's right arm. The bizarre scene silenced the entire battlefield chat room. Inside the simulator, Liu Xueying stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. After the successful strike, Lin Tao slowly pushed the lever again. The heavenly armor general swayed, appearing behind the enemy's machine. Simultaneously, the machine shook rapidly, and the metal dagger in its hand drew a clockwise circle, precisely slicing off Apollo's limbs. Clang. 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 The highly realistic aerial net even simulated the sound of the mech's limbs hitting the ground, and even kicked up clouds of dust. This move is arc step. The spectators were stunned. Huh? Why isn't this guy dodging? Lin Tao was taken aback. Once the battle began, given the opponent's explosive speed, dodging this attack would be extremely easy, because the mech movement Lin Tao used had already appeared in this era. This move, called the arc step, was quite famous in later textbooks, and it was even the hand gesture of Liu Xueying of the Liu family, one of the 8 great families of this era. Moreover, Lin Tao was still somewhat unfamiliar with this move on a purely mechanical mech. Given the opponent's strength, it should have been easy to dodge. It's the arc step. That's the arc step that Liu Xueying developed specifically to torment newbies. I never expected this. I thought LZC was Liu Xueying, but it turns out this L is the real Liu Xueying. Using the LZC account in front of the real Liu Xueying, and even deliberately picking Apollo, the sun god, this LZC is truly ungrateful. Showing off his skills in front of a true genius mech pilot, he deserves to be severely punished by Liu Xueying. As soon as the heavenly armor general's arc step appeared, the opinion in the battlefield chat room immediately underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Everyone changed their tune and unanimously condemned LZC. Sure enough, L is my cousin. Seeing the heavenly armor general's arc step appear, Liu Xueying's heart finally truly relaxed. Not only him, but even the middle-aged man with the mustache and the jackal exchanged glances and let out a long-held sigh of relief. Chapter 14. Liu Xueying regains his composure. The mech's limbs had been severed, but it hadn't yet reached the point of being deemed a failure by Skynet. Apollo, the sun god, lay on the ground. The screen in the simulator displayed a blue sky and white clouds. To better showcase his strength and demonstrate how to brutally kill L, Liu Xueying had chosen a plains terrain for this battle. Blue sky, white clouds. What happened? Liu Xueying was completely bewildered. His mind only remembered Apollo raising his giant scythe, about to sever the heavenly armor general's limbs, when suddenly everything blurred, and then he was in this state. Shouldn't it be the heavenly armor general observing the blue sky and white clouds? Liu Xueying in the simulator was utterly dumbfounded. Fortunately, Liu Xueying was also a mech expert on Skynet. He quickly recovered, opening the control panel and rapidly adjusting the mech's damage status. The mech's limbs were severely damaged, losing 60% of its mobility. How could this happen? Liu Xueying jumped to his feet. This should have been the fate of the heavenly armored general, so why did it fall on the sun god Apollo? Enraged, Liu Xueying immediately surrendered. In this situation, he had no other choice. After withdrawing from the battle, Liu Xueying eagerly opened the battle replay. He saw the sun god Apollo charge forward, and the heavenly armored general performed a series of bizarre movements before his limbs were dislocated on the spot. This movement is the arc step? Liu Xueying's face flushed red. The arc step was his signature move, his trademark technique, which he knew by heart and recognized instantly. But the question was, why would this L use this movement? And why was he more proficient than Liu Xueying, the one who developed it? Who exactly developed this movement? Liu Xueying's face flushed and paled in turns, almost on the verge of madness. The opponent was mistaken for him and used his signature move, executed with remarkable skill on his Apollo Mecha. One can only imagine what this meant to the spectators. Liu Xueying didn't even need to go to the battlefield chat room to know what was happening. Liu Xueying used the account LZC and the Apollo Mecha, but was instantly defeated by the opponent's arc step attack. Clearly, this L would be considered the real Liu Xueying, while the other was the imposter, a third-rate Skynet Mecha pilot. I am the real Liu Xueying. After a long pause, Liu Xueying finally managed to utter a single sentence. Who are you? Who are you? How can you impersonate me, Liu Xueying, again and again? Liu Xueying almost roared, only managing to stop himself after biting his lip desperately. He could control his emotions, but his body still needed an outlet. He leaped out of the simulation pod and kicked the nearly $1 million luxury pod repeatedly. The sounds of kicking echoed through room number 2 once more. Hearing the noise, the expressions on the faces of those inside the room turned strange. Young Master Liu, your cousin really has some unusual tastes, the middle-aged man with a mustache said, speechless. Never mind that, Liu Xueying's face darkened, silencing him. He then looked up and glanced at everyone in the room. I don't want to hear anything outside that could harm my cousin, otherwise. He gave a cold, sinister snort. The middle-aged man with a mustache trembled, exclaiming, Young Master Liu, I understand. Everyone nodded in unison, even Hulang nodded silently. Although Liu Xueying said this, he was secretly laughing hysterically. I never expected that this outwardly hypocritical, inwardly violent cousin would have such an unknown side. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to attack someone just because he's satisfied with his own feelings? Liu Xueying secretly curled his lip, feeling contempt for his cousin. Who exactly are you? Sitting back in the luxurious simulator, Liu Xueying's teeth were practically grinding to pieces. His face was grim, and he suppressed his resentment and clicked fight again. Both sides in a duel have the priority to fight again. Having lost so inexplicably, Liu Xueying was not about to give up. On the other side, seeing the fight again option, Lin Tao frowned deeply. What's wrong with this guy? Lin Tao had initially thought that ZC with the L prefix was a master due to the terrifying speed of the opponent's mech, but unexpectedly, after he blocked the giant side, the opponent's mech stood frozen like a log, its limbs easily severed. This had already greatly disappointed Lin Tao. The fact that the mech immediately surrendered and withdrew from the battle after its limbs were removed only fueled Lin Tao's contempt. As a mech pilot, especially a highly skilled one must maintain dignity regardless of the disadvantage. A battle must be fought to the very last moment. Even with its limbs removed, the mech still possesses considerable combat power. With proper execution, it's highly possible to reverse the situation and even achieve victory. Yet, the opponent simply gave up the opportunity. It was a disgrace to mech pilots. Lin Tao had no intention of fighting such a person again. Buzz just then, his electronic wristwatch vibrated again. Not bad, another 7 million. Lin Tao nodded. After winning the bet and deducting fees, 7 million star coins were deposited into his account balance. Suddenly, Lin Tao seemed to understand who this ZC was. Since arriving at this Hangwei Mech Center, many accounts with the L prefix had suddenly appeared, seemingly offering to give away money. This ZC is very likely the financier behind him. Because with the disappearance of the L prefixed alt accounts, this LZC officially appeared. Thinking of this, Lin Tao glanced at the bank account on his electronic wristwatch. 17,312,500. Adding the 10 million link to Xian Wang, Lin Tao had already gained over 27 million here for free. 27 million was enough for him to buy the necessary medicinal herbs and related preparation equipment at the medicinal herb market. Lin Tao wasn't a greedy person. Since he had enough money, he ignored the other party's request for another battle. After all, a battle could earn 10 million star coins. Although I don't know why you insist on giving me money, your money didn't come from thin air, so I'll leave you some. After saying this, Lin Tao logged out of his Xian Wang account. Before logging out, Lin Tao still sent a message, ZC, thank you for the money. Lin Tao never hesitated to express his gratitude to his financiers, especially since the money he had was given to him by this L-prefixed financier. It wouldn't be right not to express his thanks. By the way, Cheese Hangfei seems to have booked a private room for 3 hours. It's only been an hour or so, I wonder if he's refunded it yet. 50,000 star coins is a drop in the ocean for Lin Tao, who has just received a huge sum of money. However, before becoming a mecha pilot, Lin Tao was a poor boy, so he's quite careful with his money. He figured he could probably get half of the 50,000 star coins back, so he closed all the simulators and left room 114. ZC, thank you for the money. Liu Xueying, eagerly awaiting another battle, saw a message from L flash on his screen, followed by the fact that L's avatar had turned gray. Looking at the message, Liu Xueying's face flushed red, his eyes widened, and a surge of pent-up anger almost made him vomit. I am Liu Xueying, not ZC. This L not only impersonated him and ruined his reputation, but also used his most proficient moves in the battle. After winning a fight, he even said something like thank you for the money and then disappeared offline. What the hell does this mean? Liu Xueying couldn't catch his breath and was about to faint. L? Who exactly are you? Liu Xueying's face was contorted with rage. As if he had thought of something, Liu Xueying suddenly stood up. Just as he crawled out of the simulator, he suddenly paused, calming down completely. Not to mention Anzhang City, even in the first Mecha Academy of Mingyuan Star, there were very few people who could defeat him in mecha technology. You could count them on one hand. L's IP address was at Zhangwei Mecha Center. In other words, the other party had been hiding inside Zhangwei Mecha Center all along. Is it true? A figure that filled Liu Xueying with both anger and hatred suddenly appeared in his mind. From arriving at Zhangwei Mecha Center, to the appearance of L impersonating Liu Xueying, and then dislocating Apollo's limbs with a single arc step during the mecha duel, it was all too bizarre to be a coincidence. Moreover, the arc step wasn't a technique that ordinary mecha pilots could master. It was a skill only humanoid mecha could execute. That's it, it must be him, it must be that damned guy. Is he trying to make a fool of me? And trying to use this to get me removed from that plan? Liu Xueying narrowed his eyes. The Liu family had more than just Liu Xueying as a future genius mecha pilot. Recently, the Liu family had been working on a massive project, needing to recruit a super genius mecha pilot from within, and Liu Xueying was just one of the candidates. That person not only possessed exceptional mecha piloting skills, but was also extremely adept at mimicking other people's mecha movements. The only mecha pilot who could execute the arc step even better than him was that person. It must be you, it has to be you. After gritting his teeth, Liu Xueying abruptly stood up, his face growing increasingly cold. He recalled Liu Zhangwei's forceful invitation to come. Liu Zhangwei, I never expected you to conspire with him to frame me. I, Liu Xueying, will remember this debt. Having figured it out, Liu Xueying didn't want to stay at the Zhangwei Mecha Center any longer, nor did he want to continue dwelling on the L matter. He didn't even consider logging into the Skynet chat room to explain. Because explanation only made things look more like a cover-up. Besides, that person was right there in the Zhangwei Mecha Center. Liu Xueying believed that even if he appeared in the Skynet chat room, a bunch of trolls would definitely attack him. Liu Xueying didn't want to continue being humiliated. Seeing the lights flashing from the 5 simulators, Liu Xueying's resentment intensified, a cold glint in his eyes. So much for creating alternate accounts, they were clearly just trying to trick me. Realizing this, Liu Xueying, his face grim, stepped forward and deactivated all the alternate accounts in the simulators before leaving room number 1. The kids will be starting school soon. Once school starts, I'll have more time. Thanks to Wang Wudi, the interstellar manufacturing expert. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15: The Medicinal Herbs Market. Skynet. Especially the Skynet pilots from Zhangwei Mech Center. They had been paying close attention to the accounts L and L's EC. Seeing these 2 accounts go offline one after the other, they couldn't help but discuss in surprise. What happened? This isn't like Liu Xueying's style. Normally, Liu Xueying would continue to brutally kill that fake. What happened today? Does Liu Xueying think he's too lazy to fight him? Or is there something else going on? Otherwise, why would he go offline immediately after the battle? That's also possible. Did you see it? When Liu Xueying used the arc step, LZC froze on the spot. He initially unleashed such terrifying speed, I almost thought this LZC was the real Liu Xueying. That kind of speed is beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Maybe this LZC is a mech pilot of the same level as Liu Xueying. After their battle, they might have decided to settle things privately. Of course, this also raised another question. Who exactly is this LZC? Liu Xueying is ranked in the Outer Heaven ranking. Besides other Mecha pilots on the Outer Heaven ranking, there's probably no one else who can compare to him. Right. People on the Outer Heaven ranking often make little jokes. A little joke. Deliberately using the LZC account and the Apollo Sun God Mecha, if they're really on the Outer Heaven ranking, isn't this joke going too far? How could that be? If Liu Xueying really wanted to hold a grudge, why would he go offline immediately? The Skynet chat room was buzzing with discussion. As soon as L's account logged out of Skynet, Liu Xueying in room 2 received the news and quickly opened the door and came out. Coincidentally, Liu Xueying, who had just stepped out of room 1, was looking towards room 2. Seeing the flashing lights of the simulator pod inside, although his expression remained normal, a glint of anger flashed in his eyes. That person was very likely in room number 2. Perhaps even waiting behind the door to embarrass him. Thinking this, Liu Xueying clenched his fist, his gaze towards Liu Xueying almost devouring him alive. Cousin, you. Feeling his cousin's gaze, Liu Xueying trembled. Very good. Liu Xueying, you're quite good, Liu Xueying said harshly. Although his cousin's tone was fierce, hearing praise from him suddenly made Liu Xueying's heart flutter. After all, Liu Xueying had sent his cousin over 30 million star coins. The Skynet betting platform deducts a certain fee, so he would only receive 70% of the 30 million star coins. But adding the extra spectator income from the 10 million star coin betting match, his cousin had probably already made a fortune. This time, he not only gave his cousin enough money, but also unexpectedly learned his cousin's little secret. If he could just casually pass this secret to his cousin's ear, and then pat his chest and promise not to tell anyone, his cousin might consider him a confidant. Thinking of this, Liu Xueying stopped trembling, his tone became excited, and his eyes shone brightly. Cousin, I really did a good job? You. Seeing Liu Xueying's expression, Liu Xueying clenched his fists. If it weren't for the fact that the person was very likely in room number 2, and because he was concerned about his reputation, he would have already exploded. You are very good, really very good. Liu Xueying's face was calm, suppressing his anger. Cousin. I'll have someone prepare a hoverker for you. Seeing Liu Xueying about to leave, Liu Xueying quickly said with a smile. I'm staying in Anshang City for a few days, you don't need to come with me. Before Liu Xueying could finish speaking, Liu Xueying snorted heavily and quickly left the Hangwei Mecha Center. Liu Xueying's smile froze. If he hadn't been thinking about officially joining forces with his cousin, he wouldn't have known what was wrong with him. Perhaps, this is the mentality of a sickly prodigy, Liu Xueying shrugged. At the service desk, Lin Tao had come out a step earlier than Liu Xueying and was asking the staff at the counter if he could get a refund. Seeing Liu Xueying, he frowned slightly. What a pity. If it weren't for earning money from those accounts with the L prefix, perhaps I could have found Liu Xueying in the betting area and fought him. Lin Tao sighed inwardly. He was very interested in the mecha experts of this era. However, before that, he needed to resolve his ailing condition. Although it was just a Skynet battle in the simulator, after more than an hour, he was still a little out of breath. If he entered a real mecha in this state, he might succumb to his illness in less than 20 minutes. Since he had arrived in the federal calendar 1993, Lin Tao had plenty of time and wouldn't mind a little longer. After Liu Xueying left, Liu Xueying was in a good mood, thinking about how he had pleased his cousin. Turning around, he saw Lin Tao at the service counter. He narrowed his brows slightly and thought, this guy seems familiar. Lin Tao had modified his hoverker's engine to the point of failure, but given their vastly different social statuses, Liu Xueying didn't have time to memorize Lin Tao's face. Furthermore, having just gained Liu Xueying's approval, he was already pleased and only glanced at him before turning away and returning to room number 2. Room 114 was booked by Qi Zhangfei, still under his name. Lin Tao couldn't request a refund, so he could only register the time. The remaining time would be used later. Everything was ready. Lin Tao left the Hangwei Mech Center. Outside the main gate, Lin Tao waved for a hoverker and headed straight for the medicinal herb market. Having spent some time at the Hangwei Mech Center, it was nearly evening, and the number of people coming and going at the medicinal herb market had decreased considerably. Upon arriving, Lin Tao went straight to the shop where he had inquired about prices that morning. Fortunately, the shop, named Chengxing Herbal Medicine Shop, was still open. Inside, there were only a few scattered customers. "Do you still have Hyacinth grass?" Lin Tao asked a young woman in her early 20s. This woman was beautiful and was the same clerk who had served Lin Tao that morning. She glanced at Lin Tao, about to speak, then looked behind him, her eyes lighting up. "May I ask what you two need? Do you still have Hyacinth grass and Lin flower?" Lin Tao heard a melodious voice behind him. Turning around, he saw a handsome man in a formal suit accompanying a beautiful woman in a white uniform. It was the beautiful woman who spoke. Lin Tao glanced at the two of them, and his eyes lit up when he saw the badge on the man's chest. The badge bore a steel stamp of a Mecha and the letter A beside it. This was the official Mecha pilot badge that remained in use until later generations. Although the ranking system for Mecha pilots in later generations differed slightly from that of the present era. Around the year 2000 of the federal calendar, until the emergence of new Mecha pilots were ranked into 9 levels, FedBas SSSSS. Later generations adopted a numerical system, adding 3 new levels on top of these 9. The badge on the suit-wearing man's chest indicated that he was an official A-level Mecha pilot of this era. Official Mecha pilots were different from Skynet Mecha pilots. They held military ranks, meaning they had a salaried, official profession. Lin Tao was surprised to find an official Mecha pilot at the medicinal herb market. The thought of fighting him arose in his mind. However, considering his physical condition, he quickly dismissed the idea. The beautiful woman's work uniform also bore an embroidered logo, Thea's Pharmacy. Thea's Pharmacy? The name sounded familiar. Lin Tao shook his head, unable to recall it for a moment. Seeing Lin Tao look over, the beautiful woman smiled faintly, but the suit-wearing Mecha pilot accompanying her frowned slightly. "Yes, how much do you two need?" The young shop assistant glanced at the beautiful woman, her eyes lighting up. "I think I asked first?" Lin Tao turned around and asked coldly. He needed both heavenly star grass and forest brown flower, and since the beautiful woman worked at the pharmacy, she probably stocked up on a lot. Lin Tao worried that once she finished her stock, he wouldn't have enough herbs, which would be troublesome. Having finally obtained a large sum of money, Lin Tao naturally wanted to resolve his physical problems as quickly as possible. As for the other party's identity? Once he synthesized a gene-enhancing potion, even a planetary official wouldn't be a threat to Lin Tao. The man in the suit immediately showed extreme displeasure upon hearing Lin Tao's words. Seeing this, the young shop assistant quickly whispered to Lin Tao, "You're really troublesome. He's a lab technician who came specifically to buy in bulk, he's a high-class customer, so we naturally give him priority." "How much star grass can a penniless student buy?" she muttered softly. She had served Lin Tao when he came in the morning, and he had asked about many high-grade medicinal herbs, but unfortunately, he couldn't afford a single penny. If it weren't for the fact that there weren't many people in the morning, she wouldn't have bothered with him. The young shop assistant's voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of all three. The man in the suit looked Lin Tao up and down, and after recognizing the Hyacinth Academy uniform, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. "Never mind, we're not in a hurry, let him buy it first," the beautiful woman said with a smile, seemingly indifferent. "How can that be?" The man in the suit was immediately displeased upon hearing this. "Zinya, we've already visited several herbal medicine shops. If we still can't buy everything here, we'll have to wait another day." He then sneered at the young shop assistant, "We need a large quantity. If we're short given a little, don't blame us for not doing business with you." What happened? The situation caught the attention of the herbal medicine shop manager, who immediately came over. The young shop assistant quickly whispered an explanation in his ear. While listening, the manager glanced at Lin Tao. Lin Tao was still wearing the Hyacinth Academy uniform. Specifically the maintenance department uniform. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman was wearing the pharmacy's uniform, and the man in the suit was wearing a formal Mecha pilot's badge. Comparing the two, the manager immediately understood the situation. Chapter 16 Pharmacist Zinya. The herbal medicine shop manager first apologized to the man in the suit before turning to Lin Tao. "This student from Hyacinth Academy, our Chengxing herbal medicine shop mainly does wholesale business. We don't deal with small transactions. If you need to buy in small quantities, turn left after you exit. There's a Do-What-Ye herbal medicine shop there. They do all kinds of business. The shop manager had a sly smile, but his expression practically screamed, "Hey!" The man in the suit chuckled coldly. The beautiful woman frowned, seemingly displeased with the shopkeeper's attitude. Seeing Lin Tao's expression darken, she explained, "This student, I'm really sorry, but our Zia pharmacy needs a larger quantity this time, so..." Lin Tao remained silent and immediately turned to leave. "Zinaya, why bother explaining to a poor student?" The man in the suit's words echoed behind him. Lin Tao frowned slightly, and just as he was about to leave Chengxing herbal medicine shop, a thought suddenly struck him. Gene-enhancing drugs were developed in 2052 of the federal calendar, about 60 years from now. However, there's another rumor surrounding them. Around 2000, a pharmacist named Xin Ya proposed a theory about gene-enhancing drugs, but unfortunately, she vanished from history for unknown reasons. It wasn't until around 2050 that later generations, based on her memoirs, officially developed the gene-enhancing drugs, leading to the emergence of enhanced gene warriors. According to later records, if Xin Ya hadn't disappeared, the gene-enhancing drugs might have appeared much earlier. Thea's pharmacy? Xin Ya? In the information Lin Tao had browsed in his later life, the legendary first pharmacist to propose gene-enhancing drugs, Xin Ya, seemed to have come from Thea's pharmacy. Could this Xin Ya be the same Xin Ya? Lin Tao suspiciously turned to look at the beautiful woman called Xin Ya. Unfortunately, due to Xin Ya's disappearance, there were no images of her in later generations. Lin Tao was eager to find out Xin Ya's background, but then he thought that he already knew the formulas for both ordinary gene-enhancing drugs and advanced ones that appeared in later generations. Even if she really was Xin Ya, he didn't need to get the formulas from her. With that thought, Lin Tao put aside his interest in the woman and went to Duwei's herbal medicine shop. "Hey, isn't this Lin Tao? What are you doing here?" Lin Tao had just entered Duwei's herbal medicine shop when he heard a voice calling out. Looking up, he saw a boy wearing the same uniform as Lin Tao from the Hyacinth Academy's repaired department, smiling at him. With just a glance, Lin Tao's powerful memory immediately recognized the person. Du Ruming, a classmate from class 97 of the Hyacinth Academy's repaired department. However, because the Lin Tao in this body was usually rather taciturn, the two hadn't had much contact. "Du Ruming, what are you doing here?" Lin Tao asked in surprise. "This is my family's shop. I'm forced to come and mind the shop after school," Du Ruming said with a wry smile. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he tilted his head and smiled at Lin Tao. "Lin Tao, what's wrong with you today? You're usually so quiet, but today you got a mentor recommendation card from Instructor Goulet the moment you opened your mouth." "Just luck," Lin Tao shrugged. To be honest, how would Lin Tao have known that Instructor Goulet would attend the class? And the guy was only giving out the recommendation card to use him as an example to inspire other studious students. Lin Tao didn't mind being used for a bit. "Luck? Then why don't you give me that luck?" Du Ruming said with envy, sighing repeatedly. "I've wanted to study mecha design again for a long time, but my old man won't give me the chance. Otherwise, I could have studied mecha design like my sister." "Oh?" Lin Tao was quite surprised. "Lin Tao, since you have such high skill in mecha joints, how did you fail to modify the Hawker?" Hearing Qi Hengfei's words in class, Du Ruming was somewhat skeptical and couldn't help but ask. "Physical reasons," Lin Tao replied nonchalantly. "I see. So you've come to collect medicine?" Du Ruming glanced at Lin Tao's frail body, a knowing look immediately appearing on his face. Then he patted his chest. "Lin Tao, tell me, what medicinal herbs do you need? I can give you a free meal." "Oh?" Lin Tao was taken aback, a strange smile appearing on his face. "You really intend to give me a free meal?" The medicinal herbs Lin Tao needed for this trip were worth at least several million. "A little bit of medicinal herbs? No problem," Du Ruming said, jogging over and whispering in Lin Tao's ear. "Lin Tao, I told my older sister about what you mentioned today about the mecha joints. She's quite interested in your theory. She said that if you can spare some time to explain some issues related to mecha design, she can pay you this amount of money for lectures every day." Du Ruming held up 3 fingers and shook them. "Of course, if you need to come to collect herbs often, I can also waive some of the cost." It seemed that Du Ruming knew something about Lin Tao. Lin Tao, having seen countless people in his later life, naturally could tell that there was some truth in Du Ruming's words. He hadn't expected that this classmate, whom he didn't usually interact with, was actually so kind-hearted. However, thinking about the amount of herbs needed, Lin Tao shook his head. Duruming, I need quite a lot of herbs. You should call someone out, you can't make that decision. Oh? Duruming asked suspiciously. Just then, the beautiful woman named Zinya, accompanied by a man in a suit, entered the Du-Wei medicinal herb shop. Upon seeing Lin Tao, the man in the suit gave a disdainful snort. Zinya, however, nodded apologetically to Lin Tao. There were quite a few people in the shop, and someone immediately went to greet the two. Lin Tao, how much medicinal herb do you need? Seeing someone go to serve him, Duruming, too lazy to go over, quickly pulled Lin Tao aside and asked. At least 3 caddies of Hyacinth grass, and if you have Lin flower here, I'll take about 2 caddies, and... Before Lin Tao could finish, Duruming, as if seeing a ghost, exclaimed in shock, what? 3 caddies of Hyacinth grass. 2 caddies of Lin flower. Lin Tao, are you here to pick up herbs or to rob them? Hyacinth grass and Lin flower were extremely valuable herbs. Even if the shop sold them, they were sold by the coin. For example, Hyacinth grass cost 2,000 star coins per coin, while Lin flower was even more expensive, reaching 5,000 star coins per coin. He ordered 2 or 3 caddies right off the bat. Just those 2 herbs alone were worth 1.6 million star coins. Free? Hiss. Duruming gasped. He dared not mention a free order again. If he did, the old man would probably beat him up that night. Besides, such a large quantity of herbs was rarely ordered outside of wholesalers or pharmacies. Duruming's voice was loud, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the shop. They all stared at Lin Tao with shock. Zinya looked at Lin Tao with surprise, and even the man in the suit seemed quite taken aback. However, seeing Lin Tao in his school uniform, the man in the suit's face darkened, and he sneered, you poor student, asking for 3 caddies of heavenly star grass and 2 caddies of forest brown flower? Are you trying to drive us away? Zinya was startled, her gaze towards Lin Tao suddenly filled with disgust. Because the 2 women needed to buy these medicinal herbs, she assumed Lin Tao had been bullied by the staff at Chengxing medicinal herbs shop and was therefore angry with them, intending to provoke them away with words. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant's gazes towards Lin Tao immediately changed. Considering Duruming seemed to know Lin Tao, they refrained from saying anything further. Lin Tao, you. Hearing the man in the suit's words, Duruming immediately recalled Lin Tao's situation and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Duruming, I really need a large quantity of medicinal herbs. If you can't supply them, then I'll have to go to the next shop, Lin Tao said with a smile. Because of Duruming's enthusiasm, Lin Tao still hoped to complete the purchase at this shop. After all, the quantity of medicinal herbs he needed this time was quite substantial. Although Duruming was suspicious, seeing Lin Tao's confident expression, he touched his nose and said, Lin Tao, wait a moment. I'll call the old man out. Such a large quantity is beyond my control. However, he then lowered his voice, Lin Tao, do you really have that much money? Lin Tao nodded, smiling without saying a word. Then wait a moment. Duruming hurriedly ran back to the inner room. A poor student dares to order several kilograms of Hyacinth grass and Lin flower? I'd like to see how you handle this. The man in the suit waved his hand, signaling the pharmacy clerk to step aside. Zinya frowned slightly, standing to the side without saying a word. A moment later, the pharmacy owner, Du-Wei, came out. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, burly and with a composed expression. So you want to buy 3 kilograms of Hyacinth grass and 2 kilograms of Lin flower? He glanced at Lin Tao, a look of doubt on his face. Even before leaving, he had learned about Lin Tao's situation from Duruming. Lin Tao was an orphan, living in poverty, and didn't seem like someone who could easily produce hundreds of thousands or even millions of star coins. Moreover, Lin Tao was wearing the uniform of the Hyacinth Mecha Academy's maintenance department. No matter how you looked at him, he didn't seem like a wealthy person. Lin Tao nodded, I need more than just these. I probably need more than 10 kinds of medicinal herbs. Then tell me. Du-Wei glanced at Zinya and the other person, then frowned slightly. With his experience, he could naturally tell that there seemed to be a conflict between Lin Tao and the other party. He didn't want Lin Tao to deliberately ask for such a price just to vent his anger and drive away his customer. After all, the medicinal herbs Lin Tao wanted were not only in large quantities but also expensive, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Moreover, Lin Tao was just a student at the Mecha Academy. What use would he have for so many medicinal herbs? Xinyan, on the other hand, came from the pharmacy. If she needed medicinal herbs, she would definitely not ask for even a single one. She was a major customer. If things were as he suspected, he would be greatly disappointed in his son's classmate, and Du Wei would never want his son to have such a friend. 3 caddies of heavenly star grass, 2 caddies of forest brown flower, 5 caddies of floating mist grass. In a short while, Lin Tao had already listed more than 10 kinds of medicinal herbs and their quantities. Hearing Lin Tao's words, Du Wei's expression grew increasingly shocked. Not only him, but even Du Ruming and the shop assistants beside him were stunned. Because each of the medicinal herbs Lin Tao had quoted was quite expensive, and the total amount was approaching 10 million star coins. Leaving aside the value and uses of these herbs, what was the purpose of purchasing so many? Moreover, Lin Tao was only a student in the maintenance department of the Mecha Academy. Chapter 17 Pharmacist Xinyan. You, who exactly are you? Upon hearing the names of the medicinal herbs Lin Tao named, Xinyan paled instantly. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. Even the man in the suit looked puzzled, then his expression suddenly changed, as if he had realized something. He abruptly turned to Lin Tao and demanded sharply, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Tao ignored the man in the suit. Seeing Xinyan's expression, he immediately understood that this Xinyan was very likely the same Xinyan recorded in later generations' documents. Although he didn't know why she had disappeared, she was very likely currently researching gene-enhancing drugs. This was because most of the drugs Lin Tao named were extractions of key ingredients for gene-enhancing drugs. However, the drugs Lin Tao named included not only those used to make ordinary gene-enhancing drugs but also those used to treat physical ailments, so the number of medicinal herbs was significantly greater than what the other party knew. Of course, if Xinyan was conducting research on ordinary gene-based drugs, she probably hadn't found the correct synthesis method yet. After all, future generations would have to rely on her notes and conduct further research to successfully formulate the drug. Have you been following us the whole time? Xinyan asked in surprise. Most of the medicinal herbs Lin Tao mentioned were the materials she had been researching recently, and to avoid being noticed at the medicinal herb market, she hadn't dared to collect them all from the same shop. Even she hadn't expected Lin Tao to list them all at once, although there were fewer varieties, but it wasn't far off, especially the quantities needed. This made her suspect that some other force was secretly spying on her research results. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit's face darkened, and he asked in a deep voice, "You brat, have you been following us the whole time? That's how you found out we need these medicinal herbs?" Lin Tao ignored the two of them and asked Du Wei, "Do you have enough of the medicinal herbs I mentioned?" Du Wei sized up Lin Tao, then glanced at Xinyan and the other man, frowning slightly. "Lin Tao, our Du Wei medicinal herbs shop is an established business here. With my reputation, even if we don't have enough herbs, we can get some from other shops, and the prices will still be the normal market prices," Du Ruming explained from the side. Ahem. Du Wei coughed, stopping Du Ruming. Suppressing rivals is common not only in pharmacies but also in the medicinal herb market, and Du Wei has experienced the dangers involved many times. Given Lin Tao's situation, he could easily be used as a pawn, and he didn't want his son to be involved. Seeing Lin Tao deliberately ignoring him, the man in the suit looked extremely ugly. He looked Lin Tao up and down again, then suddenly sneered, "Kid, I don't know who you are, but the amount of herbs you've quoted is at least close to 10 million. Can you really come up with that kind of money?" "That's right. The amount of herbs is at least close to 10 million star coins. Can Lin Tao really afford that?" Du Wei frowned. Du Ruming was also shocked. He knew quite a bit about Lin Tao's situation. After all, it was tens of millions of star coins, not just tens of thousands. Seeing the shop owner Du Wei's expression change slightly, the man in the suit softened his tone and patiently persuaded, "I don't know if you've been following us the whole time, or if someone else is directing you. I won't embarrass you. As long as this shop has all the medicinal herbs you mentioned, I can buy them all for you. Of course, if someone really is directing you, just tell me their background, and I'll give you an additional million star coins," the man in the suit said casually. Xinyan pursed her lips, remaining silent, her eyes fixed on Lin Tao, as if trying to discern something from him. Unfortunately, Lin Tao's expression remained unchanged, not even glancing at them. Seeing Lin Tao's pretense, the man in the suit's face darkened again. He hesitated for a moment, then turned to the shop owner. Dewey, you're Dewey, the owner of this medicinal herb shop? Dewey nodded. If you can produce the medicinal herbs he mentioned, I'll buy them at 20% above market price, the man in the suit said, then turned to Lin Tao. You're a student at Hyacinth Academy, right? Lin Tao didn't deny it, his school uniform was the best proof. The man in the suit narrowed his eyes. I'm also a Mecha pilot from Hyacinth Academy. If you know what's good for you, I can get you a mentor recommendation card. Maybe you can even choose another course within the academy. Since you're also at Hyacinth Academy, you've naturally heard of the mentor recommendation card. You might not be able to get this card even with connections, and with it, you can enter any academy for free, including the most expensive Mecha Pilot Academy. With that, the man in the suit arrogantly raised his head and crossed his arms. In his view, he had already offered 2 irresistible conditions and made it clear that he still had connections within Hyacinth Academy. If Lin Tao didn't know what was good for him, he would definitely use these connections to suppress him. Hearing about the mentor recommendation card, Du Ruming's expression turned strange. Lin Tao glanced coldly at the man in the suit. With his experience from his previous life, Lin Tao understood the man's intentions perfectly. He was ostensibly offering help, but secretly threatening him, clearly taking advantage of his student status and lack of worldly experience. The man in the suit crossed his arms, convinced Lin Tao would reveal the mastermind. The mentor recommendation card you mentioned, is this the kind? Lin Tao asked calmly, pulling out a gold card. One side of the card bore the inscription Gulay 18. This is. At a glance, the man in the suit recognized it as a mentor recommendation card, specifically Gulay's. His pupils constricted, his eyes bulging like goldfish eyes, and he cried out, how do you have a mentor recommendation card? Dewey was also surprised, looking at Lin Tao with some astonishment. What's this kid's background? He had really shot himself in the foot. If he had known Lin Tao possessed a mentor recommendation card, the man in the suit would never have brought it up. His face darkened, because the mentor card he had recommended was merely an extremely ordinary one, far inferior to that of Mentor Gulay. However, after a moment's thought, he snorted coldly. So what if he had a mentor recommendation card? He already had a mentor relationship with Hyacinth Academy. He didn't believe Lin Tao could have any deeper connection with Gulay. Does your Dewey herbal medicine shop, like the Changxing herbal medicine shop next door, sell to whoever has the most money? Before the man in the suit could speak, Lin Tao put away the mentor recommendation card and asked Dewey. Lin Tao, we're an established shop in this herbal medicine market, Du Ruming quickly explained for his father. Since you spoke first, as long as you can afford it, we'll naturally give you priority, Dewey nodded. You poor brat. Lin Tao's continued disregard made the man in the suit's face extremely ugly, clearly on the verge of exploding in rage. Suddenly, his expression returned to normal, his eyes narrowed, and he let out a cold laugh. HMPH, since you won't listen to reason, then I won't say any more. But, you poor student, do you really have enough money on you? This wasn't just a few thousand star coins. Even if Lin Tao had someone behind him, how could that person possibly hand over such a large sum of money to a poor student? The man in the suit believed that he himself wouldn't be able to do it either. A mere poor student from the maintenance department, let alone 10 million, even if he could come up with $1 million, he would immediately turn around and leave. Thinking of this, he sneered a few times, crossed his arms again, wanting to see who Lin Tao would contact. The man in the suit believed that as long as he found the mastermind behind it all, whoever it was, they would face his furious revenge in the coming days. Young man, if you want to place a deposit, that's not impossible. However, as usual, we require a security deposit in addition to the initial deposit. Dewey was giving Lin Tao considerable face out of consideration for his son, Du Ruming. Du Ruming looked at Lin Tao with concern, as he knew Lin Tao quite well. Lin Tao didn't speak, but gestured for them to prepare the scanning code, then immediately transferred 1 million star coins. Beep. After a sound, 1 million star coins appeared in Dewey's bank account. This. The man in the suit was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Xingya and Du Ruming beside him were also astonished. It's not a deposit, this is just the initial payment. Once all the medicinal herbs are prepared, the rest will be settled together, Lin Tao said calmly. Dewey was quite surprised, but the money had already arrived, so he immediately gave the order, Ruming, go to the warehouse and take inventory. I'll go and talk to the other shop owners first. Send me a message later with the amount of herbs owed and the quantity. Such a large quantity of herbs couldn't be supplied by just one or two shops. Negotiations with other shops were necessary. Fortunately, the Du family's old shop still had some standing in this herb market. I understand. Du Ruming glanced suspiciously at Lin Tao before entering the inner room. Kid, I'll remember you. The man in the suit's face flushed red and then turned pale. Xingye, let's go. He had already decided that after leaving, he would immediately have someone investigate this poor boy to see what his background was, that he dared to humiliate him to his face. At the same time, he felt an increasing hatred for the person behind Lin Tao. However, Xingye didn't move. Instead, she looked at Lin Tao with an expectant expression. Excuse me, could you tell me what you're going to do with all these medicinal herbs? Lin Tao glanced at her. He could sense that, given her temperament, if the man in the suit hadn't been present, they might have been able to have a long chat about the gene serum. What a pity. However, since Xingye was the one who proposed the gene serum theory, Lin Tao hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully, gene serum. The moment the words gene serum were uttered, Xingye's expression changed drastically. Not only her, but even the man in the suit's expression changed instantly, staring at Lin Tao with eyes that seemed to devour him. Can you tell me which potion studio it is? Xingye's face was pale. This was exactly the outcome she had feared most. No pharmacy. Lin Tao shook his head. Seeing Xingye's increasingly pale face, he frowned slightly, then abruptly asked, do you have a contact number? Perhaps we can exchange messages. Xingye. Seeing that Xingye was actually going to give him her contact number, the man in the suit was furious and cursed. What are you up to? Are you trying to poach someone right in front of me? Poach someone? Lin Tao glanced at the man in the suit. He had a vague feeling that Xingye's disappearance and history might be related to this man. Thinking of this, he wanted Xingye's contact number even more. Without further ado, Lin Tao sent out his contact number first. Xingye glanced at the man in the suit, sighed softly, received the message, and immediately dialed it, leaving Lin Tao a contact number as well. This made the man in the suit even more enraged. Chapter 18. What is his surname? There aren't many long-established herbal medicine shops in the market. Chengxing Herbal Medicine Shop, like Duwei Herbal Medicine Shop, is a well-established brand that has firmly established itself in this market. Stepping out of his shop, Duwei immediately thought of Chengxing Herbal Medicine Shop next door. From Lin Tao's words, Duwei understood that his son's classmate seemed to have some minor conflict with Chengxing Herbal Medicine Shop, but it wasn't a big deal. As long as the goods could be quickly delivered, and he didn't reveal the source of the goods, no one would know what was going on. He wouldn't miss out on any of the money he was owed. A deposit of 1 million yuan. Sometimes, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Although Lin Tao must have a powerful backer, in this era, who would turn down money? Money is money, and you can make money. That's about it. Manager, look what I found. Duwei heard a slightly excited, pretty voice from a distance as he approached. What's going on? This was an acquaintance of Duwei's, the manager of the herbal medicine shop who had chased Lin Tao away. Suddenly, Duwei exclaimed in surprise, This person actually has that surname. I really didn't expect that someone with that surname would come to our Mingyuan Star. Manager, those two bought a batch of goods from us and asked us to deliver them. If we can use this opportunity to build a good relationship with them, do you think our Chengxing pharmacy might benefit from it? The owner of the sweet voice was none other than the young female shop assistant. You're right. Although they specifically requested that the herbs be delivered to an obscure pharmacy, judging from the relationship between those two, it's definitely not ordinary. The pharmacy manager nodded. Manager, do you think the pharmacy will give us a reward for discovering that person's situation? The young female shop assistant's eyes lit up. Ho, the pharmacy manager laughed loudly. No problem, whether or not we can establish this connection, I will apply to my superiors for a good bonus. As he spoke, the pharmacy manager's lecherous gaze swept over the young female shop assistant's chest without any attempt to hide it. The young female shop assistant let out a shy whimper, pretending not to see anything. Duwei secretly shook his head, but perhaps he needed her help at this moment, so he pretended not to see anything and coughed. Have you two encountered something joyous? Could you tell me? The young female shop assistant blushed and ran away, feigning shyness. Manager Du, what brings you here? The pharmacy manager wasn't embarrassed at being caught. Instead, he laughed and greeted him. Well, We had a customer, and we're short on herbs. We were planning to wait for them to give us their quantities and then order some from you. Dewey knew perfectly well that this guy had made advances on the female shop assistant more than once. Upon hearing that Dewey was ordering more herbs than he could handle, a hint of jealousy flashed in the pharmacy manager's eyes. Anyone who'd been in the herbal medicine market for a long time had encountered such a situation, but a quantity that even a large store couldn't produce meant he was definitely a super big customer. Honestly, why didn't this super-sized client come to Chengxing Medicinal Herbs Store first? Comparing the two stores, Chengxing Medicinal Herbs Store is infinitely superior to Dewey's in terms of storefront decoration and interior style. What a pity. What a real pity. The store manager felt a pang of bitterness. After all, although he was just a store manager, when he encountered a super-sized client, just one commission could sometimes be enough to cover a year and a half's salary. Oh, congratulations, Manager Du. I wonder how many herbs you still need? Although the store manager was full of bitterness, there was nothing he could do if it didn't happen to him. After all, the medicinal herb market was only so big, if he didn't help them today, they wouldn't help them tomorrow either. At that time, the manager of Chengxing would definitely give him a good beating. Dewey spread his hands, still waiting for news. Hearing this, the pharmacy manager guessed the quantity must be quite large. Curious, he secretly went to the shop entrance and peeked into Dewey's shop. Inside, there were only two groups of people, Xin Yang and her companion, and Lin Tao, whom he had chased away. Of course, he only glanced at Lin Tao before looking away. It's them? Why aren't they buying from our shop? The pharmacy manager thought to himself. However, the pharmacy manager also understood that some pharmacies, to avoid leaks, wouldn't make large purchases from the same store. These two are really dishonest, the pharmacy manager thought to himself. Leaving them with such a big business, choosing to go next door, wasn't that embarrassing for Chengxing Pharmacy? Although he thought this in his heart, he wouldn't say it aloud. He turned to look at Dewey and said, Manager Du, I really didn't expect that as soon as we mentioned this person, they would come to your company to do big business. Oh? Dewey was suspicious. He had heard these two from Chengxing mention that this person was, what was that surname again? Was Lin Tao's surname Lin really that famous? In the medicinal herb and pharmaceutical industry, he had never heard of any large company with a surname Lin. Could there be a mistake? Wait. Them? Suddenly, Dewey's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly ran to the computer the two had been looking at. Hiss. Upon seeing it, Dewey's eyes widened on the spot. The photo on the computer screen was clearly the man in the suit with a Mecha pilot badge on his chest, who was accompanying Xin Yang. Devastate. Next to the photo was the man in the suit's name. If he ignored the three words Davis at the beginning, Dewey would have thought that the other party shared the same surname as him. That surname. Davis. In an instant, a cold sweat broke out on Dewey's back. Davis, could it be the Davis from one of the 8 great families? Dewey exclaimed. The pharmacy manager sighed and nodded. Besides them, which Davis could it be? The young female clerk had already investigated and found out. Although he didn't know why she had investigated, this Davis Dusan was clearly a member of the Davis family, one of the 8 great families in the Federation. This is bad. Dewey seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly turned pale. Just then, the electronic watch on his wrist beeped. He answered it. Old man, the amount of stargrass and forest brown flower in the warehouse is okay, but the others are only about half a caddy each. You need to bring over at least half of each kind, according to the amount Lin Tao gave. Du Ruming's voice sounded from the electronic watch. Hearing the quantity of medicinal herbs measured in caddies, the pharmacy manager's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lin Tao? The pharmacy manager was stunned. Manager Du, could it be that the people making this large-scale purchase aren't Davis Dusan and Thea Pharmacy? Dewey seemed to realize something, his face turning pale, completely oblivious to Du Ruming's words. From Lin Tao and Davis Dusan's words, he could tell that these two groups were clearly scrambling for medicinal herbs in the market. This wasn't the crucial point. Because Dewey could sense that behind Lin Tao, there was definitely another pharmacy. If his opponent were just an ordinary person, Dewey would be happy to see it happen. Firstly, Lin Tao was his son's classmate, and secondly, no matter which group completed the purchase, Dewey Pharmacy wouldn't suffer any losses. But now, things seemed a bit tricky. Because the man in the suit was from the Davis family. The Davis family was one of the 8 great families of the Federation. Mingyuan Star was the territory of the Liu family, another of the 8 great families. Although the Davis family couldn't control this area, few large companies dared to provoke them. Unless the pharmacy behind Lin Tao has the backing of one of the 8 great families, this is no ordinary trouble. The young female shop assistant, who seemed to have been watching this all along, walked over and asked in surprise, "Manager Du, the person buying the herbs isn't from the Davis family, it's that student named Lin Tao?" The young female shop assistant had inadvertently mentioned Lin Tao's name when he asked about the herbs that morning. "It's him?" The pharmacy manager's pupils contracted sharply, and he looked at Lin Tao, who was standing in the Du-Wei pharmacy wearing the Hyacinth Academy uniform, in disbelief. Putting aside the Davis family, daring to snatch herbs from a pharmacy means there must be another pharmacy behind him. Wasn't this person supposed to be a poor student with no money? The pharmacy manager glanced at the young female shop assistant, his expression slightly unpleasant. Swish. The young female shop assistant's expression changed. "Manager Du, you haven't been scammed, have you? I already inquired this morning, he's just a poor student, he doesn't have much money, he can't even afford an ounce of Hyacinth grass." The young female shop assistant, seeing the manager's suspicious look, hurriedly said in a panic. Du-Wei frowned, remaining silent, analyzing the whole situation in his mind. The pharmacy manager glanced at Du-Wei's expression and immediately understood what was going on. This Du-Wei had definitely already received Lin Tao's deposit, otherwise, why would he have come to their Chengxing pharmacy to directly order goods? If he had known that kid had a pharmacy behind him, he would have tried every means to stay, just waiting for those two to leave so the commission would be in his pocket. Now, he'd been chased away. And then he turned around and went to Du-Wei's shop, placing a huge order. This was a huge commission. The pharmacy manager's heart was bleeding. Then he thought. Although inwardly disapproving of the young female shop assistant, the pharmacy manager naturally didn't want Du-Wei to reap huge profits since the business hadn't fallen into his lap. His eyes darted around. "Manager Du," he said, "that kid might have a pharmacy behind him, but that person is from the Davis family." The young female shop assistant quickly chimed in. "Yes, Manager Du, I've already checked. That person is from the Davis family, and a direct descendant of the 3rd generation." Du-Wei remained silent. "Manager Du," the pharmacy manager continued, "while that kid might offer a deposit, the final order still requires the pharmacy behind him to handle it. If that pharmacy doesn't have a strong background, it will definitely offend the Davis family. Offending that person will likely affect your pharmacy as well." Seeing Du-Wei's expression, the pharmacy manager chuckled inwardly, adding fuel to the fire. Du-Wei glanced at the 2 women, then at the Davis family members, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Tao. He had made a terrible mistake in choosing his friends. Du-Wei decided that once this matter was settled, he would definitely give Du-Ruming a good scolding. Thinking this, he started walking, forgetting all about the medicinal herbs, and headed straight back to the shop. The manager of Chengxing medicinal herbs shop and the young female shop assistant exchanged a glance and followed behind. Chapter 19 ending. After obtaining Xin Ya's contact number, Lin Tao stood quietly, patiently waiting. The man in the suit, devastate, wasn't in a hurry to leave. He cursed Xin Ya for acting without thinking, while simultaneously laughing angrily. Which blind fool dared to mess with the Davis family? Devastate suppressed his anger. He realized that Lin Tao intended to use the gene serum as bait to lure this naive girl away. Xinya, engrossed in her research on the gene serum, could potentially be lured away from Xin Ya's room if Lin Tao mentioned a few key points. Not only would devastate not agree to this, but the Davis family behind him wouldn't either. Because the entire Davis family, not just him, was interested in the gene serum, even the Liu family, one of the 8 great families and owners of Mingyuan Star, didn't dare interfere after learning about the gene serum. This guy's backing shouldn't be the Liu family. Devastate's face was grim, his mind racing. "Very well, I'll stay here and see which pharmacy came to settle the payment." They even tried to rob him right in front of him. This was a serious grudge. Devastate was determined that once he found out who was behind them, he would wipe them all out of Mingyuan Star. A short while later, Du-Wei strode back to the pharmacy, followed closely by the 2 men from Chengxing Pharmacy. "Excuse me, are you from the Davis family?" Du-Wei approached Devastate and asked respectfully. Although he had learned of the man's identity from Chengxing Pharmacy, he still needed to confirm it personally. "Oh?" Devastate's eyes narrowed. "You investigated me?" He didn't admit it, but the arrogance in his expression gave the answer. Duwei's pupils contracted sharply. One of the 8 great families, the Davis family? Lin Tao was taken aback. He glanced at the Mecha pilot badge on Davis Dusan's chest, frowned slightly, then relaxed. In his records from later generations, Lin Tao had never seen this person before, indicating he wasn't an important figure, not even as important as Liu Xueying. The 2 people at Changxing Pharmacy immediately beamed with smiles upon hearing Davis Dusan's words, especially the young female clerk, who rushed forward, fawning, "Mr. Davis Dusan, I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you earlier, please forgive me." As she spoke, she casually brushed against him. This action made the Changxing Pharmacy manager frown. After all, this woman had previously acquiesced to his flirting, and now, right in front of him, she was brushing against another person, clearly not taking him seriously. The young female clerk naturally saw his expression, rolled her eyes. Not just men could brush against each other, women could too. The man in the suit before her was from the Davis family, one of the 8 great tycoons. Even becoming his mistress would change her status if she were chosen by him. As for Changxing Pharmacy, if she really had that kind of luck, why would she ever go back to that rundown place? Thinking this, the young female shop assistant rubbed against him forcefully a few more times, almost announcing that she had a 36C bust. Seeing that Davis Dusan didn't back down, her eyes lit up even more. "Mr. Davis, this poor student came to our shop this morning and asked about several kinds of herbs. Unfortunately, he couldn't even afford a day or two's worth of star grass. HMPH, he definitely doesn't have any spare money to buy herbs." Hearing this, Davis Dusan frowned slightly, took a few steps back, and avoided this woman who seemed a bit off. Everyone present, including the staff at Changxing Pharmacy, could see that Lin Tao's ability to remain calm meant he had a powerful backer. Whether it was the pharmacy or something else, no one knew, but it certainly wasn't as the shop assistant claimed. To prevent her from continuing her mindless ramblings, Davis Dusan turned to Duwei. "Manager Du, what do you plan to do?" Since Duwei had returned, he clearly didn't want any more trouble. He sighed inwardly and said to Lin Tao, "Young friend Lin Tao, what are you doing now? If your Duwei medicinal herbs shop doesn't value integrity, you can sell those herbs to whomever you want." Lin Tao shrugged, cutting him off. Actually, Lin Tao hadn't expected the man in the suit to be from the Davis family, one of the 8 great clans. If someone like that made a strong move, let alone a mere medicinal herbs shop, even the Hyacinth Academy probably wouldn't dare keep him. However, as long as he could obtain the herbs, Lin Tao would never let them go. Once he got them, as long as he could develop the medicine in the shortest possible time, and after clearing his hidden illness and increasing his physical strength, he wouldn't even give the Davis family's patriarch a second thought. This. Duwei's face flushed red. He had intended to give Lin Tao way out, but Lin Tao hadn't given him any face at all, which put him in a very difficult position. HMPH. Davis Dusan snorted coldly, a hint of mockery flashing in his narrowed eyes. "Manager Du, there's no need to make things difficult. Sell to whomever you want, the Davis family won't cause you any trouble. Besides, I also want to know who will pay the balance and who will pick up the goods." Dusan. Xingya, standing to the side, couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. "Xingya, don't forget, this is the result of your research. Don't you want to know who's targeting you?" Davis Dusan said angrily. Xingya opened her mouth but then closed it. "Manager Du, since he wants to buy, make him pay the balance immediately." The young female shop assistant finally understood what was going on, hands on her hips. HMPH. A poor boy dares to show off in front of the Davis family. I'll see how he gets out of this. Although she hadn't been chosen by Davis Dusan, she understood that if she could flatter him now, it might be another opportunity. Duwei frowned, giving her a disapproving glance before turning to Lin Tao and saying, "Young friend Lin Tao, the medicinal herbs you quoted would cost approximately 9.8 million. I'll round it down and only charge you 9.8 million. As for the remaining 8.8 million, you can decide." Lin Tao remained silent, gesturing for him to open the QR code. Seeing his gesture, Duwei shook his head repeatedly, but still opened the QR code on his electronic wristwatch. Beep. "Your account has received a bank transfer of 8.8 million. A pleasant female voice emanated from Duwei's electronic wristwatch. Silence. The entire Duwei medicinal herb shop fell into profound silence. Everyone assumed Lin Tao was merely being used as a pawn, and that settling the remaining payment would require summoning the pharmacy staff. No one had expected Lin Tao to actually possess 10 million star coins and settle the balance on the spot. A considerable amount of time passed. How is this possible? The young female shop assistant blushed, her face filled with disbelief. You're just a poor student. How could you possibly have so much money? Nearby, Devastate's face was flushed with anger. Lin Tao's move had truly taken him by surprise. Xinye was equally astonished. The manager of Changxing medicinal herbs shop had his mouth agape, almost big enough to fit a fist. Lin Tao ignored the brainless woman and asked Du Wei, "Manager Du, when can we finish picking up the goods?" Du Wei stood frozen, his mouth agape, glancing at Devastate's, unable to utter a sound. Devastate's expression was extremely ugly. He snorted coldly and glared fiercely at Lin Tao. What a pharmacy! Daring to entrust 10 million star coins to a mere pawn. Devastate snorted heavily, then grabbed Xinye and headed out of the shop. If they didn't leave soon, he'd probably vomit blood from anger. After leaving Du Wei's herbal medicine shop, as if remembering something, Devastate grabbed Xinye's hand again, retrieved Lin Tao's contact number from his electronic watch, wrote it down on his own watch, and then deleted the signal from Xinye's watch. Seeing Xinye's displeasure, Devastate said coldly, "Xinye, don't forget how much money we've invested in you. Without the Davis family, you wouldn't be able to research gene potions, and even the Xinye pharmacy wouldn't exist." Xinye's face instantly turned cold. After Devastate and his companion left, Du Wei finally relaxed and looked at the manager of Changxing herbal medicine shop. I'll go get the goods for you right away." Seeing that the Davis family was ignoring him, the manager of Changxing herbal medicine shop naturally wouldn't give up the profits he could get. Besides, in such cases, the old shops in the neighborhood would usually offer to help. As for what might happen in the future, who would care? "Manager, I'll help you." The pretty voice of a young female shop assistant rang in his ear. "No need." The manager's face darkened, and he waved his hand. "Go collect your wages later. Don't come to work tomorrow." "Manager, The young female shop assistant stood there, stunned. This brainless woman, did she really think he couldn't see through her previous little tricks? Instantly, the manager's lust for her diminished. Besides, if it weren't for this woman's interference, the commission from this 10 million purchase would probably have gone almost entirely into his pocket. Compared to her, the manager naturally knew what to do. There's never a shortage of young and beautiful female shop assistants in this world. As long as you're willing to spend money to hire them, there are plenty. It doesn't matter if he takes advantage of one more person. In the blink of an eye, only the shop assistant, Du Wei, and Lin Tao remained at Du Wei's herbal medicine shop. "Young friend Lin Tao, now that everyone's here, can you tell me about the pharmacy behind you?" Du Wei glanced at Lin Tao and asked in a low voice. "What pharmacy?" Lin Tao was confused. "Then these herbs." Du Wei was taken aback. "Manager Du, these herbs are for my own use." Lin Tao smiled. With the medicinal herbs, all that was needed was to extract the essence to concoct a gene potion. At that point, not only would his hidden ailment be cured, but his body would also be strengthened. Lin Tao was in high spirits. "Young friend Lin Tao, you, sigh." Du Wei sighed. "Do you know that you've already offended the 8 great families?" Lin Tao smiled and waved his hand, not taking it to heart. As long as his physical body was strengthened, even without obtaining the Mecha, he wouldn't take them seriously. The powerful gene warriors of later generations were terrifying figures capable of taking on 100 men single-handedly. Chapter 20 The Shock Derooming. Seeing Lin Tao's nonchalant expression, Du Wei didn't say anything more and could only shake his head. The medicinal herbs were prepared quickly. The herbs, worth 9.8 million star coins, weren't a large quantity due to their high unit price. Even so, they still had a considerable weight. Lin Tao was just a student and didn't have a car. After a moment's thought, Du Wei beckoned to Du Ruming and gave him instructions to take Lin Tao back. These herbs were very valuable. If Lin Tao was robbed the moment he left the market, not only would Lin Tao lose face, but Du Wei's herbal shop would also suffer a great loss of reputation, and probably no one would dare to buy from them again. They left the market. Du Ruming drove up in a hovercar. After loading all the herbs into the back of the hovercar, Lin Tao got in. "Lin Tao, where to take him?" Du Ruming asked, glancing at Lin Tao through the rearview mirror. At this moment, Du Ruming's initial jovial demeanor had vanished, replaced by a newfound wariness. Leaving aside Lin Tao's audacity in offending the 8 powerful families, the fact that he could casually produce 9.8 million was completely different from the Lin Tao Du Ruming knew. Du Ruming guessed that Lin Tao had definitely joined some powerful force. He didn't want to get involved. Seeing Du Ruming's expression, Lin Tao, clear-headed, chuckled. Du Ruming, am I that scary? Du Ruming hesitated. Lin Tao wasn't scary at all. They were from the same college, the same department, and had been classmates for almost 2 years. They could maintain a normal relationship. But now, Lin Tao had not only offended the 8 powerful families but also had a hidden, mysterious force behind him. Otherwise, why would he keep his distance? Lin Tao smiled faintly and nonchalantly gave Du Ruming the address of his rented apartment. Du Ruming was visibly stunned for a moment. It was an address in Islam. Lin Tao, this batch of medicinal herbs isn't going to be delivered to your place, is it? Du Ruming suddenly had a thought, his expression turning strange. Having learned a lot about Lin Tao, Du Ruming naturally knew where Lin Tao lived. He assumed this batch of medicinal herbs would be sent directly to that mysterious force. Lin Tao nodded. Du Ruming frowned. Lin Tao didn't seem to intend to reveal his backing, which was fine, since he had no intention of getting involved anyway. Ruming, is it still possible to buy a pulverizer and a refining machine at this time? Lin Tao suddenly asked. Processing medicinal herbs requires pulverizing them before refining. These things can't be done by hand. It was almost dusk, and Lin Tao really didn't know where to buy these instruments. Pulverizer and refining machine? Du Ruming was taken aback. Did the force Lin Tao represented not even have basic equipment for processing medicinal herbs? But then he thought about how Lin Tao could transfer 9.8 million star coins without hesitation, and immediately dismissed the thought 9.8 million star coins was almost 10 million. Given Lin Tao's circumstances, it was impossible for him to come up with such a huge sum on his own. There must be a mysterious force behind him. But why did Lin Tao plan to buy a crusher and a refiner? Could it be? Du Ruming felt a sudden shiver run down his spine and abruptly looked up. Lin Tao, are you planning to double-cross me? In his view, while the medicinal herbs worth 9.8 million star coins were extremely valuable, the unit price was not low, and this batch of herbs was at most about 30 caddies. Any force could easily refine such a quantity. Lin Tao's desire to buy a crusher and a refiner could only mean one thing, double-crossing. Lin Tao wanted to take this batch of herbs from that mysterious force all by himself. Could this be the reason why Lin Tao dared to challenge the Davis family, one of the 8 great families? However, if Lin Tao really wanted to do this, why didn't he just swallow the 10 million star coins for himself? Why bother buying herbs and going through all that trouble? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Du Ruming's mind, and he became confused. What double-crossing? Lin Tao frowned slightly. Lin Tao, where did you get this money? Du Ruming finally couldn't help but ask. As a classmate, he didn't want to see Lin Tao go astray. Moreover, Lin Tao was quite skilled in mecha parts. If he put in more effort, and with Goulet's recommendation card, he would definitely excel in the mecha design department. With that talent, mecha companies would be vying to recruit him. Why ruin his future for a mere 10 million star coins? I want it back in mecha betting, Lin Tao said nonchalantly. What? Du Ruming was shocked. Mecha betting? How is that possible? Lin Tao, where did you get the extra money to practice on Skynet? A simulator costs at least hundreds of thousands, even millions. Even at the cheapest mecha center, it would still be expensive. Mecha combat skills aren't something you can master in a day or two. Winning money in mecha betting, unless you have superhuman skills, is like going to a casino. The money you invest never even makes a sound. Just like the stock market, only a select few ever see any returns. Moreover, Lin Tao didn't just win a few million, but nearly 10 million star coins. Even officially licensed mech pilots wouldn't dare claim to have won over 10 million star coins in mech duels. Furthermore, while Du Ruming couldn't claim to fully understand Lin Tao, he had a general idea of the situation. Given Lin Tao's circumstances, he definitely couldn't possibly come up with tens of thousands of star coins at once. Cheese Hangfei and the others took me there, Lin Tao smiled. I didn't expect someone there to be so eager to give me money. I received over 20 million. If it weren't for the fact that this money was hard-earned, I probably could have won 30 or 40 million. Lin Tao sighed. LZC was planning one last duel. If he accepted, after deducting the Skynet fees, he could earn another 7 million. Cheese Hangfei? 30 or 40 million? Du Ruming was dumbfounded. But considering Lin Tao could easily pull out 9.8 million, he couldn't help but believe him. After a while, he asked suspiciously, Lin Tao, could they have mistaken me for someone else? Oh? Lin Tao also found it strange. Then, he remembered that all the accounts that sent money had the prefix L. Liu Xueying? Lin Tao was stunned. Could it be that the person they were sending money to was Liu Xueying? I see. Thinking of this, Lin Tao understood. They must have mistaken him for Liu Xueying. No wonder they all stood still, letting him go and reap the rewards. But then, who was the last one, LZC? Could it be Liu Xueying himself? Lin Tao was filled with doubt. But when he thought about how the other party's machine didn't resist after being hit, he narrowed his eyes again. Logically speaking, Liu Xueying was a renowned Mecha pilot whose name would be remembered in later generations. How could he have shown no resistance whatsoever when faced with the attack? Moreover, even though his Mecha was still mobile, he chose to withdraw as if he were a novice. This behavior was completely unlike that of a genius-level Mecha pilot. If Liu Xueying knew what Lin Tao was thinking, he would surely be spitting blood, because he hadn't expected that L, who had been reaping the betting money, would possess such terrifying Mecha reaction speed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so careless. As for withdrawing, he just wanted to have another serious match. However, for Lin Tao, since he already had the money and could resolve his physical ailment ahead of time, whether the other party misunderstood him as Liu Xueying was no longer important. Ruming, help me see if we can still find a crusher and a refiner at this time? Lin Tao asked again. Du Ruming was still wondering why Cheese Hengfei had taken Lin Tao to the Mecha Center when he heard Lin Tao's words and couldn't help but look at the time. It was almost dusk, and the shops specializing in medicinal herb processing equipment in the market had long since closed. Fortunately, Du Ruming, a veteran of the market, had a solution. He thought for a moment, Lin Tao, you didn't buy much this time. Smaller instruments will do. We just replaced a batch of tools. They're older models, but they'll still be usable for this batch. For some reason, Du Ruming chose to trust Lin Tao. Okay, Lin Tao nodded. As long as the refining could be done, it wasn't a big problem. Du Ruming returned shortly after leaving, carrying 2 wooden crates. He placed them in the back of the car. Lin Tao, there's no room in the trunk, so we'll have to put them here. If you don't have enough seats, you can sit in the front. The car felt a slight weight on the back after the crates were placed down. Du Ruming got in, started the engine, and sped off towards the address Lin Tao had given him. Little did he know. Just as Lin Tao stepped out of the medicinal herb market, a hovercar was parked not far away by the roadside. Inside were devastate and Xenia, who kept her head down and looked visibly dejected. Through the car window, devastate's face was grim as he stared intently at Lin Tao's vehicle. Seeing Du Ruming appear carrying 2 wooden crates, his narrowed eyes flashed with a sharp light. Could it be that the people at Duwei medicinal herb shop are also connected to the forces behind that poor kid? After Du Ruming drove away, he quickly instructed his driver to follow closely. Dusan, do you think our gene serum research has been stolen by outsiders? Xenia suddenly asked, seemingly to herself. Devastate's gaze turned cold. The gene serum Xenia was researching was a crucial technology that the entire Davis family was focused on. If successfully developed, this gene serum would significantly enhance the human body, giving the Davis family extremely powerful super soldiers. Throughout the entire Interstellar Federation, research on this gene-enhancing drug was conducted by no more than 3 pharmaceutical labs, and Xenia was at the forefront of these 3 labs, nearing success. It was precisely for this reason that the Davis family invested heavily in her after learning of the discovery. Devastate's couldn't imagine the blow to the entire Davis family if Xenia's research were stolen by another lab. But Devastate's believed that if the forces behind the other party were discovered, the Davis family would exact unimaginable and frenzied retaliation. Beep beep. Just then, Devastate's wristwatch emitted a series of urgent beeps. Devastate opened his communication device in confusion. Dusan, come to the Honglan Hotel, I'm waiting for you here. A dejected voice came from the wristwatch. Hearing this voice, Davis was first stunned, then frowned deeply. Liu Xueying, why are you in Anshang City too? And what's wrong with your voice? On the other end of the communication was Liu Xueying, who had been away from this Hangwei Mech Center for quite some time. At this moment, he was in a very bad mood. As soon as he finished speaking, Devastate abruptly looked up at the vehicle where Lin Tao was standing, his expression changing slightly. Liu Xueying's appearance had been far too sudden. After a moment's thought, Devastate instructed the driver to turn around and head towards the Honglan Hotel. As for Lin Tao, his photo was sent back via his wristwatch and given to his subordinates for investigation. Chapter 21 Preparation of Medicines. Lin Tao had noticed the hovercar following him for a while, but after a short distance, it suddenly turned and drove away, making him suspicious. However, since it had left and was no longer following, it relieved Lin Tao of a thorn in his side. The other party was the Davis family, one of the 8 great families. If they were to use their strength, his still unenhanced physical body would be no match for them. That must be one of Davis's people, right? Duruming was also keeping an eye on the vehicles behind. Lin Tao shook his head and remained silent. Seeing that Lin Tao didn't speak, Duruming didn't bother to make a scene. The hovercar drove forward for quite a distance, and only after confirming that no one was following them did Duruming cautiously drive towards the rental house. Actually, there was no need for this, because there were no more cars tailing them. Besides, Lin Tao's information was registered at Hyacinth Academy, and with Davis's influence, a simple investigation would be enough to find out his address. Duruming was a good driver, and in no time, he arrived at Lin Tao's rental house. "Ruming, can you help me out too?" Lin Tao tried to move the 2 boxes, but realized he couldn't manage it in his current state, so he called Duruming over. Duruming rolled his eyes, picked up the 2 boxes, and deliberately bulged his arm muscles. Lin Tao looked at the 2 bulging muscles on his arms, shook his head, and smiled. "You've been living here all this time?" After entering the rented room and putting down the boxes, Duruming looked around and frowned. Lin Tao's rented room wasn't big, only about 10 square meters. There was a bunk bed on one side, but no kitchen or even a toilet. To Duruming, this space was even smaller than his Labrador's kennel at home. "Just put the stuff on the floor," Lin Tao gestured. After putting down the boxes, Duruming went outside again, worried about the valuable medicinal herbs in the trunk of the car. Back in the rented room, Lin Tao had already opened the 2 wooden boxes and taken out the instruments inside. "Weren't you feeling weak?" Duruming rolled his eyes after putting down the herbs. "Ruming, do you have anything important to do tomorrow?" Lin Tao ignored him and changed the subject. "Tomorrow? I have to go to school tomorrow," Duruming said. "School?" Lin Tao was quite unimpressed. In his later life, he had used his photographic memory to finish 4 or 5 years of Mecha Academy life in a year or two, so Academy life was dispensable to him. Although the structure of mechs was vastly different from that of his later life, Lin Tao believed that given enough time, he could quickly master all the Mecha knowledge of this era. As for Duruming's studies, as long as Lin Tao liked it, occasionally imparting a little experience would be enough for him to succeed. "You can stay here and help out tonight," Lin Tao said. "Help?" Duruming was taken aback, then glanced at the rented room again before his eyes fell on the medicinal herbs. "Lin Tao, you don't want me to process these herbs for you, do you?" "Yes." Lin Tao nodded. "With my abilities alone, I estimate I might not be able to finish processing them all in one night." Lin Tao was in a hurry. He needed to strengthen his physical body before the Davis family found his address, otherwise he would be like a sitting duck, completely powerless and at their mercy. Moreover, Lin Tao was quite satisfied with Duruming and didn't mind giving him a hand now. In 2 years, the 8 great families incident would occur in the Interstellar Federation, which would trigger a major war. Without sufficient strength, even one's life would be in danger. Duruming was dumbfounded and stood there. Without waiting for his reply, Lin Tao immediately turned on the herb grinder and stuffed in a large handful of expensive heavenly star grass. "Lin Tao, you're being too wasteful," Duruming exclaimed upon seeing this. 1 jin of Hyacinth grass is worth 2,000 star coins, and Lin Tao's handful was at least half a jin. In other words, the Hyacinth grass Lin Tao stuffed into the herb grinder was worth at least 100,000. Processing herbs is always done carefully, in small batches, and Duruming's eyes twitched as he watched. "Do you know how to refine it?" Lin Tao asked. "To refine herbs, they must be ground. With current equipment, the quality of the extracted liquid would likely be greatly reduced, far below the theoretical calculations. Of course, with certain skills and professional techniques, it might be possible to extract a larger amount of liquid. This is the foundation for formulating gene-based drugs." Duruming shook his head repeatedly. Although he worked at the herb shop, he was ultimately a mecha repair student. He wouldn't have the free time to learn herb extraction, which was a pharmaceutical science major. Then you come and grind it, and I'll refine it, Lin Tao said, pulling Duruming to the herb grinder. Helpless, Duruming could only sigh and begin processing. In no time, the heavenly star grass, worth 300,000 star coins, was transformed into powder in his hands. Looking at this astonishingly valuable powder, Duruming felt a surge of fear mixed with a strange excitement. Although his family owned a herbal medicine shop, he had never indulged in such extravagance. Lin Tao scooped out the powder and poured it into a large basin, then placed the remaining herbs beside him. Duruming, put in some effort. Make sure you finish it all tonight. Duruming swallowed hard. Consuming herbs worth nearly 10 million star coins in one night was far more exciting than going to karaoke and wasting money on girls. In an instant, Duruming's adrenaline surged, and he became instantly excited. He grabbed a handful of lin flowers and stuffed them into the grinder. As for his old man's repeated admonitions before he left, to keep his distance from Lin Tao, he had completely forgotten them. What a miser! Duruming secretly scoffed, unwilling to spend an extra penny to study mecha design. Anshang City, Honglan Hotel. This hotel was a liaison point established by the Davis family on Mingyuan Star, usually used for hosting parties for local tycoons. At this moment, the hotel's brightly lit and elegantly decorated lobby featured only a single, luxurious table. Beside the table sat Liu Xueying, who was silently drinking. Davis Tucson led in Yan and sat directly opposite Liu Xueying. Liu Xueying, why aren't you at the first Mecha Academy? What are you doing in Anshang City? Davis Tucson narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on the somber Liu Xueying. Xinya glanced at him, seemingly displeased with Liu Xueying. Along the way, after receiving Liu Xueying's call, she had repeatedly speculated about Lin Tao's background. After all, how could a student from Hyacinth Academy possibly have nearly 10 million star coins? There must be a powerful force behind him, and this force was very likely related to the Liu family. Therefore, Xinya's gaze towards Liu Xueying was anything but friendly. Sensing the dissatisfaction in their words and eyes, Liu Xueying was taken aback. What's going on between you two? Liu Xueying, how do you explain today's events? Davis Tucson demanded sharply. Explain? Liu Xueying gave a bitter smile. He had been thoroughly humiliated at this Hangwei Mecha Center today. Explain? He should be the one seeking an explanation. Moreover, Liu Xueying had only brought Davis Tucson here for one thing, to find out exactly when that person arrived in Anshang City. Tucson, you've been in Anshang City for a while now. Tell me, when did Liu Xueying arrive in Anshang City? Liu Xueying gritted his teeth, stating his purpose directly. Liu Xueying arrived? Davis Tucson's expression immediately changed. Among the three mecha pilot geniuses of the Liu family, Liu Xueying, Liu Xueying, and Liu Xueying, Liu Xueying was the most powerful, but in terms of mecha operation alone, Liu Xueying was the most terrifying. Because Liu Xueying not only possesses extraordinary personal strength, but also an astonishing comprehension ability. He can learn an opponent's mecha movements in a short time, and even execute them with more ease than the creator of those movements. If this person were to grow up, it's estimated that the entire Davis family wouldn't be able to find a mecha pilot who could rival him. When did this guy arrive in Anshang City? Davis Tucson's eyes widened in shock. What? Even you didn't know about this? Liu Xueying's eyes flashed with a cold light. Davis Tucson shook his head. Liu Xueying, if Liu Xueying came to Anshang City, I would have at least gotten some word of it. Bang! Liu Xueying slammed his fist on the table. Even the Davis family hadn't gotten wind of it. This shows how discreet Liu Xueying's actions were. This ruthless fellow. The letter L is not only the first letter of Liu's name in pinyin, but also the first letter of Lin's name. The single L, combined with a masterful use of the arc step technique, confirms that the L inside this Hangwei Mecha Center is definitely Liu Xueying. What? Davis Tucson retorted. Who? After letting out a long breath, Liu Xueying, looking aggrieved, brought up the matter of this Hangwei Mecha Center. Although he was a member of the Liu family, strategically, Liu Xueying and the Davis family were on the same side. Neither side wanted to see Liu Xueying rise to power. So, what happened at the medicinal herb market today has nothing to do with you. Davis Tucson narrowed his eyes. Seeing Liu Xueying's confusion, he recounted the events at the medicinal herb market that day. Could it be that the power that guy relies on is Liu Xueying? Xingye, who had remained silent until now, frowned and asked. Hearing this, Liu Xueying downed the strong liquor in his glass in one gulp. Xingye, you should go back first. Zheng Chen and I have some things to discuss. Devastate glanced at her and suddenly smiled. Xingye sighed inwardly. Devastate had already inadvertently revealed some Davis family secrets by bringing her to see Liu Xueying. How could he possibly let her get involved in what followed? Because Xingye was merely a beneficiary of the Davis family's investments, not a true member of the Davis family. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Physical Enhancement. After tinkering for most of the night, the strong and powerful Duruming finally turned all the medicinal herbs into powder. Looking at the basin after basin of powder being collected by Lin Tao, he couldn't believe that just a moment ago, these powders were precious medicinal herbs worth millions. Of course, even as powder, they were still very valuable. How are you? Duruming let out a long breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had squandered millions of star coins in just half a night, and in an unimaginable way. Duruming felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Having finished his work, Duruming walked to Lin Tao's side. Lin Tao, is there anything else I can help with? Looking at Lin Tao who was still refining the herbs, Duruming's eyes shone. Destruction. Destruction. Completely destroying medicinal herbs worth millions of star coins, this was simply an art. Duruming was excited, his adrenaline hadn't completely subsided. At this moment, his mind was still thinking about how to continue destroying these valuable powders. Soak them in water? Throw them in a river? Make tea and drink it. In an instant, countless solutions flashed through Duruming's mind. Alright, you don't know how to extract, take a break. Lin Tao's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Duruming's burning enthusiasm and instantly making him dejected. Oh okay. Lin Tao's extraction speed wasn't fast, after all, the extraction machine was extremely old-fashioned, and Lin Tao's skills were rather rusty. He only knew the knowledge from books. In practical operation, apart from piloting mechs, he was truly a novice. After the Hyacinth grass was turned into powder, its weight decreased considerably, but it was still close to 2 pounds. However, in Lin Tao's hands, this Hyacinth grass powder only yielded less than half a bowl of extract. Lin Tao hadn't prepared test tubes, so he could only temporarily use the pots, pans, bowls, and plates in the rented room. It could be said that the processing of the medicinal materials this time was extremely crude, so crude that it was unbearable to look at. If Xingye were here, seeing Lin Tao treat those precious medicinal herbs like this, she would definitely regret not having snatched them away on the spot, letting Lin Tao waste them. Only Duruming, who wanted to try his hand at extravagance, could barely accept it. Because the previous owner of Lin Tao's body was an extremely frugal person, there weren't many things in the rented room, so Lin Tao could only selectively extract a portion of the medicinal herbs first. Extraction complete. The next step was to start preparing the medicine. At this moment, Duruming, who had calmed down, realized that although Lin Tao's technique in preparing the medicine was clumsy, his movements were extremely skilled, as if he had prepared medicine more than once. However, only those who specialize in medicine preparation can master this kind of work. When did Lin Tao secretly learn these unorthodox techniques? And where did Lin Tao get the money to learn them? Duruming was puzzled. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Tao prepared a dark brown liquid. Because it hadn't been completely extracted, there were still some residues in the liquid, which floated up and down in the large bowl. It must be said that Lin Tao's success in concocting the medicine using the extremely poor purity extract was due to his extensive experience from later generations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded. The entire bowl of liquid was as disgusting as oil dredged from a ditch. This is the medicine you concocted? Duruming's eyes widened. Seeing that Lin Tao was actually going to drink it, he exclaimed in surprise, Lin Tao, you really want to drink it? Duruming swore to God that he would never drink this kind of liquid, even if it were poured into a ditch or a river. Lin Tao didn't respond, gulping down the entire bowl of liquid. The taste was somewhat unpleasant. This was unavoidable. Lacking advanced equipment for both extraction and preparation, Lin Tao used a rather primitive method of concocting medicine. The resulting liquid was almost like ditch water. If Lin Tao hadn't known the effects of the medicine, he wouldn't have drunk it. This potion wasn't a true gene-enhancing agent, it was only used to expel hidden ailments. While it couldn't completely eliminate them, it might be possible to achieve that effect when combined with a true gene-enhancing agent. After drinking this potion, Lin Tao proceeded to prepare a gene-enhancing agent that only appeared in later generations. In fact, after thoroughly studying later materials, Lin Tao had suspected that this agent had been researched by Xinya long ago, but was deliberately kept secret, which delayed its appearance by decades. Moreover, later enhancements to this agent were merely improvements on the original ingredients. Gene-enhancing agent number 7, Lin Tao glanced at the remaining extract and began the second preparation. Time flew by. The second potion was still in the bowl. Seeing this newly prepared liquid, Du Ruming suppressed his nausea and immediately turned his head away, unable to bear looking at it. This bowl of liquid was thick and black, like almost dried ink. I'd rather die than drink this medicine. Du Ruming lamented inwardly, swearing to the heavens once more that even if it meant being thrown in the trash or down a drain, he would never drink a single drop. Holding the medicine, Lin Tao didn't drink it immediately. He first mentally calculated his body's condition, roughly determining the required amount, before taking out another bowl and pouring out most of it. Ruming, no matter what happens next, just stay where you are. Huh? Du Ruming was startled. Lin Tao really intended to drink it. Before Du Ruming could speak, Lin Tao picked up the large bowl and swallowed the thick, ink-black medicine in large gulps. He actually drank it? Du Ruming was speechless. After swallowing the medicine, Lin Tao immediately sat up cross-legged. A short while later, a blood-red light emanated from Lin Tao's body. Crackling sounds. A series of firecracker-like explosions echoed from Lin Tao's body. Under Du Ruming's shocked gaze, cracks appeared all over Lin Tao's skin, which then burst open, revealing crimson muscles mixed with blood that dissolved like liquid. This. Du Ruming almost collapsed at the sight before him. Lin Tao, you. In just a moment, the blood flowing from Lin Tao's body soaked the ground, forming a blood-red expanse, like a blood-red ocean. This blood contained the diseased cells that caused Lin Tao's illness. Du Ruming was horrified. Suddenly, he snapped out of his daze and quickly reached for his wristwatch to dial for emergency assistance, but then he remembered Lin Tao's earlier instructions and hesitated. Just then, the dissolved muscles on Lin Tao's body suddenly gathered together, as if they had come to life, and began to writhe rhythmically. In a short time, the writhing muscles reformed, clinging to Lin Tao's body, restoring his human form. Du Ruming felt his mouth go dry. After a brief twitch of his muscles, Lin Tao's face reappeared in his usual spot. However, this face was noticeably fuller than before, like someone who had been malnourished suddenly becoming robust. How is this possible? Du Ruming was stunned, completely unable to believe his eyes. The muscles twitched again, then quickly subsided, revealing clumps of muscle that had appeared on Lin Tao's body. These muscles hadn't yet grown skin, resembling solid chunks of flesh hanging all over Lin Tao's body. Once the muscles were formed, a layer of new, tender skin began to grow on top. In less than half an hour, Lin Tao had undergone a dramatic transformation. The previously sickly, thin man had instantly become a powerfully built, muscular man, as if he had undergone countless training sessions. Du Ruming stared in disbelief. After his entire body had fully recovered, the robust Lin Tao let out a long sigh of relief. The process of strengthening his physical body was excruciatingly painful for Lin Tao. If he hadn't suffered greatly in his later life, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure it, as his current body was far too weak. Thud. Du Ruming appeared before Lin Tao, reaching out to stroke Lin Tao's firm muscles, his Adam's apple bobbing unconsciously. Lin Tao didn't stop him, it was too horrifying. Before enhancement-type gene serums were fully implemented and widely available in the Interstellar Federation, few would likely believe what they were seeing. Finally, Lin Tao couldn't resist Du Ruming's strokes any longer and stepped away, glancing sideways at him. Ruming, have you had enough? The newly grown muscles were being touched all over Lin Tao's body, making him feel itchy and numb. This. Du Ruming hadn't recovered yet, his outstretched hands still hanging in midair. He stared blankly at Lin Tao's muscles, muttering with difficulty, Lin Tao, are your muscles foam, or? At this moment, Lin Tao resembled a bodybuilding star, his entire body covered in solid, bulging muscles. No wonder Du Ruming was stunned, this was the physique he dreamed of. Lin Tao didn't speak. He walked to the iron bunk bed next to him, gripped the thick iron bar with both hands, and exerted force. Snap! The iron bar snapped instantly, followed by a tooth-grinding creaking sound as it was gradually bent into a 90-degree angle. Staring at the iron bar, as thick as a thumb, bent at a 90-degree angle by Lin Tao, Duruming's eyes widened, unable to even move his feet. Lin Tao exhaled lightly, then exerted force again, and in the blink of an eye, the iron bar returned to its original shape. Duruming stood there for a while, then suddenly jolted awake, his eyes lighting up abruptly. He turned to look at the remaining bowl of dark liquid. What about dumping it in the trash can, the river, or the ditch? Sorry, he'd been bragging all along. Just drinking that liquid would give him a physique like Lin Tao's. Duruming practically lunged at it. Ruming, don't drink it yet, Lin Tao quickly stopped him. But Duruming clutched the liquid to his chest, afraid it would spill and be wasted. With your muscle mass, this amount won't have any effect, Lin Tao explained. This was the latest type of enhancement potion from later generations. The precise dosage hadn't been developed yet, so it could only be customized to individual needs. With Duruming's physique, he'd need at least double the dose to see any change, otherwise, it would be better not to drink it at all. Chapter 23 Cheese Hengfei and Hifan. After the explanation, Duruming understood, but still reluctant to put down the bowl in his arms, he looked at Lin Tao with a pitiful expression. Lin Tao, if I double the dosage, could I also become as strong as you? Lin Tao nodded. Duruming immediately hugged the black liquid in his arms even tighter and licked his dry lips. Lin Tao, you've already become stronger, this liquid is useless to you now, isn't it? Lin Tao found it amusing. Duruming had looked at the liquid with disdain earlier, but in the blink of an eye, he had snatched it from his arms, afraid of wasting it. However, since he had asked Duruming for help, Lin Tao had long intended to mentor him. How about this? I'll give you some money. Tomorrow, go to the medicinal herb market and buy another batch of the same quantity of herbs. I'll help you prepare a new liquid. Lin Tao still had over 10 million yuan on him. Having cured his illness and strengthened his body, this money was no longer of much use to him. Moreover, returning a favor in return is Lin Tao's principle. Money or anything else is truly beneath him. Upon hearing this, Duruming's expression suddenly turned strange, then he said with a bitter face, Lin Tao, with the amount you bought today, the entire medicinal herb market, including Hyacinth grass and other herbs, will need at least 3 months to recover. 3 months before we can buy again? Lin Tao was taken aback. Of course. Who would buy such a large quantity of precious herbs at once? Duruming wailed, seeing his muscular physique within reach, only to have to wait another 3 months. Duruming forced tears to well up in his eyes, feigning pitifulness in front of Lin Tao. Brother Qin, this is where Lin Tao lives. Suddenly, a roar came from outside, strangely tinged with a trembling voice. The voice was somewhat familiar. Lin Tao hesitated for a moment, then immediately recognized it as Cheese Hengfei's, though Cheese Hengfei's tone seemed fearful. What's going on? Lin Tao wondered. Brother Qin, there are lights inside, someone's definitely in there. Cheese Hengfei's voice rang out again, this time with a fawning tone. Open the door. As soon as Cheese Hengfei's voice fell, a sharp voice rang out again. Inside the room, Lin Tao and his companion exchanged suspicious glances. Bang! 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 Several times in succession, the door of the rented room made a loud banging sound, as if it were being forcefully pounded with an iron bar. Who is it? In the middle of the night, can't a person get any sleep? It's the middle of the night, setting off firecrackers and banging on the door. Should I tell the landlord right now and kick you out tomorrow? The noise immediately drew the dissatisfaction of the nearby tenants. The Blood Wolf Gang is working. Anyone who dares to mess things up is going against a Blood Wolf Gang. Hearing the voices of the nearby tenants, the sharp voice immediately rebuked them. The moment the words Blood Wolf Gang were uttered, all the noise and complaints from the tenants vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Blood Wolf Gang! Duruming exclaimed in shock. Lin Tao, the Blood Wolf Gang is one of the strongest underground forces in Anzhang City. When did you offend them? Blood Wolf Gang? Lin Tao was equally puzzled. What Blood Wolf Gang? When had he ever offended anyone from the Blood Wolf Gang? Bang! The door was smashed open, revealing 3 figures in the lamplight. Upon closer inspection, it was Cheese Hengfei and Hifan, followed by a muscular, burly man. After smashing open the door, Qi Hengfei and He Fan respectfully greeted the muscular man, saying, "Brother Qin, there's someone inside." The muscular man arrogantly walked into the rented room. "Who are you?" Upon entering the room, he stopped in his tracks and shouted in surprise when he saw Lin Tao, who also had terrifying muscles, and the blood still wet on the floor. "Qi Hengfei, He Fan, what are you doing here?" Du Ruming was stunned when he saw Qi Hengfei and He Fan, and also asked, because he had never heard of these two joining the Blood Wolf Gang. "Du Ruming?" Qi Hengfei raised an eyebrow. "This is Lin Tao's rented room. What are you, the young master of a herbal medicine shop, doing here in the middle of the night?" He glanced around and then bowed respectfully to Brother Qin. "Brother Qin, leave this to me." As for the burly Lin Tao, he was completely ignored. When greeting the Blood Wolf Gang, muscles were useless. Qin nodded silently, his gaze fixed on Lin Tao. After all, Lin Tao's muscles exuded a dangerous aura that even he sensed, imperceptible to ordinary people, but Qin had practiced ancient martial arts. Qi Hengfei turned around, his face immediately darkening. He straightened his back and, feigning intimidation, demanded, "Where is Lin Tao? Where is Lin Tao hiding?" He deliberately ignored the muscular Lin Tao inside the rented room. As he spoke, Qi Hengfei similarly ignored the bloodstains on the floor of the rented room, lightly stepping over to Lin Tao and patting his hard muscles. "Oh, quite muscular, not bad. I'll introduce you to the Blood Wolf Gang later. Maybe Qin will be happy and take you in." In Qi Hengfei's eyes, no matter how strong or powerful the man before him was, he was nothing but trash in front of the Blood Wolf Gang. Did those previously boisterous tenants shrink back immediately upon hearing the name of the Blood Wolf Gang? Qin narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Lin Tao without uttering a word. Seeing Lin Tao's lack of reaction, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After patting Lin Tao's muscles, Qi Hengfei approached Du Ruming. "Du Ruming, since you came to Lin Tao's rented room in the middle of the night, did you hide him?" Du Ruming raised an eyebrow, inwardly amused. Lin Tao was right in front of him, why would he need to hide him? However, he wouldn't specifically warn him, given the presence of the Blood Wolf Gang. "What's this?" Qi Hengfei frowned deeply upon seeing the bowl of black liquid Du Ruming was concealing in his robes. "Oh, such disgusting stuff, why are you keeping it?" As he spoke, he swiftly flicked his wrist, sending the bowl of black liquid crashing to the ground. Clang! The bowl shattered into pieces. The black liquid splattered everywhere, quickly mixing with the blood. Lin Tao had been keeping an eye on Brother Qin at the door, and for a moment he didn't expect Qi Hengfei to dare to make a move on the spot. He turned his head and looked at the red and black liquid mixed with blood on the ground, and couldn't help but frown. Qi Hengfei. You. Du Ruming trembled all over. Putting aside the value of this bowl of black liquid, its ability to change body shape alone was priceless. Moreover, Lin Tao had already agreed to give him this bowl of medicine, and if he wanted to make it again, he would have to wait at least 3 months. If he couldn't gather all the medicinal materials, he might not even be able to make enough. "What do you mean, I?" Qi Hengfei curled his lips. "Quickly tell me Lin Tao's whereabouts, or the Blood Wolf Gang will come to your medicine shop to cause trouble tomorrow." Du Ruming's eyes turned bloodshot. "Qi Hengfei, that's enough." Lin Tao finally couldn't stand it anymore. "Who are you?" He Fan, who hadn't spoken until now, stared coldly at Lin Tao and asked sarcastically, "Weren't you looking for me?" "I'm right here," Lin Tao said calmly. Upon hearing this, Brother Qin's expression froze. Qi Hengfei and He Fan were stunned for a moment, then stared at Lin Tao for a while before realizing that the burly man in front of them did indeed resemble the Lin Tao they had seen before. The two exchanged glances, looking at each other in bewilderment. "I am Lin Tao." After saying this, Lin Tao pointed to the black liquid mixed with blood on the ground. "This stuff is quite valuable, but considering you took me to this Hengwei Mecha Center, I can let it go." Although he didn't know the truth about why Qi Hengfei and He Fan had taken him to this Hengwei Mecha Center, Lin Tao had earned more than 20 million from it. Being able to resolve his illness and strengthen his physique tonight was a great help from the two of them, so Lin Tao didn't intend to argue about the small bowl of medicine. You are Lin Tao? You are really Lin Tao?" After mentioning this Hengwei Mecha Center, the two finally changed color, because it was precisely for this reason that they had been chased by the Blood Wolf Gang to find Lin Tao. "You're Lin Tao?" Brother Qin stepped forward from the doorway, his brows furrowing as he sized up Lin Tao's explosively muscular physique. He had seen Lin Tao's photos before, but the man before him was completely different, a far cry from the pictures. What had happened? Brother Qin narrowed his eyes. However, remembering the Blood Wolfgang's background, he breathed a sigh of relief. What use was personal strength when the entire Blood Wolfgang stood behind them? With that thought, Brother Qin calmly looked at Lin Tao. I never expected you to have such a physique. Not bad. Not bad. You're definitely born to be a mecha pilot. I'll give you a chance. Join our Blood Wolfgang, and everything that happened before will be forgiven, Brother Qin said, feigning ease. Oh? Lin Tao raised an eyebrow, then suddenly laughed as well. You must be Brother Qin, right? I'd like to ask, when did I, Lin Tao, offend your Blood Wolfgang? No, I didn't. Brother Qin shrugged. I heard your mecha skills are quite good. You made tens of millions in just over an hour. Our Blood Wolfgang needs talent like you, so consider yourself a member. Brother Qin's words made Du Ruming's expression change. Qi Zhengfei and his companion panicked, taking several steps back and keeping their mouths shut. If they had known Brother Qin wanted Lin Tao to join the Blood Wolfgang, they wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. However, neither of them expected Lin Tao to undergo such a dramatic transformation. What could have happened to turn a sickly person into a muscular giant? The two exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. From now on, they would cultivate a good relationship with Lin Tao to extract the truth. After all, possessing a powerful physique is a natural destiny for someone to become a mecha pilot. So, the million I had under my Skynet account came from your Blood Wolfgang? Lin Tao asked in surprise. Of course, who else would you expect to put up $1 million in betting funds for you? Brother Qin crossed his arms, having long since forgotten the dangerous aura emanating from Lin Tao's muscles. With the Blood Wolfgang as his backing, he didn't believe anyone would dare openly defy him. So that's how it is. No wonder the money suddenly disappeared after the betting funds were unbound. Lin Tao understood now, but there was still one thing he didn't understand. Why did they put up so much betting funds for him? This money didn't come from thin air. Moreover, the Blood Wolfgang is an underground force. Would such a force really put up $1 million in betting funds for someone else so casually? Chapter 24 Enhanced Strength. Brother Qin chuckled coldly, his eyes sweeping over Qi Zhengfei and his companion. They've put you on our Blood Wolfgang's mining list. If you lose that $1 million on Skynet, you'll be captured and forced to mine by our Blood Wolfgang. To highlight the grudge between them, Brother Qin didn't hesitate to betray Qi Zhengfei and his companion, since they were the ones who started this whole mess. Lin Tao gave an "oh," his eyes instantly turning cold as he scrutinized the two men. Qi Zhengfei and his companions' faces paled instantly, turning as white as freshly dyed paper. They seemed to have never imagined being betrayed so thoroughly. Lin Tao, Lin Tao, if it weren't for us, you wouldn't have been able to win so much money on Skynet. Faced with Lin Tao's cold gaze, the two men looked pale and began to stammer incoherently. Hearing this, Lin Tao grinned and laughed. The reason he was able to win money on the Skynet was because he was the strongest ancient martial arts mecha master in later generations. Otherwise, the previous owner of this body would probably have been captured and forced to mine. No, the previous owner of this body had long since become a wrong ghost after being brutally beaten by these two. Otherwise, how could Lin Tao from later generations have appeared in this era? Did these two really think that the current Lin Tao was the same Lin Tao from before, easy to bully? Alright, you know what you need to know. Now come with me. With your mecha skills, you'll quickly rise to prominence in the Blood Wolfgang. Brother Qin stretched out his hand and beckoned Lin Tao with his index finger. Oh? Lin Tao narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. When did I agree to join the Blood Wolfgang? Putting aside mecha skills, just his enhanced physical body alone made Lin Tao no longer take the person in front of him seriously. As for the Blood Wolfgang, unless Zhen Yang had completely completed the enhancement of the number 1 gene serum and used it on them, they really wouldn't be enough for Lin Tao to deal with at this moment. Lin Tao's words immediately darkened Qin Ji's expression. Qi Zhengfei and the other man exchanged glances, both seeing hope in each other's eyes. If Lin Tao had truly joined the Blood Wolfgang, their future would have been bleak. Now, things were different. Because Lin Tao had chosen to refuse. What kind of place was the Blood Wolfgang? It was one of the most powerful underground forces in Anzhang City, its strength even ranking among the top 3 in the city. For Lin Tao, a mere nobody, to refuse was simply wishful thinking. Did Lin Tao really think that becoming stronger and gaining more weight would give him the power to refuse? Don't forget, even the strongest fists can't fight four hands, and the Blood Wolf Gang was far more complex than just two people and four hands. The two men could imagine the consequences Lin Tao would face for choosing to refuse. Thinking of this, Qi Hangfei smiled, and He Fan also smiled. Lin Tao, say that again? Qin Zhe said coldly. Lin Tao. Qi Hangfei glanced at Qin Zhe, whose face was extremely pale, and shouted loudly, don't think that just because you've gained some weight and your waist has thickened, you can refuse the Blood Wolf Gang's invitation. That's right. He Fan chimed in, since you've chosen to refuse, you'll face the entire Blood Wolf Gang's pursuit. You still want to become a mecha pilot? I think you should go mining. The two of them were speaking in unison, and Du Ruming, who was standing to the side, had already turned pale. Having spent a lot of time in the medicinal herb market, he knew the Blood Wolf Gang's situation very well. Lin Tao. Du Ruming cried out in alarm. Before Du Ruming could finish speaking, Brother Qin snorted coldly, Lin Tao, don't think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have decent mecha skills. I've seen plenty of arrogant genius mecha pilots in the Blood Wolf Gang. Do you know what happened to them? He chuckled coldly, now, they're all just skeletons in the ground. If you want to live a few more years, you'd better come back with me obediently. Considering your ability to easily earn tens of millions of star coins, I might let you live a life of luxury. Otherwise. Brother Qin put his hands behind his back and snorted heavily again. Seeing that Brother Qin was still determined to win Lin Tao over, Qi Hangfei and the other man had no choice but to shut their mouths again. What if I still refuse? Lin Tao smiled nonchalantly. Having returned to the era of 1993 in the federal calendar, Lin Tao didn't care about the mere Blood Wolf Gang of Anzhang City, or even the 8 great families of the Interstellar Federation. Moreover, Lin Tao planned to find out the reasons why the 8 great families had betrayed the Interstellar Federation. Looks like you don't know the meaning of death. Brother Qin's face was extremely ugly. Hearing Lin Tao refuse again, Qi Hangfei and his companions' hearts, which had been pounding, eased again. Lin Tao, it seems you plan to rebel against the entire Blood Wolf Gang on your own? Do you really think that just because you have some strength, the Blood Wolf Gang won't dare to deal with you? The two of them, like two fierce generals, shouted repeatedly. You two, shut up. Lin Tao's eyes narrowed, and his bones cracked and popped, his muscles bulging as if they were hard iron plates. Seeing Lin Tao's condition, Du Ruming swallowed hard, then seemed to remember something, his eyes fixed on Qi Hangfei with a murderous look. Qi Hangfei and He Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and they retreated hastily. Want to fight? Brother Qin sneered, raising his right foot and charging forward like a tank. Then you'll be lying down. It had to be said, Lin Tao's muscles gave him a dangerous feeling, but don't forget he was a member of the Blood Wolf Gang. Brother Qin refused to believe anyone would dare to fight the entire Blood Wolf Gang alone. He raised his right arm high, transforming it into a palm strike, and brought it down fiercely. Lin Tao grinned, neither dodging nor avoiding, taking the blow head-on with his enhanced physique. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding was extremely ear-piercing, followed by a sharp cracking sound of bones dislocating. The gene-enhancing serum even strengthened the body's defenses. Lin Tao's body was like an iron plate, and the blow felt like hitting a plate only a few tens of millimeters thick, causing Brother Qin to let out a howl of pain. At the same time, Lin Tao moved. Lin Tao stretched out his right hand and quickly grabbed Qin Ji's right wrist. With a quick squeeze and twist of his left hand, another series of cracking sounds rang out as all the joints in Qin Ji's arm were completely dislocated. As a master of ancient martial arts mecha from a later generation, ancient martial arts were his strongest skill. Although this body hadn't undergone any combat training, Lin Tao had experience in ancient martial arts, and with his enhanced physique, his speed and strength were many times greater than when he was sickly. With this move, not only Qi Hangfei and Du Ruming, but even Qin Zhe, who had some training time, couldn't catch Lin Tao's speed. Want me to lie down? Lin Tao's eyes turned cold, and his hands stretched out again quickly. Another series of cracking sounds rang out as Qin Ji's limbs were completely dislocated, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. How is this possible? When they came to their senses, Qi Hangfei and He Fan stared at each other, unable to believe what they were seeing. Who is that? That was Qin Zhe. Even the Blood Wolf Gang, known for its skilled fighters, was now lying on the ground, rolling around in agony, drenched in cold sweat and groaning in pain. Not only them, but even Du Ruming gaped, his mouth agape, making a wide, enticing hole large enough to fit a fist. After his attack, Lin Tao stood still, his eyes narrowed, and raised his hands to his face, clenching them a few times. As for Kinja lying on the ground, he didn't even bother to look at him. Strange? Why doesn't the force match the data? Lin Tao looked suspiciously at his fists. According to the information from later generations that Lin Tao remembered, using the 7th enhancement gene serum should have been enough to leave a fist print on a 30-centimeter steel plate. But the force he was using now was even weaker than his physique after cultivating ancient martial arts. Lin Tao's gaze faltered for a moment, then he quickly glanced at the reddish-black liquid on the ground. Could it be that the materials used to prepare the potion were too inferior, preventing the creation of a perfect gene-enhancing potion? That was the only possibility. Lacking advanced equipment, coupled with Lin Tao's inexperience, the liquid he could extract, with residue, was already at its highest purity. This purity was far from what truly advanced equipment could produce. To put it bluntly, it was a miracle that this method of extraction could even be used to prepare a potion. After all, after seeing the potion's appearance, Du Ruming would rather throw it in the trash, into a river, or into a ditch than drink it. Having figured this out, Lin Tao lowered his hands and looked at Qi Zhengfei and his companion, who were trying to sneak away. Trying to leave? Lin Tao sneered. Qi Zhengfei and his companion froze, slowly turning around with expressions of utter despair. Lin Tao, Lin Tao, we didn't mean it. You won so much money in the Mecha betting at Skynet, so we deserve some credit. For that, can you let us leave? The two knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. How could they be so shameless? Qi Zhengfei's words only made Lin Tao's face darken. A classmate, and he actually wanted to secretly sell him to the mine? And he even claimed to have contributed? Du Ruming strode forward and slapped Qi Zhengfei hard across the face twice. You bastard, pay me back for the potion. Du Ruming gritted his teeth, seething with anger. Even though Du Ruming usually appeared serious, he was furious. After taking the potion, Lin Tao underwent a complete transformation. Not only did his physique change, but his strength and speed also increased dramatically, making him a match even for the Blood Wolf Gang's experts. Imagine if the potions that Qi Zhengfei had thrown to the ground had remained, Du Ruming could definitely have become the next Lin Tao. But that opportunity was squandered by Qi Zhengfei's slap. At this moment, Du Ruming wished he could slap Qi Zhengfei until his head was a pig's head. Damn it! Du Ruming cried out inwardly, give me back my extra dirty potions. Lin Tao glanced at Du Ruming and immediately understood, shaking his head repeatedly. Physical enhancement was one thing, but Lin Tao possessed ancient martial arts combat experience. Even if Du Ruming took the number 7 enhancement gene potion, he could only become a gene warrior in the end. Combat experience still required training, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to unleash the same strength as Lin Tao before. Lin Tao was willing to mentor Du Ruming, but only to help him become a gene warrior. He had no intention of teaching him ancient martial arts. After all, ancient martial arts would take nearly 1,000 years to develop into a complete system in later generations, and Lin Tao hadn't considered bringing ancient martial arts into the present era. Thank you to the interstellar manufacturing experts for your continued voting. 5,555. Am I supposed to repay them with my body? Chapter 25 Blood Wolf Gang. Alright, Ruming, the potion is gone, it's gone. I'll make you another one later. Seeing Du Ruming slapping Qi Zhengfei repeatedly, leaving his face covered in blood, Lin Tao couldn't help but stop him. It wasn't that Lin Tao cared about Qi Zhengfei, but if he continued slapping him, it might actually kill him, and Lin Tao was worried that Du Ruming wouldn't be able to handle it psychologically. After all, not everyone can immediately become an executioner. Of course, Lin Tao had already committed many killings in his military career in his later life, but he didn't intend to deliberately show this side of himself in public. Really? Du Ruming reacted particularly well to the potion, and upon hearing this, he immediately stopped slapping, turned around, and looked at Lin Tao expectantly. Lin Tao nodded. Suddenly, Lin Tao had an idea, and turned to look at Qi Zhengfei and He Fan. You two, do you know anything about the Blood Wolf Gang? Back in this era, there were only 2 years left until the 8 great families rebelled against the Interstellar Federation, and Lin Tao wanted to take this opportunity to find out the reasons that even his later life hadn't understood. The defection of the 8 powerful clans dealt a severe blow to the Interstellar Federation, not only triggering war but also attracting terrifying interstellar creatures. Had these creatures not appeared, humanity might not have retreated back to the solar system. Around the year 2000 of the Federation calendar, the Interstellar Federation was in the midst of its great interstellar era, humanity's most prosperous period. Unfortunately, with the emergence of these terrifying interstellar creatures, this era was gone forever, and humanity could never return to it. Lin Tao was now alone. Even with the formidable mecha strength of later generations, the 8 powerful clans were still just that, 8 clans, each controlling a region within the Interstellar Federation and forming their own independent power. Investigating them, even if Lin Tao devoted his entire life to it, might not yield any results. Targeting one power inevitably requires the support of another. At this time, Lin Tao could neither rely on the Interstellar Federation's power nor could he possibly do so. Meanwhile, the Interstellar Federation also possessed a hidden Mecha Master, later known as the Star General, a super Mecha Master capable of single-handedly contending with all the Mecha Masters of the 8 powerful clans. With such figures in his ranks, how could he allow Lin Tao to infiltrate? Therefore, he planned to form a personal force centered around himself to conduct covert investigations. Lin Tao didn't know the Blood Wolf Gang's distribution, but if he could subdue it, he might be able to use its power to secretly investigate some special situations on Mingyuan Star. The Mingyuan Star field was the first place where terrifying cosmic creatures appeared. Perhaps Lin Tao could find their whereabouts before they even appeared, thus cutting off their chance of emergence. Lin Tao, if you want to know about the Blood Wolf Gang, why don't you ask him instead of them? Before Cheese Hangfei and He-Fan could speak, Duruming pointed at Qin Zhen, who was rolling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Lin Tao smiled slightly. Of course, he knew this man knew more about the Blood Wolf Gang. After all, this guy came from the Blood Wolf Gang. The more he knew, the less likely he was to betray them. We know. We know. Cheese Hangfei and He-Fan quickly shouted. This was their chance. Lin Tao had even dared to attack the Blood Wolf Gang, and he had the strength to do so. If they didn't perform well, their fate would be grim. Speak, Lin Tao gestured. A cool breeze blew by, and Lin Tao felt a chill rise from his body. He then realized that due to the changes in his body, his clothes had long since disappeared. Suddenly, Lin Tao noticed Duruming's gaze constantly drifting towards him, and he felt a wave of embarrassment. Why is this guy's gaze always looking down at me? Lin Tao glanced down. Oh, his penis was huge. No wonder this guy kept wanting the drug to strengthen his body. The side effects of the gene drug left Lin Tao speechless. Lin Tao acted swiftly, quickly patting Qin Zhen, who was rolling around on the ground, temporarily setting back his key joints. Then he stripped off Qin Zhen's clothes and put them on himself. Lin Tao's current physique was similar to Qin Zhen's, and the clothes fit him perfectly. The Blood Wolf Gang is one of the strongest and largest underground forces in Anzhang City. Their strength could even rank in the top 3. Yes, I heard that the Blood Wolf Gang also has a very strong backer. Cheese Hangfei and He-Fan almost competed to answer. Lin Tao put his clothes back on, and could no longer be seen. Duruming then withdrew his gaze. Actually, his mindset was very positive, but the enhancement potion was just too powerful. Not only could it increase speed and strength, but it could also enhance every aspect of the physical body. One could imagine that if he had taken the potion, he would have been completely transformed, instantly becoming a super heartthrob. What a pity about that opportunity. Thinking of this, Duruming glared hatefully at Cheese Hangfei. Hearing their words, he couldn't help but snort angrily. What you're saying is as good as saying nothing at all. Lin Tao, let me tell you about the rumors surrounding the Blood Wolf Gang. The Blood Wolf Gang is one of the underground forces in Anzhang City. Rumor has it that they have powerful backers, so they applied for 5 mechs at once. 4 of them are used for mining on the mining planet, and 1 is reserved specifically for underground arena battles. Brother Qin probably wants you to join the Blood Wolf Gang so he can participate in the underground arena battles, Duruming said. The Blood Wolf Gang has mechs? Lin Tao's eyes lit up. He was just wondering where to find a real mech. Actually, most of these so-called underground forces, apart from gangs like the Blood Wolf Gang that have powerful backers, are just business alliances spontaneously formed by scattered businessmen. Lin Tao was surprised. Mingyuan Star, being the territory of the Liu family, one of the 8 great clans, had always been under their exploitation. Later, these merchants formed a business alliance and gained the necessary qualifications, which temporarily provided them with some protection from the Liu family. Then, the Liu family discovered a mining planet. To minimize losses from mining, they had various business alliances contribute funds and manpower to participate in the mining. It was at this point that the business alliances gradually changed their nature and developed into underground forces. Du Ruming sighed. Lin Tao nodded. These circumstances had been mentioned in later records, but they were mostly glossed over with a few casual remarks, not in the detail Du Ruming described. Because the profits from mining were extremely high, most of the business alliances were eager to participate. Gradually, their competition escalated from overt to covert. Furthermore, to acquire mining personnel at the lowest possible price, they resorted to all sorts of despicable means, Du Ruming explained. Currently, among the underground forces in Anzhang City that can be considered respectable, the Blood Wolf Gang is one of them. Besides that, there are the Green Bamboo Sect and the S Sect. There are rumors that the Davis family is involved with the Green Bamboo Sect. At this point, Du Ruming glanced at Lin Tao. Lin Tao, you offended someone from the Davis family at our herbal medicine shop. I think they might mobilize the entire Green Bamboo Sect to secretly search for your whereabouts. Lin Tao frowned but didn't speak. Upon hearing this, Qis Hangfei and He Fan were almost stunned on the spot. This Lin Tao not only attacked the Blood Wolf Gang but also offended the Davis family, the backers of the Green Bamboo Sect. When did this guy become so fierce? However, after thinking it over, since Lin Tao had offended two major forces in succession, if they could leave tonight, perhaps they wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. Because Lin Tao would have to face the two major forces in Anzhang City, how could he possibly have time to deal with them? Thinking of this, the two looked at each other, both seeing an opportunity in each other's eyes. Unfortunately, reality is often harsh. Before the two could even turn their heads, Lin Tao pondered for a moment before speaking. Since the Davis family has the Green Bamboo Sect behind them, let's leave here for now. What about them? Du Ruming pointed at Qis Hangfei and the others. Take them with us, Lin Tao said. Oh, Qis Hangfei and He Fan's faces immediately fell. Inside the rented room, Lin Tao didn't have much stuff, and the medicinal powder was almost used up. As for the grinder and extractor, Du Ruming's old man had long since discarded them, so there was no need to bring them. After quickly cleaning up the rented room, the two of them escorted Qis Hangfei and the others onto the hovercar and drove away. Sure enough, less than an hour after they left, another group of people arrived at Lin Tao's rented room, but when they saw the mess inside, they couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment. Inside the hovercar. Lin Tao, where are we going? Du Ruming asked, driving in the front. Lin Tao pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, Ruming, what's the deal with the Blood Wolf Gang's mechs? Knowing that the Blood Wolf Gang possessed real mechs had been on Lin Tao's mind. Mechs? Du Ruming replied, you should know that real mechs are controlled items, and only the Star Palace can possess them. However, the development of the mining planet requires mining-type mechs, so if you want to participate in the development of the mining planet, you need to purchase them from the Liu family. However, since the Liu family controls the mech supply chain, even mining-type mechs are quite expensive, and only members of the Business Alliance can afford to purchase them. But even though the Business Alliance can purchase mechs from the Liu family, there are quantity restrictions. Only forces with powerful backgrounds, like the Blood Wolf Gang or the Green Bamboo Sect, can purchase a large number of mechs at once. By the way, I heard that the Blood Wolf Gang's ambitions don't lie with the mining planet. They only purchased a small number of mechs. Besides the 4 used on the mining planet, they left one in Anzhang City for participating in the mech arena between underground forces. Du Ruming said while driving the hovercar. Mech arena? Lin Tao's eyes flashed, and a document immediately appeared in his mind. The so-called Mecha arena was similar to Skynet's Mecha duels, except that these underground arenas usually used real mechs. However, due to changes in later generations, these underground arenas have long since disappeared from history. Of course, there were some similar competitions in later generations, but in that era, due to the war, mechs became ubiquitous, almost everyone owned one, and people could participate however they wanted. As long as no one died, the Star Palace wouldn't even bother with them. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, Subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.